that helps you as far as the mental tactics and knowing what to do. It hurts you a little bit as far as that sharpness. So my prediction, a little bit later, we may see that.
Yeah, a little bit later. Good on you for that. Daniella Reef, by the look of it, has made the turn at Harvey. Her speed right now is 46 kilometres per hour. She's in the lead by about 1 minute and 34 seconds at this time over Camilla Peterson from Denmark. And I can tell you that Annabelle Luxford, Mary Beth Ellis, they're all still sitting in there. Jody Swallow, Michelle Vesterby. Well, Michelle Vesterby's the last one of the group. And now that big group that was 15 coming out of the swim is now 6.
Whittled down to 6.
It's whittled down to 6. And now we've got Caroline Steffen, which I'm really surprised. She has now dropped back to 3:20. She was the aggressor early on in the bike course today when she overtook Daniella Reef on the bike early.
Yes.
Was that a mistake?
I don't think so. We'll find out later, but how about the aggressor here in the men's race? That's Tim O'Donnell from the United States. Last year, he did a 3:52 marathon. That means he walked. He did not contend last year. He has been twice in the top 10, and now this young man is leading the way. He is representing Team Red, White, and Blue. He was a former soldier. This guy's got the complete package. He went really fast in Ironman Brazil this year with the South American Championship. He was second to Marino van Honacker, but he went very, very fast. He also won that race last year or 2 years ago. So Tim O'Donnell, this is the section. He's got about a 30-second gap right now. Over Andy Betcherer, who is a guy that has made a top 10 finish here in Kona 2012. But if we look at Tim O'Donnell, he's on that section we described earlier. He's kind of rolling down. You want to have downhill, but it is not. And as soon as you hit a couple of these little up sweeps in the road, man, it hurts. Again, it's that point of question. Do I gear down and stay seated? Do I stand up and use the hammies a little bit more body weight? What do I do? What's going to be better for later? What's better for now? Who's looking at me? How close are they? So a constant kind of mind, game going on, questions to yourself. But this is Tim O'Donnell. It's also quite interesting to see. You can look across the road, Tim could, and see those age group athletes going up towards Javi. There's always a cheer for the guy in first. I mean, heck, there was guys cheering for me in 100th place. But the point is, Greg, you've been in first place in this race, and it's a special, special thing. You get a lot of love from the crowd. So right now, I expect Tim's getting that.
Yeah, I think that Tim's getting that, and I don't think that Sebastian Kinley and Jan Ferdino and company are panicking at this point in time, because I think that they're still battling a little bit of crosswind here. We did have a screaming tailwind for them to start off with, coming back down from Harvey, but I don't think there's any panic in the camp of Sebastian Kinley, Jan Ferdino, Freddie Van Leerder, Andy Potts, and so on and so forth, and Ben Hoffman. But Tim O'Donnell seems to be looking around a lot now, and he's riding in the bike lane, which is not really smart because there's a rumble strip over there, and he should be on the faster part of the course where he is going right now. So that just indicates to me that it is really windy, because now look, he's riding out in the center, almost on the left-hand side of the lane, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, look at the trees on the left. You're not seeing a whole lot of action. But he's all over the road. Either that's an indication of the conditions, or it's an indication of what's going on. Tim has never been in the front of this race. It is an awesome move to see. He is really just getting aggressive and tackling it early. So he's doing that, and maybe again, where's the feedback? I need some. I need to know, is this too hard? Is this too fast? Kienle, where is he? Why am I in front? Is Betcher coming? What is the deal? It's new territory to him. So you look back, and all of a sudden you kind of pull over to the side. The bike goes where your head goes. So it could just be some of that, Greg. And you know what? Good for him for trying. I hope he holds on for a while.
Yes, exactly. So let's as we look at Tim O'Donnell right now, let's go over and listen what he had to say during the week.
Visualization is a big part of my training, and I believe if you can't see yourself winning, you're not going to win this race. And it wasn't until this year that I really was able to get hold of some of that visualization and feeling the lay around your neck and the crown and smelling it too. Actually, obviously I've having a wife who's a 3-time champion, I've seen a lot of that stuff and I've been very close to it. So I think I have an advantage in terms of that visualization because it's palpable for me.
And that's straight from Mr. Tim O'Donnell, who's leading the men's race right now. Tim says he can smell it. He can smell the championship. That is unique. He's really visualizing it and sensing it, smelling it, wants to touch it. So he's leading our race. He's taken the bull by the horns, figuratively speaking. Obviously, he has bull horns on his bike. You might be asking that, but no, he's in the aero bars right now. This guy leading the race. One thing you've got to ask is he extending? Is he above the power output he should? Is he below it? Is he around it? Is he near it? Is he just disregarding it? We have some experts that are going to help us answer that question, one of whom is sitting right next to me from Training Peaks. This is Mr. A.J. Johnson. A.J., thank you for joining us in studio today.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, so Tim obviously here leading the race. He's put in a big effort to get around Kienle and Hoffman in that front group.
And what do you think? Do you think this is something that is calculated? Because if we look at it and we say we're trying to hit that 80% of max, is he above it by your calculations?
Well, he definitely had to go above it to climb Javi. All of the pros do that. The question is, how much do you have left in the tank, and what kind of risk are you willing to take? My guess is that he's still pushing at that .80 mark, if not a little above. And really, the big question is going to be, how is he going to feel at Waikoloa, and obviously coming into T2. That's the big question. So I don't think any of this is a mistake on his part. This is a calculated attack on his part. You don't come into this race and suddenly decide, hey, maybe I'll just go to the front and see what happens. So I think Tim had a few plans in place, and he saw an opportunity and decided to take it.
Well, you'll never take back the opportunity to lead Ironman World Championship. So he's doing just that. I've seen him look over his shoulder a lot. I mean, you guys and the stuff you do with Best Bike Split, you do a lot of analysis with regard to, the drag, the coefficient, the CDA that you have, that wind hitting you all the time. What did he just do? Did he just hurt himself a little bit? Have to pay the price a little bit for that compromise in aerodynamic position?
Yeah, I mean, aerodynamics play obviously a huge role here, and the more efficient you can be, and the more free speed you can have, the more energy you have in your legs for the run. So, how long can you hold that position? You see someone like Ferdino, who is extremely aerodynamic. This year, we see that that sort of aerodynamic advantage is really helping him, because he's basically able to put out the same effort as he was last year. But we have him going slightly faster than last year. Granted, he did have issues last year on the bike, but
no, but that shows. I mean, for the person that just watches and doesn't know the ins and outs of those positions, you can see he looks better, Ferdino, on his bike than he did last year. Looks smoother, looks more comfortable, looks more aerodynamic, and looks a small indicator of what's actually going on, I'm sure.
Right, and those guys pay a lot of attention to that, and you see more and more of it. And also on the women's side, right, they are getting into wind tunnels. And
here's a really fun spot, and we've got to point this out, because Tim O'Donnell is going to drop down. He's going to hang a hard left, and then I honestly say this is the most challenging part of the bike course all day long, partly because it falls 80 miles into this race, but the other part of it is it's a long 1.5 mile uphill grade. You have all of a sudden gone from having all this wind that we talk about to zero wind or a tailwind. So it's oppressive, hot, it's steep, it's long. He's on the flat part approaching that hill right now, but it's a tough spot. So knowing that Tim O'Donnell is coming in there, he's going to have to figure out. It's always a question, AJ, do I sit, do I stand, do I do both? What's the best? It's really steep. You want to just kind of maybe speak to that, is what becomes the best choice as you're coming up from a power output standpoint?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to what point in the race, how far in the race are you, and obviously they're here near the 60-mile mark or so, because he probably wants to stretch his back out a little bit, right? So gets a little more power output when you stand, but obviously aerodynamics go down. But he's been in that tuck for a long time, trying to put out the power, just trying to stay aero, trying to get away. And so I think he's going to stand up a little bit, mostly just to stretch out his back. And this is, like you're saying, this is definitely a key portion, because you've been going so fast for so long down Javi, and now you've got to come back to reality a little bit, right? The watts aren't as easy to push anymore, and mentally this is a very, very difficult section, but it's a key one, and I think Tim knows what he's doing.
Yeah, certainly, and he's looking over. He was talking that motorbike, and I'm sure he's the motorbike likes to hear from him, and the camera likes to get a quote or two. They grab some info, but really, he's also sort of like, where's the next guy?
Right.
He's been looking over his shoulder a lot, and this is uncharted territory. He's led many races before outside of Kona, never before has he led in Kona. He's still moving quickly, but AJ, we're approaching the part where, he's up on the bullhorns.
Yep.
He's about to start the climb, and he is going to get into that really, really challenging spot. And you'll notice we just got footage of Jody Swallow, the women's race. She is right there on the right side, of your picture. And that's Jody Swallow grabbing some Gatorade endurance formula, filling up her bottle, making sure to tend to these really, really key moments to hydrate, because again, she's approaching that part where you hit that uphill, and when you hit that uphill, sweat rate comes up. All of a sudden, what you've been cooling from the rapid speeds, you just start sweating more.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just goes to show how smart Jody is, that she knows in order to keep pushing the watts all the way into T2, your nutrition, your hydration is a key factor. And if you get behind, especially here in Kona, things can go south really, really quickly. So real smart racing from Jody there. She's a veteran athlete, and you can see her just kicking over. Looks like a pretty big gear there, and again, good aerodynamic tuck. She's got the aero helmet on. So she's having a good day. And
she was 4th place last year.
Right.
She's got some Ironman experience. Won an Ironman this year. We caught up with Jody Swallow. We got to hear her thoughts on what she needed to do well, better even in this race. Let's hear from Jody.
Kona definitely suits me. As much as a 33-degree humid race would suit anybody, as long as I'm acclimated, I think this course suits me. It's a tough race, and the bike breaks up into 2s and 3s, which is perfect for me because I'm used to riding on my own. So yeah, it does play into my hands, and it's not a technical race. It's a straight line up to Harvey. So yeah, it does suit my strengths, but it also suits other people's strengths. Obviously, I'm not champion here, and you've got to award the champion with the prowess on this course, and I don't have that at the moment, so I'm the underdog.
Thanks very much, and we are back at the Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. This is the Canyon Bicycles Bike Course, and that is Jody Swallow. Last place, 4th place finisher. Gosh, she's an underdog, having gone 4th, but what a stellar show she is putting on right now. I've got Greg Welch back in studio with me. Greg, tell us what you see with Jody here.
Well, you know what? She is no underdog in my eyes there, Michael. I'm going to argue all day long with you about that. She is a former Ironman 70.3 world champion, and this year she has come here to Kona to do something exceptional. When we went to ZLMC 6 weeks ago, as you smile, she went out to look at the bike course the day before the race, and unfortunately she fell and hurt herself and couldn't continue on the race the next day in the race, so she had to pull out. So now all of her eggs are in this basket right here as we make the turn back off the 19 highway in Kauai High, all the way back into town now. So Timothy O'Donnell, who leads our race, is on the home stretch, not too far to go for him. But back to Jody Swallow. So Jody Swallow, comes into this race with a lot of good training under her belt, and she's fresh. She hasn't raced as much as the other girls out there, and now that we can see her pushing along the bike course here for the women, she'll do very well today. If she remains consistent, she'll do just fine.
Oh yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, she's identifying as a runner right now, which is dangerous to have a woman like this that's so good on the swim and bike thinking of herself as a runner. It also is because she feels you have to run to win this race, and so she's tipping herself as a contender. We agree. She may say underdog, and I think it's more of just dark horse. People are push her off the radar due to her ups and downs this year. Tim O'Donnell still leading the way. He's got about 28 miles to go. It's a long stretch here along the Queen K. It does start to get a little bit rough as he will have those winds pick up. The terrain is still very challenging. This part right here is kind of benign. It's flat. It's going to go a tiny bit down, and then a couple of really big hills. Greggy?
Yeah, I like what he just did. He looked around and he had a word to the cameraman like, yes, where are those guys? Are they coming? What are they doing? And he knows that he's out there now. He's the guy that's committed to the race. And while we got a shot at Tim O'Donnell, I just want to put this out there that Mirinda Carfrae, a 3-time Ironman world champion and defending champion, is now out of the race. She had an accident a couple of days ago where she hurt her shoulder, And Marinda Carfrae, unfortunately, now is out of the race. Sorry about that, Mike.
Yeah, no, it's terrible to hear. I mean, obviously, she's a great champion, had a rough go. This is her husband up the road right now, leading the race, so at least there's still some positivity going on in the Carfrae-O'Donnell household, but it's never fun to hear of anyone dropping out, certainly not a champ like Rennie. So this is T.O., and you can look at him and see he's right up out of the saddle now, because this is the first in a series of tough climbs on the way back. This one, he goes down, hits another one, then you have an exposed section as you come in through Waikoloa. Once you finish with that business, there's a really weird section where the road just doesn't tell you if it's going up or down. You feel like you're going up, you're actually going down, then it flips. You feel like you're going down, but why am I going so slow? It's just a mind bender, the terrain, and compared to the horizon. And until you've been on that highway, I think spectators back home, I think you appreciate exactly how hard these miles in the meat of the course can be for our athletes.
Yeah, we call it the Waikoloa Flats. And just after the Waikoloa Flats, we hit Scenic Hill, which is about a 3-mile grind. It's not much of a, it's not a tough climb, but it is tough when you get to about, 80 plus miles into the bike ride, and then Scenic Hill just sort of creeps up on you, and there it goes. So,
yeah.
You know what? Timothy O'Donnell's committed himself to the front now. He is in the lead by 59 seconds over Frederick Van Leer. Then it's Jan Ferdino and Sebastian Kienle. Andy Boucherer is right in there as well. Ben Hoffman about 5 seconds behind Boucherer, and then Andy Potts. So these guys are riding very, very nicely, but we have 12 guys, all within 122 of each other, and then Romain Guillaume is, right at the back of that group. 13 guys, 1 minute and 25 seconds from the lead.
That's right. Seeing just at the end of that, popped out the back for a touch is Luke McKenzie. I wouldn't expect to see him back there for long, but sometimes an athlete like that, you don't like to see him ever lose time in the second half. He's a very strong second half racer. But Tim O'Donnell, so the questions that we have to start talking about is, with his inexperience, putting his nose in the wind, so to speak, pushing the front of this event, where will that come back to haunt him later, or will it? The guy has proven he can go low 8 hours. He ran extremely well in Brazil off a 4.0 something bike or a 4.10 bike. He's got it in him, but with the inexperience at this course, will that be just a bonus, or is that going to bite him in the buns?
You know what? Look, firstly, what you said has valid points. Let's talk about inexperience and experience. He has plenty of experience at Ironman racing. He doesn't have a lot of experience in riding at the front of the Ironman World Championship. This is the first time that he's done it, and he's in no man's land right now. He's a minute in front of the best cyclists in the sport. So Tim's obviously gone away and trained very hard with Mark Allen. Now, if anybody knows how to do this course, it's him. He's won the race 6 times. You got Mark Allen coaching. It's an absolutely fantastic, coaching, device. But Timothy O'Donnell right now is just showing us all that he's very well trained. I don't think that Timothy would do this if he didn't think that he could hold on to it and just run away with it, because Timothy, over the last couple of years, as experience goes, has not performed that well in Kona after a very difficult bike ride. Now, unless we don't know something that he knows, so that's the only thing that I can say about it, because it surprises me to see him up the front doing what he's doing.
Yeah, and you know what, I think a very valid point was that he watched Ben Hoffman make second place by making an aggressive or smart move at the right time, and so Tim is now. He didn't have a good race last year. He saw 2 Americans get up there and go second and fourth, and he's very patriotic. He's very competitive. He wants to win the race, but he also wants to beat the other Americans, take that stair step up the ladder. And so I think Tim said, you know what, I remember when Ben did this. I'm going to do this too. A little bit different means of doing it, but the same kind of outcome he's hoping for. Greg, talk a little bit about Daniella Reef. She's at the front of the bike still.
I would love to talk about Daniella right now, because this is stereotypical of this woman. She's the strongest girl in our sport at the moment of Ironman triathlon. Now she's starting to sway the shoulders a little bit. That's very typical of Daniella when she gets past halfway and she's just breaking down a little bit. Her cadence is still the same. It's around about 75 to 80. It's relatively slow in comparison to all the other pro athletes. When you see someone like Sebastian Kienle in a perfect position on his bike, and like Jan Ferdino as well, Daniella Reef is just saying staying very, very consistent at the moment. So, you know, Daniella's just riding her race and doing what she does. And I tell you what, on the way back, she's going to carve out huge chunks of time to the rest of the field.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Speaking about carving out time, that's Tim O'Donnell. He's still looking at that camera. That's the only bit of feedback he gets is that cameraman. He's getting the feedback maybe from the whiteboard when they're able to drop back and get those splits. But Tim O'Donnell, we talked to him a couple times this week. We love hearing from him, and we get to hear from him again on his thoughts on this race.
2015's been a great year for me. 14 was a little bit of a struggle. Had some, you know, obviously tough race in Kona, and had some issues with some earlier races. Just felt a little off and just didn't feel right in my body. But this year I feel really strong. I've had some really great results, kind of under the radar a little bit. A lot of close seconds. But yeah, my fastest Ironman time ever, my fastest marathon ever. So I think it's all great signs. My drive is knowing I haven't really put together my best race. I haven't shown my best self in an Ironman yet, and I think that kind of keeps me going. Obviously, I want to win this race. I really want to win this race, and it's a priority. But you know, every day, I know that being the best athlete I can be and being the best person, that will help me get there, and that will help me win.
There you have it, Tim O'Donnell talking about some ups and downs in this race, and he certainly has been up and down, but right now he is all up and he is all right, just moving down the highway, looking very smooth. He is doing what he knows best. He's learned from his coach, Mark Allen, who is one of the master coaches from Ironman U.
Yes,
and we've got a really cool program with Ironman U, don't we, Greg?
Yes, we've got very famous Lance Watson from Life Sport Coaching, based out of Canada, and he's also a part of Ironman U. And you're a master coach down there at Ironman U, Lance. Give us an idea how it works.
Well, I guess taking it back a step, Ironman U is a pretty special program. Imagine sitting in a room with some of the best minds in sport and being able to hash out what have you done over the last 20 years to make athletes great? Well, that's kind of what we did. We came up with this concept of, you know, there's nothing out there that is specifically geared towards coaching education for Ironman athletes. So we put together a platform of accumulating some of the better thinkers in the sport, of creating an online platform to deliver a very high quality educational experience, teaching coaches around the world how to get athletes to the start line in the best shape of their life, so that they may experience the day, you know, in a better manner because they're fit, and so that they can get to the finish line safely as well.
Yes, there's been lots of great minds working together. You know, the curriculum has been, you know, developed by the Memorial Herman Ironman Medical Sports Institute down there at the Woodlands, Texas, and in the Texas area, with the great minds of the sport, Paul Newby Fraser, Mark Allen, and a whole bunch of great minds working together like that. It's a step up, really, isn't it?
You know, for me, it's exciting as a coach. I've spent years mentoring other coaches, and this really becomes coaching without boundaries. It's taking a wonderful body of knowledge to athletes who are striving to be coaches, and then coaches who are looking to better themselves. The quality of the content is very, very rich, and what is really interesting too is that people learn in different ways. Coaches learn in different ways, and some need to read material, some get it through video, interactive slides, true, false, etc. This delivers information to them in ways that creates effective, meaningful learning. And the one of the biggest complaints I think we've had about the program is that it's taking so long to get through because it's hard. There's a lot of really great information in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's awesome. Lance, you've been here. You're one of these master coaches. You've watched this race 1,000 times, coached numerous. Lisa Bentley, today's Brent McMahon. Talk to us about today's race. What do you see? Daniella Reef is riding away, by the way, 2 minutes plus lead. Talk to us about what you see here, and is she going to just light this course up all day long?
She is setting herself up to be, you know, the next great one, I think. If you look at her record over the last 2 years, she's absolutely dominated. Right now, to me, she just looks like she is, you know, steady and solid on her saddle. She's got a little bit of rhythm going through the shoulders, but that's normal at this point in the race. She's thinking, you know, I've been waiting, I've been holding my cards, and now it's time to play my trump card and open up some time. That last stretch of the highway, we see year in and year out, that last 40 miles, things open up exponentially. She knows that. She's got good people around her, and she's making her move right now.
Absolutely. And then what about the men's race? Any surprises? Obviously, Tim's up the road, but there's a bunch of Panthers back there waiting to pound things, including last year's winner, third place. We've got the German duo Betcher. What about Brent Mcmahon? A sub-8 Ironman himself. There's so many tigers in the cage ready to be let loose. So give us your thoughts.
Tim knows the Tigers are coming, and he knows he's the bait up the road, and for sure that's going through his head right now. Last year, Tim came in, and I know he was feeling confident about his riding. He actually rode really aggressively last year, and things didn't pan out for him. But the net result of that, he did some great work getting ready for that race, and you develop yourself long-term as an athlete going through that process. So he's back this year. His riding's another level. That's what I'm thinking. He's feeling it right now. He knows this is where he needs to make hay. So he's going for it. As you mentioned earlier, he's a proud American. He wants to be the next Tim DeBoom to stand on top of the podium. So good for him.
That was an unusual gesture that he just did. He was just sitting up and gesturing somebody else to come through. So, when I'm looking at this, when Tim's like across the road here, riding in the bike lane, he's just.
It's the motorbike he wants, though. He wants info, and so honestly, he's got over a minute. So when he's looking back, he's got to talk to someone else. This is interesting. You don't typically see this on the first place guy. You really don't. I would love to have a mic on him. We obviously cannot do that, but it's not something I would say good. He's frustrated. He needs to stay composed. Either it's what's going on, or it's can you give me a split, or it's something that we just can't understand right now. I think
the only thing that he should be asking for and asking someone to come forward is the repair van and the mechanics out there. And what he's doing right now is
could be talking to his coach in the van. No, I think he's
I don't know, but this is very abnormal. We don't normally see this, and to be riding this close to a camera car or something like this. So Lance, very unusual.
He is. It looks like we're getting word from our spotters. He is asking for neutral support. So you might be onto that, Greg. The interesting thing is, wow, you're putting time into the group. You're getting away from everyone. What's wrong with the bike? What could be wrong? He is slowing, though.
Well, he might have a slow leak or, something like that, or the gears are skipping or something.
Well, he's sitting up. This is no good unless he was saying, I got a penalty and I'm going to pull in. But this is not good. He's going way slower than he would to grab a bottle. I'm just dying to know the crowd. This should be the moment of glory. Maybe he got a penalty. He's going to pull in.
Why would he get a penalty?
Earlier, I don't know, Greg. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, what's he doing? Now he's almost about to get off the bike. It's like, let me get my aid.
There's something disastrous happening here right now, but the gap still is 43 seconds. And at 30 seconds ago when we got the last gap bar, it was 43 seconds, and that is Sebastian Kienle. Jan Ferdino is now at 46 seconds. Freddie Van Leert at 52. It's all starting to break up as we expected, in that back, the group there. But Kienle now, who was 1 minute, and it wasn't that long ago when he was 1 minute, was only about 3 miles ago. So now as Timothy O'Donnell gets a good look at the leaderboard,
I think that's what he was asking for.
He'll get to gauge exactly what's going on back there. But we can tell you, Tim, they've taken about 16 seconds out of you, buddy, over the last, 3 or 4 miles. So keep it down and keep it going. Now, the big news, we can look at it, is that Ben Hoffman is just fading a little bit into the back of the group there. But we can see that we're about an hour and a half away from seeing our athletes about 1 hour and 1 minute getting off at their average speed at the moment. The average speed for Timothy O'Donnell is a 41.65, so that equates to a little bit over a 420 to a 425. Their speed, however, is a screaming tailwind, 55 kilometers an hour at the moment.
Oh, wow, that is really fast. And, it's not an easy thing to ride with a tailwind like that. You think, well, sure, you can drop the energy, but you also have to keep those pedals ticking over and really keep the pressure on. It's been a treat having you, Lance. We love hearing from you. You're just a legend in the sport, been here for a long time, and we love having you on set with us. So thank you so much for joining us.
He's also in the Canada Hall of Fame for triathlon. So well done with that, Lance. Thanks very much for coming by.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
All right, we're going to run off to a break. The 2015 IMAD World Championship, presented by GoPro, continues. The bike is coming to the end.
Canyon is a bike manufacturer that is consumer direct, and we do incredible product, and we have our own R&D, can compete with any other bike company on the highest level in the sport. It's really important to us to have this close relationship to our athletes, because they help us tremendously with the development of our products. It's important to get their feedback, because those guys really know what they want and what they need, and what they need is the best what you can offer any rider. This is our new bike, the Speedmax CFS LX, the prototype version of it was already in competition this summer, and Jan Ferdino and Niels Fromhold were both on this bike, and they managed to stay under 4:10 in the race and finished sub 8, which is incredible. And this sub 8 tells you that it's a complete race bike, because it gives you enough power to finish the marathon in a really good time. We call it a system complete race ready bike, and it has everything integrated, and integration was a huge part of this bike. We have the gearbox, we have a hydration system fully integrated, and an energy source. An Ironman athlete should be looking for the complete package in a triathlon bike. So that includes your storage compartment, aerodynamic features, your handling, comfort that keeps you comfortable for your 180K.
The body is incredibly powerful. It's nimble and fluid, but sometimes we push it too far. That's when you need the strength of Memorial Hermann and our body of affiliated orthopedic specialists. With our IRONMAN Sports Medicine Institute, they not only get your body back to where it was, they get it to go further. It's what makes us more than just hospitals. We are a body of experts. Memorial Hermann, advancing health.
I saw you on Facebook. You shared a couple of times your strategy with one of your sponsors, Peace Milk. I think you're using the booster in the race. We know how you do it on the half distance. Do you have a strategy for the long distance yet?
Not really. I go by feel, but kind of the same routine is I have a booster when I get up, and then just before swim start, and then likely every 90 minutes.
Okay.
And on the run every loop, so every 10K.
When you step out of your running or cycling shoes, you want to step back into something more comfortable and supportive. Reward your body the full support it deserves, so you can live more purposefully. Soles Flex are 3D printed insoles, created to hug the exact contours of each individual foot, matching your individual lifestyle and giving you stability to enjoy life more freely. Step into custom comfort. Wear Soles.
From the roof over your head to the pillow beneath, families worldwide rely on the daily essentials we help make. We're just happy to help you make yourself at home. We are Coke.
Hi, this is Rachel Joyce and you're watching Ironman Live.
2015 Ironman partners include GoPro, Be a Hero, Ironman U, Knowledge is Power, and Roka, Find Faster. The 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro continues here this afternoon. Well, this morning as we look forward to seeing the athletes coming into the transition area inside of the next 1 hour for our professional men and just over the hour for our professional women. As we see Jody Swallow, she is out on course at the moment and she's having a great bike ride today alongside of Daniella Reef. So Michael, I tell you what, these girls have been at it all day long.
Well, I tell you what, the women are tougher than the men. No, I feel like the women have a really hard game because they come in here focused on Rinny. So you have that question all day long. Where's Rinny? Where's Rinny? Where's Rinny? Now the question's finally been answered. Rinny's dropped out. So now you can shift and recalculate. Obviously, Reef is a factor. All these women are, but now you shift and you refactor. You say, I don't need to worry about 250 run speed rolling through me, so I'm going to worry about other things. And Swallow, I mean, I like her chances right now a lot. She's got a lot of confidence, and very clearly she's over all the issues that faced her earlier this year. Very, very good stuff coming to you from Jody Swallow from Great Britain.
All right, so Mike, we've got Jody Swallow here. She's riding along very, very nicely at the moment. She's at about 41.5 kilometres per hour, but the Ironman Foundation is set up here, and it's a great little executive challenges set up over the last couple of years, and you got some information for us.
I do. You know what, Greg? And that's it. The executive challenge is just one small part, remember, of these athletes on course. It's a really cool part of it, though. So the executive challenge, the Macquarie Ironman Executive Challenge, has 25 athletes racing this year. Our featured XC athlete is Wyman Roberts. Wyman is the CEO and president of Brinkler International, which owns, operates, or franchises more than 1,600 restaurants under the name Chili's Bar and Grill, Maggiano's Little Italy. But also he's completed 30 triathlons, over 30 triathlons, including 5 Ironman events with a personal record of 10 hours 50 and 12 seconds. The Macquarie Ironman Executive Challenge brings together executives at select events around the world for a one-of-a-kind Ironman race experience. This turnkey program streamlines all logistics surrounding an Ironman event, allowing the athlete time to focus on the Ironman journey. Additionally, family, guests experience VIP treatment throughout the event weekend with a front row seat to all the action. Really, really cool program. I was fortunate enough to see those guys in their warm-up before the race. Great stuff for Ironman Executive Challenge.
Sounds like he's a great delegator with a time like that as a CEO and president. He has a great staff by the sound of it. Okay, so Timothy Donald leads the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro, and Matt, Jan Ferdino and Sebastian Kinley are now within 15 seconds of our leader.
Yeah, that's, I think Tim O'Donnell, was excited to be in the front. He wants to win this race, but to a certain extent, I think he's going to be happy to have a little bit of company. It feels lonely out there when you're all by yourself off the front of this race. You could tell as he was motioning for some company earlier with a neutral support vehicle. But Tim O'Donnell's having a great ride here today. But Jan Ferdino and Sebastian Kinley, 2 athletes that have been kind of the pace setters and the aggressors today, are right on his heels, so to speak. And I expect, Greg, as we talked a little bit off air, that the gaps are going to start to occur probably in the next 10 to 15 miles as we hit the last major climb into town on the way to the airport. But I imagine we're going to see some gaps open. But right now we're looking at Jody Swallow. From the timing mat information we just got, Jody is actually 1 minute 11 seconds behind our leader, Daniella. So she's right there right now. She's going up, I believe, Kauai High. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. But this is what I feel is probably the hottest section and maybe the hardest section on the course, because you've got this tailwind behind you. The climb doesn't look to be as steep as it actually is, so you feel very slow. She's looking to her right. To her right, she's going to see how far up Daniella is as the road turns to our right as she comes up here. But Jody looks nice and comfortable, nice and smooth.
There's the very famous heiau that sits atop of Kauai High there. That goes back to the King Kamehameha III days there for the heiau. Very, very famous spot in Kauai High. And Michael did mention that this is one of the harder parts on the course. Is this a section where you two guys used to gear down to the lower chainring, or was it a big gear climb? Because if you ask me, she's grinding a pretty big gear.
She's grinding, and I particularly don't like to see that. I think she runs a lower cadence in general throughout the course, which I think helps her. That works in the women's race, generally speaking. It does work more for women than it does for men. Men tend to be higher cadence. Here, I'll answer your question. It really depended. There were days this was a shining moment in my race. I'd zoom up at others. I was sitting down trying to find the easiest gear I had. So it really depends on how you manage those previous miles. Jody was out of the saddle, and that tells me that's not customary for her. That tells me that she needed that break. She needed that extra oomph. What really matters is, what does she do when she hits the Queen K, right, Matt?
Yeah, and I think you're right, Michael. I think, you spend most of the day, the important sections of this race to be tucked in your aero position. There's still more to come, but there's obviously Hawi is a climb where you have a good pace still going. You're going into a headwind. There's a lot of hard sections up to this point in your aero position. So even if you put in that bigger gear just to stretch your lower back out, just stretch your legs out, just to move some different muscles, maybe activate some different muscles, it's a good move. But again, yeah, to answer your question, for me, I think it's a small chainring climb, especially for where it comes at this race. But she's starting to bob around a little bit, but she's back in her aero position, and she's looked like she might have zipped up her jersey. It was flapping a little bit a few minutes ago when we saw her, but Jody Swallow looks nice and comfortable, and she's the other athlete that's kind of putting her nose out there. She's still behind, but she's chasing Daniella. She's not. Maybe she heard that Miranda's out of the race, and now, hey, I'm not fighting for second place anymore or third place anymore. There's a chance for a win. There's a chance for second place. So Jody Swallow going to take whatever place she gets and not let it be given to her.
Yeah, we talked about Jody Swallow all morning, especially leading out of the swim and how good she was, especially at last year's Ironman World Championship. And today, she's not surprising us in the least, but today may be her best, effort and best chance of getting on that podium. And, she's a girl that we need to look at over the next few years as being another one of our stars in the Ironman World Championship Professional Women Division. But, Michael, you've got some news you want to share with us out on course. We've got Tim Don, a little bit of an issue, and also Tim O'Donnell seems to have a mechanical out on course.
Well, I'm not sure. I think we'll still hold with Tim O'Donnell, that is, was looking for that neutral support. Probably not the mechanical. I think a lot of people got word of that. I think it was probably that board he wanted, the whiteboard. I think he's fine. He's just been caught, though. So the guys are right on him. Ferdino at last check was just 10 meters behind Tim O'Donnell. Sebastian 20 meters back of that. We did hear Tim Don is now serving a penalty there at Waikoloa, so he's sitting 5 minutes in the penalty tent. That would obviously be for a drafting call. Folks at home, you hear everyone say what penalty they got, what they didn't get. Listen, if it was a blue card and if it was 5 minutes, it was drafting. It's the only penalty that requires a time requirement, 5 minutes. Otherwise, it's stop and go. So intentional drafting drafting or intentional littering is a 5-minute penalty. But right now, Greg?
No. So obviously he's collected one of those two penalties, and we will clarify a little bit later on exactly what it was. But Matt, let's talk about nutrition, because nutrition, it's certainly kicking in now with 4.5 hours gone on the clock. Temperatures out on course at the moment, there's 120 to 130 degrees coming off the road surface at the moment. Temperatures are 88 degrees out on course at the moment, and now we're looking at these athletes getting a slight tailwind. That northeasterly wind is going to help them back into town. Nutrition, that is a premium right now.
Yeah, Greg, the tailwind feels nice as far as when you look down at your power meter or your cyclometer and sees how you can see how fast you're moving. But when you go up a little bit of a climb, it feels so hot, especially like you were saying with that reflective heat coming off of the ground. It can feel upwards 120, 130 degrees out there. So it's very important. Not only have we said that the separation happens at this point of the race because the athletes have paced themselves correctly, or athletes have held some in the tank and now they're being aggressive, but it's also, Greg, it's the time of the day where you're 4.5 hours into this race. If you haven't done everything correct as far as nutrition and hydration goes, this is when it's going to show. You might have slowed a little bit in the couple miles before, but right around 4.5, 5.5 hours, you are going to absolutely crack if you've done it wrong, or you're slowly going to lose energy if you've just missed just a little bit. But Jody Swallow looks like she's well in control. As far as I can tell, she's getting as much hydration and nutrition as she needs, but she is pushing the pace quite well. We did just get word that Tim O'Donnell was caught by Ferdino, Sebastian Kienle. I did see a note from our spotters that Kyle Buckingham as well was going to serve a penalty also. But kind of looking at our splits that we have here in live tracking, Brent Mcmahon is the one athlete that's kind of maybe decided he doesn't want to let this gap go to Sebastian Kienle and Jan Ferdino. He's out here to win this race, so he's actually getting a little bit of distance on this chase group with Anneke Janos is latched on and is behind him, but a little bit of time to Tyler Butterfield, 15 seconds, a little time to Frederik van Lierde. So this is when things are going to start to split, and I wouldn't necessarily expect Brent Mcmahon to be the aggressor. I knew he'd be a hard one to shake, but right now he's trying to shake the others behind him and get up to the front.
There's only 1 minute that separate our top 10 men. It's been a very long time since we've seen something like that happen at the Ironman World Championship. Today's coverage brought to you by Canyon Bicycles, the official bike course sponsor of the Ironman World Championship, presented by GoPro. Now the athletes are on the Queen Ka'umanu Highway for the very last time today. They're heading back toward Kailua Kona. That's where they started their race this morning at 6:25 in the Roka swim course that was 2.4 miles long, or 3.8 kilometers long, and it wasn't long before we saw Andy Potts and also Jan Ferdino and Dylan McNeice from New Zealand. They got out onto the bike course. Then it was Jan Ferdino. He was the aggressor. Sebastian Kienle caught up, but now the rest of the guys have sort of done their homework and gotten off to a really good start to the bike course. But this is the business end of the bike course, Michael. What's about to happen?
It sure is. And then just now watching this women's race and giving a little update off the back, you've got Daniella Reef up front. Right now, Jody Swallow, a little group of three that includes Camilla Pedersen, Mary Beth Ellis, and Annabelle Luxford. Annabelle, of course, a rookie here, only her second Ironman, but a superstar, very, very strong athlete, good company for MB and for Camilla. They're about 5 minutes back of the lead. But let's just talk about who we're seeing right now. This is Jody Swallow, and the clear observation is she's unzipped her kit. So I kind of like this. We see a lot of talk on the aerodynamic fabric and the sleeves and the dimples and the tightness and all that. I do believe it's a very nice advantage. But what Jody has chosen to do is say, I need ventilation. I need it badly. I want to feel that breeze on my torso. And so she's tucked in the back end of her jersey so that it's not flapping, but she's got a very open, so a little bit noisy, dirty space in there, but I guarantee you that feel that she has is giving her what she needs at the moment.
No, I think you're right, but I did notice a few minutes ago, it does appear maybe that she actually ripped her jersey when she was trying to put it on. Up behind her back shoulder, there's a tear. So, maybe the zipper's gone.
There is no zipper.
Yeah, but, to your point, I think we do spend so much time focusing on being aerodynamic, and this helmet's going to be the most aerodynamic, and this jersey's going to be the most aerodynamic. And then when you get out up on Kauai High with the wind behind, you, and it feels that hot, you say, do whatever you can to stay cool. And if that's open the jersey. Don't worry about the aerodynamics for a minute, because it's going to be who feels like they have the best energy and are in the best mental space once the run starts to have a good marathon.
So, Mike, just sort of recapping the morning and getting us up to speed to where we are right now. Any surprises? I know that Tim O'Donnell sort of surprised us a little bit, but now we've got Jan Ferdino and Sebastian Kienle, the equal favourites that we said coming into the race today. They're right up there in the front. Then right behind it, Brent Mcmahon seems to be really strong today. Anneke Janos is in there. Anneke is getting on a little bit. Had a kid, a couple of years ago. He's been second in this race before. 3-time Xterra world champion, 2-time Olympian. The guy's got a lot of credentials. He's sitting right in there. And then right behind that, we've got Tyler Butterfield. And we've got all the other favourites that are sitting only 1 minute back. 1 minute, 10 guys, hasn't been done in a while. Very exciting.
It is exciting, and so as we go through the rest of this race course, I would wager that the two Germans up front push up and get that gap. It's going to break apart as you hit the Scenic Overlook Hill, mile 90 to 92, 93. That's going to rip some people's legs apart. You then get a bit of wind no matter what that wind comes. You'll feel every breath of wind at that point. It'll be a 2-mile-an-hour wind, and you feel it. So those guys will all start to feel that. Hoffman is still in a very dangerous position.
Yeah.
He has now the confidence of doing battle on the run. He went up, back, finished second last year. He's not afraid to give up space, and that's key. Some of the real contenders or the newbies, they're afraid to give up that lead because they don't think it'll come back. Hoffman knows. it's a little back and forth. So I think there's a lot of exciting racing to be done still ahead of us.
And Mr. Consistency, Freddie Van Leeuwen. And on the women's race, Matt, from the very outset, it was Jody Swallow who got up the road very quickly. But Daniella Reef, she had a great swim, and we knew that was going to happen. 6 weeks ago in Zellamsey, she was fourth out of the water in that Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Then she took the bull by the horn. She rode away with the race on a beautiful course set in the Austrian Alps, and it doesn't get much better than that. And then a run was very impressive as well. Nobody says that she can run faster than 3:07. Yes, she can. I think that she can run around that 3-hour mark, and her and the coach have been working very hard on that. Now Reef is running away with the women's race, but Jody Swallow is hanging in there.
Yeah, absolutely. She's putting up a fight. Like I said, she now knows that there's maybe one less person that was maybe expected to finish in front of her on the course. And Jody is a tough athlete. And if an athlete like Daniella wasn't at this race, Jody would be the one going off the front. She knows that on this bike ride, Danielle is a force to be reckoned with. But right now, she's just doing the best she can. And Jody, obviously, the way she swam that swim, she didn't wait around for anybody. She took a couple hard strokes and got her gap and never looked back. But Jody Swallow having a great race. There is a small group behind, but Daniella really in that driver's seat. As you said, I think last year was her first time in Kona. And no matter how well prepared you are for running in the heat or training on hard courses, this course is really tough. So I think a 3:07, your first time out for someone like Daniella, that's a great run. It's going to be better this year.
Yes, absolutely. And then I was looking, at seeing the gaps from Daniella Reef, really blowing out to be, like 8 minutes and 10 minutes and gaps like that, possibly over the likes of, Mirinda Carfrey. She's out of the race, so we can't really talk about that anymore. But like Jody Swallow, I thought it would have been about 4 or 5 minutes. Then you got Caroline Steffen. I thought it would have been about 7 or 8 minutes. These girls are sort of hanging in there today. Jody Swallow is having a great ride. We knew she would do that, and she will run consistently as well, and she's backing herself in the run, which is a really good indication on her confidence level at the moment. But for Rachel Joyce and a few of the other runners, and even Leander Cave, they're losing a little bit more time than what I thought today.
Yeah, a little bit more, but as you said, I think Jody Swallow, she at times can show up to races with maybe a little bit of injury or the prep's not 100%. So I think maybe some of the athletes she's racing against don't think she has that killer run. But out here in Kona in conditions like this with this heat, a low 3-hour run is going to be enough for a podium, and I think she's more than capable.
I love it when the 3:02s are not good runs.
Yeah, right.
My goodness.
Yeah. Well, when you look at Marinda Carfrey with the 250.
No, it's a state of the women's racing. I mean, they brought the level up immensely. I mean, it is so cool to see, and it won't be long before Rennie does come in and pop a sub 250. It won't be long before we'll see those women hitting those 256 to 259s consistently. More of them. We'll see that happen. I think the women push one another. Chrissy came in and upped the level, and then Rennie's run. Everyone, they're just doing it. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, with those girls now, they got their opportunity with Marinda out of the race. They know that now, and they're probably getting that word out on course. Daniella Reef is just setting her set up really, really nicely right now. But, Mike, the Ironman Foundation, let's hear about it.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you talk about this pro race, and it's super riveting, and we love it. And these guys are racing for themselves. The Ironman Foundation, though, we profiled 4 of these athletes racing today. And Brian Lamb is one of them. He's a Newton Running ambassador. He's an athlete racing in the men's 30 to 34 age group category. Ironman Louisville 2013 was Brian's first ever triathlon. Brian is part of the Ironman Foundation Newton Running ambassador team, and he hopes that through the sport of triathlon, he can help leave a lasting impact in the communities where he races. For more on Ironman Foundation, please visit ironmanfoundation.com.
Yes, and also looking at ironmanfoundation.org, as a matter of fact. So Daniella Reef is riding back along the Queen K Highway. She must have been going down that little section just past the Mauna Kea area there, and it's a downhill section. She was hitting speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, around about 38 miles an hour at the moment. So we do know that the athletes are riding with a slight tailwind at the moment. So they're going to be hooking into town here momentarily. As a matter of fact, Daniella's she's expected to come into town in just a little bit over an hour. We look at our men. The men are expected to come into transition area in just over 37 minutes from now. So we're getting all this official on-course race intelligence from Quark at the moment, and it's been absolutely brilliant to have. And look at Daniella Reef right now, Matt, as she heads back toward town. Very typical of her cadence. Rocking the shoulders a little bit. Nothing's really changed for Daniella. Still outputting a good amount of watts.
Yeah, you can tell she's putting in a little bit more. There's more movement than there was 2 hours ago, but that's expected. She's put in a lot of hard work, but she looks nice and smooth. I think she's hitting the one of the climbs we have here on the way back into town. So she looks great. She's having a great race. One quick update we got from our spotters. One of our pre-race favorite, second place from 2 years ago, Luke McKenzie, is waving. He's trying to find a support vehicle. He's sick and wants to get her bike ride home. So unfortunately, Luke McKenzie, one of the instigators earlier in the bike ride today, looks like he is trying to find his way back into town.
Yeah, it's getting tough out there. This is the section of the course where we do see a lot of people start flailing. It's a very difficult course to figure out. Tactics, what do you do? How hard do you have to go early? Do you ride hard that first 40 miles, or do you save yourself for the run course out there? And that is the $1 million question. And Michael, it's easy for everybody to get caught up in the excitement, but this is where the men separate from the boys.
Yes, that's true, and it's a balancing act, because ultimately you have to give everything you had on that day. That doesn't mean you give everything you have, period. But you come in here and you have a little tank that you're pulling from. And so these athletes on the bike, they know very well when they're overextending. Sometimes you make a calculated risk to overextend. I think what we saw with Tim O'Donnell was an inadvertent delivery.
Yeah.
He showed up thinking, he knew he wanted to make an aggressive move, but I don't think he meant to go that early. I think he meant to have allies. So when we saw him screaming at the white board, it was like, where are they? Where are they? I need them. And so it's not, it's not he's capable of going off on his own, but so we'll see. I think Tim O'Donnell, though, is very motivated, very driven this year to have a great race no matter what. So I think he's strong enough, fit enough to rebound from that. So expect him to maybe come back a little bit and then still have a strong run, my opinion.
Yeah, and right now we're getting word that Ferdino is out. We know Ferdino's been kind of in charge of this race from the beginning. We're getting word that he's smiling, he's giving thumbs up, and he's in a good spot. He can probably feel that he's the strongest runner in this field or in that top 10. And he's a confident guy, and he's shown with an Olympic gold medal he can run pretty quickly. So Sebastian Kienle might have to get a little bit of a gap, or maybe Sebastian's a little more confident in his run than it used to be. But guys, we're talking about top 10 men coming off the bike. We often think, oh, maybe 9th and 10th isn't a great place to come off the bike, but as you said, Greg, very rarely are we talking about a minute gap that separates it. So right now we might see that extend, but as we look at the screen, Daniella coming up one of the climbs here, getting her nutrition in, as we said, is very important for her right now. She's in the driver's seat. If she has a decent day and stays steady and does nutrition and does hydration right, she's going to likely find herself off or at the finish line first. She needs to make sure she's doing all the little things correctly right now is the important part for Daniella.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what she did going through that aid station? She was very diligent about the way that she did it. She slowed down, she sat up, she got the water, she put it over her head, she got it down the back, she got it in her throat, and then she ripped off that Cliff Bar wrapper and got stuck into that nutrition as she went through there. You have to get into that nutrition, Mike, and she had to dispose of her litter within the a quarter of a mile inside and outside of those aid stations there, and then also picked up a few other nutritional aids as well.
For sure, and it's a balance. I mean, sometimes late in the game like this, the solid nutrition is what you want. Often, you're just desperate for the semi-solid. You need to have a goo, but all that stuff is great. It's really important, too, and you made great mention of it. When you do have the fuel that comes in those more concentrated sources, either the goo or the Cliff Bar that we saw, you have to chase it down with water. This is a really important way to keep yourself on even keel. And so just, again, I speak to some of the age groupers that are newer, maybe they don't see this or they don't know what went wrong. It's important to chase that goo, chase that bar, that Cliff Bar with water. And then, for example, when you aren't taking in those concentrated calories, you're actually doing something completely separate, which may be taking in a bottle of Gatorade Endurance Formula. That is meant to be done alone. And so, Greg, it's when you mix them too much that you run into trouble, but a smart athlete like this, Daniella Reef, we saw her chasing water with those calories. Good move.
Yep, and goo is the official energy gel of the Ironman World Championship. Cliff Bar, the official energy bar of the US Series as well. So Daniella Reef is making her way back to town. She's on the Waikoloa Flats right now. You can see that the wind's flapping at the back there. You can look at the grass in the background. It's leaning toward town, which is a very good sign for each and every one of the athletes today. She's not too far away from Scenic Hill. Now, once she gets to Scenic Hill, it's going to be a 3-mile grind uphill, and the athletes will be able to see her at the other end of it. That's not good news for the women athletes. Maybe good news for someone like Daniella Reef.
It's great news for her, and just let's look at it again and talk about how smart I think she is, and she learned this probably from the past. You have that bottle that she's picked up, and it's a little bit narrower diameter than a standard sports bottle. She's got the right equipment to hold that bottle because she doesn't want to make that mistake that other athletes have made, accidentally dropping a bottle, accidentally littering, or just getting halfway to the next aid station and realizing you're out of fluid. So she's taken the steps to get something behind her saddle that holds that bottle securely. How many times have we sat here in the booth, Greg, and just picked apart people for dropping stuff, say, oh no, he's in trouble, she's in trouble.
Oh.
So right here, that's not happening with Daniella.
She's been brilliant today, Mike. I've watched her all day through these aid stations. She's been absolutely wonderful. I mean, her athlete, conduct right now and her professionalism is really good. She's done it inside and outside of these aid stations the whole time. So let's go. What do you got for us there, Matt?
Yeah, look, we're getting a little bit of updates here on the women's field. We did get word that Leanda Cave, she's actually 15 minutes back now, and she's told our spotters that she does not feel well. So another defending champion kind of maybe out of the mix here as far as Daniella Reef is concerned. Camilla Peterson and a group of other ladies, including Mary Beth Ellis and Annabelle Luxford, 4.5 minutes back. Jody Swallow is in between, we think, right around the minute 45, 2-minute range behind. So she has a gap, but 5 minutes isn't a huge gap. If one of those athletes behind really knocks off a great marathon, Daniella is going to have some work to do. But right now, it does look like she's smooth and she's in control of this race.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's again a nice close-up shot of the smoothest woman on course right now, Daniella Reef. She is shouldering the burden of being the leader of this race. She's been the leader for so long. Last year, she led for so long, and that starts to weigh on you. We caught up with Daniella earlier this week to talk about her race last year and how she's coming into this year's event.
The finish last year was quite hard. I was on my limit for so long, and to be honest, I was quite disappointed because even it was a great performance. I went there to win. Even I knew it was going to be hard, but I ran for the win. And then when Rini catch me just 5 or 6K before the finish, it's hard. But then, when you come to the finish, you see, like my mom was in the finish, and it was still a great atmosphere. I was really, really exhausted though, but I was also proud because to be able to do it like this, I got out there and I didn't have any fear. I just went there and just put everything out there, and it could have gone super good, and it went good. So looking back to a really great experience.
So that was Daniella Reef explaining a little bit of frustration and about last year's race, but this year shouldn't be too much of a problem. Now I'd love to welcome to the stage and to our Ironman live production at the moment. The exclusive live coverage on the bike right now has been brought to you by Canyon Bicycles, the official bike course sponsor of the Ironman World Championship, presented by GoPro. This is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, the leader, Mr. Andrew Messick. Andrew, welcome to our set today.
Thanks, Greg. Happy to be here.
And you've been out on course having a look at the race. What have you seen so far?
Just went out to Javi on a moto and caught up with the officiating crew with Jimmy Riccatello. The wind isn't terrible. There's crosswinds all the way back. But it's a little bit warmer than usual, not as windy. Feels like it's going to be fast conditions, at least for the bike.
Yeah, so when we looked at the weather this morning, wind directions were pointing on a tailwind out to Waikoloa, then a headwind to kick up from the north, crosswinds up to Harvey and back to Kauai, and then a tailwind home, and it looks like that's what's happening at the moment. All right, so right now leading the race, Sebastian Kienle, Jan Ferdino for our men. Daniella Reef has got a little bit of a stranglehold, about a minute and a half up on Jody Swallow. But what I wanted to talk to you about, Andrew, is that we have, about 88 Ironman 70.3 races right now, and also 41 Ironman races. The state of Ironman is very healthy right now, and some new races as well.
Well, it's a lot of races, and we have a lot of athletes, and it's been great for us to be able to establish new races, to provide athletes in many parts of the world where we've never operated before opportunities to race Ironman races or 70.3. This year we've had our first races in Poland, in Turkey, in Croatia, in the Netherlands. Uruguay will be later this year. Ecuador was in August. Indonesia was in August. We had our first race in Vietnam. And in all of those places, there's passionate pockets of athletes. There's people who are aspiring to compete in this race, and increasingly 70.3 worlds. And the athlete community feels unbelievably vibrant right now.
Yeah, exactly, and also a race in Bahrain as well. So, also talk a little bit about the military division, because we always, there is an emphasis always at the Ironman World Championship on our military division. But what's so special about this year's race?
Well, this year's military division is bigger than it's ever been. We have 36 military athletes, and all of them, unlike previous years, all of them qualified, and every athlete had to race their way in, either at Super Frog in Coronado, at Wiesbaden 70.3, the European Championships, or at Ironman Melbourne. And so 36 military athletes from 8 different countries. And we've also, for the first time, invited military athletes from other countries
to
participate in the World Championship.
That's fantastic.
I thought that was big of us.
Yeah, no, it's great. Ironman, seems to be very healthy, and that's a great thing. And we're always trying to, encourage more people to get into the sport. While we're on that subject, Women for Try. There's a lot of women out there that don't think that they can do sports, but we're just encouraging women. We have short races, we have middle distance races, we have everything across the board. But the Women for Try initiative right now is very strong.
Well, first and foremost, we think there's a huge opportunity to get more women to participate in the sport of triathlon. It's not lost on us that in the United States, 60% of half marathon finishers are female, 40% of marathon finishers are female, and in our world, Ironman and Ironman 70.3, we're fewer than a quarter of our athletes are female. Those numbers are improving. We're getting better. We're finding new and better ways to bring women into the sport. We've partnered with Lifetime Fitness to create a real initiative to identify the barriers to female participation in the sport of triathlon and start knocking those down. And we have a fantastic independent board that's been giving us feedback and guiding our thinking and our work. 3 of those athletes are racing today, raising money for a scholarship and grant program for tri clubs and collegiate programs to find new ways to bring women into the sport. So we're very excited about that. And
yes, exactly. And my final question to you before we get back to we've got some live coverage coming up here is our enhanced championship series. We've got 5 races around the world. We have the Latin American Championship, we have the Asia Pacific Championship, the African Championship, the North American Championship, and the European Championship in Frankfurt each year. These races are a 4,000 point level at the professional level and a lot more prize money. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think for all of us who are fans of the sport and love racing, want to see the best athletes compete against one another. And if there's any disadvantage to having a bigger race series, when you have as many races as we do, it creates fewer opportunities for the top people to race head to head. And I think that's what all of us who love racing want to see. So by concentrating prize money, points, having automatic qualification to Kona for the winners of those races, both male and female, we think that we're creating a better opportunity to showcase our professional athletes, to have better racing, and also to move the qualifying of a lot of our professional athletes earlier in the year, so they're better prepared, fresher, and better able to compete at the highest level here in Kona.
Well, Andrew, I want to thank you very much for dropping by and being such a great leader of such a wonderful brand that's stronger than ever. It's one of the most, great and creative brands in the sport out there right now. Ironman Triathlon for sure. Andrew Messick, the Chief Executive Officer, driving the great ship.
Thanks,
This is
Greg.
live action. We're going to run off to a break, and our bike ride is winding down here for our men. Our women have a little bit to go. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
People ask, hey, what is Kona? West Hawaii, the western part of this island, this is the first people who settled, the first Hawaiians who landed in all of Hawaii, on any island, landed here. People tell, if West Hawaii is the Rome of Hawaiian history, Hawaiian culture, then Kona is its Vatican. All along this coast is some very sacred place. In Hawaii, we call it a wahipana, very sacred, very spiritual, great history, great stories, great legends. But to every athlete I see, I just say, I admire you, I respect your heart because it takes incredible commitment. I respect your mind because it takes strength. Respect all of your bodies. I mean, it's like machines to endure that many hours of physical, intense activity. Just this morning swim run, we were sitting out there just halfway on the turnaround point going, wow, look at this. This is unbelievable, man. And not only is this unbelievable, but it's our home.
We could all use a little extra support in life, and it starts in our shoes. Sole Selects are 3D printed custom insoles made for how you move, designed for your individuality. We're all unique from our head down to our toes. That's why Flex hugs the contours of our feet, giving you the stability to go further in life.
2/3 of our planet is covered in it. So why do nearly 800 million people suffer from lack of clean water around the world? That's completely unacceptable to me. And that is why I'm working on a way to solve this global problem. Like here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. By taking the polluted water we already have and providing technologies to filter it back into clean water. My name is Manny, Senior VP of Technology. We are Coke.
Who's that behind those Foster grants? Cat Graham. Sunglasses with scratch-resistant lenses and 100% UVA UVB protection. Foster Grant, for the many shades of you.
This is for you. It's your body, your passion, your life. Whether you're chasing your own dream or helping someone else get there, there's now a hub where training, nutrition, trends, and science come together. Where goals become realities. Welcome to Ironman U.
You don't have to be Michael Phelps to train like Michael Phelps. With the Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spa by Master Spas, world-class training and relaxation are perfect for anyone.
It's not necessary.
The Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spa by Master Spas. For a $1,000 off coupon and the dealer nearest you, go to michaelphelpsswimspa.com.
Hi, this is Leanda Cave, and you're watching Ironman Live.
2015 Ironman partners include Waste Management, official sustainability partner of the Ironman World Championship, Memorial Hermann, Advancing Health, GoPro, Be a Hero, and Sugoi. The Sugoi difference, we provide the best shorts, we guarantee it. Welcome back to the 2015 Ironman World Championship, presented by GoPro. Happy to have you along for the ride today.
Absolutely. Here we are looking at some really nice shots of palm trees moving in the wind, and that's just what happens here. These tropical trees are meant to blow, and that's just what they do on the Kohala coast as well as down here in Kona. They bend, they bend. And so, folks, if you're at home, we would encourage you to come to us on social media, Facebook /Ironman Try, Instagram at Ironman Try, Twitter and Pinterest as well, Ironman Try. So, folks, tweet us, use hashtag #IamKona. Also, Greg and I are on Twitter. Find us. We'd love to hear from you, as always. An exciting race. We're sharing it with you live and on social media.
Yes, so as we look at Jan Ferdino now pedaling his way back past the Keyhole Airport here, he's just about 8 miles away from town, and we know that he's going to be charging down Aliti Drive within the next 25 minutes or so. We are expected to see our athletes in the next 17 minutes from now. That's when they're estimated to coming back into town. So Jan Ferdino, as he goes by Kona Airport here, just about 8 miles away. He's got 5 hours on the race clock right now, looking pretty comfortable, Mike. Very aero, as AJ was saying from Training Peaks, and by the look of it, he's having a good old day.
Yes, he is. And, you know, this threesome, so now Tim O'Donnell, he was showing a little bit of nerves, a little bit anxiousness earlier, a little bit of anxiety. He's now got the company he was wondering where it went. So they're with him. He can tack in. He can see, hey, I'm with the two contenders now, the two pre-race favorites. I'm in a good spot. And I think finally, too, Tim was able to relax that sort of pressure spot that he was sitting in. So, again, it is Jan Ferdino. There's just a shot behind him of Sebastian Kienle, last year's winner, and then just behind U.S. Tim O'Donnell. So this is, Greg, we're seeing shots of Jan Ferdino. I'd like to just talk about what we're going to see on the run. I mean, you know this race like no one else. When you see someone charge to the front, do you feel like he's done a really good job? Does he look like he's done a good job of moderating and saving up energy for this run?
Oh, look, he's been magnificent. I think that, Jan Ferdino has run the race of his life at the moment. I mean, he's done what he can possibly do physically in the swim, and we know what he did last year. He was second out of the water. Today, he was third out of the water, and he swam exactly the same time as last year. Following Sebastian Kienle on the bike ride is never a bad thing to do, provided that you can ride at that pace and then still have the legs to run a great marathon. I think that Jan Ferdino can do that today, but I do think that Sebastian Kienle has the legs to have a good marathon as well today. He didn't push it. He let Timothy O'Donnell go off the front and do his thing. He didn't panic, and I think that Sebastian is backing himself on the run today. And don't forget about Freddie Van Lieder. He's not too far off this pace as well. He's only 45 seconds. Brent Mcmahon, he's another guy that strikes me that can run really well today. This is his debut in Kona, but the other two Ironman races he's done, he's been under 8 hours.
It's a good track record. And you know, the interesting thing is 45 seconds, less than a minute. I mean, that's a couple of, slow moves with the socks. That's like just a little bit of a hitch, a little bit extra sunscreen, something, anything, a bathroom break. We've seen that with Ironman champions in the past. Sit in the bathroom for just a second. You can't, you've got to, whatever.
Yeah.
There's just, those seconds evaporate. So to be that close, it's very much still a race on. And then let's look at this. We talked about athletes just getting known as the good biker. Ferdino used to yell, hey, do you still think I can't ride my bike? That was in Frankfurt. Of course you can ride your bike. We know that. But people typecast an athlete. We all say that Kienle, is a cyclist. No, well, he's not. He's an incredible runner, 1:15 in Austria. So now you get to watch not about the swim, bike, and run, but what about the mental aspect? So who is comfortable with that back and forth? We're going back to, remember 1989, the toe-to-toe with Mark and Dave. They had to wrestle with more emotional battles than anything all day long. This guy's here, he's there, I'm here. This is what we're going to see today. Two champions coming into transition together. who's comfortable in front at this moment, behind at that. You don't want to, it's amazing. It's a whole chess battle that we get to watch unfold right here, Greg.
And you're dead right. 1989, it was right up until 23 miles onto the, Queen Ka'umanu Highway, right before Palani Road, when they come back down the hill. It was Mark Allen that was able to break Dave Scott for the very first time and win this race. And today, it certainly looks like our two German athletes are going to repeat what the two USA athletes did almost a quarter of a century ago. Today is going to be a magnificent race down on Aliti Drive to get started with this 26.2 mile marathon run. They are two completely different athletes. When we talk about Sebastian Kienle, he's shorter, a little stockier than the Jan Ferdino. Jan Ferdino is 6'4" and very, very thin. And we know that over the last couple of races that he's had a few bouts of walking on those, half marathon in 70.3 Zell. And then this year in Ironman Frankfurt, where we saw him stop and put his whole body almost in a 44-gallon drum full of ice and water. And don't count out, Timothy O'Donnell. This guy can run as well. But today, we know that if he's extended himself on the bike, or has he gotten to that next level? Then you've got to look at the other runners that surround the top 10. But these two guys that are going to lead off the bike are going to provide an incredible amount of excitement over the next 2 hours and 59 minutes from now. Our athletes only have 8 kilometers to ride on the bike at the moment before they check their bikes in for the very last time. Then the Canyon bike course. This is going to close down for Jan Ferdino and Sebastian Kienle. The Newton run course is going to heat up before you know it.
It won't be long now, Greg. And we just saw, of course, this is just a GPS tracker, but we saw Tim O'Donnell pop back into second place. Mm-hmm. And again, it comes down to that. I know Kienle is comfortable today letting folks go in front of him on the bike. He's displayed that. He's coming from a different point of confidence, a different base of confidence. But just seeing those ups and downs, those backs and forths, that's what's going to happen probably on the run. Transition will matter. There's a momentum. If we scroll back again in history, not quite as far back, but about 2003 when we saw Tim DeBoom, Cameron Brown, Peter Reed, the threesome, they did some serious damage to the rest of the field, and they got out on Aliti Drive, and they just put big gaps to the others. Now we've got a shot of Ferdino looking back. He wants to know. It's the same thing when you're in the front. He wants to know. He's sitting up. He pops up, looks over at Tim, and then Tim does the same. Where's Kienle? They all kind of want to know. They're assessing. Nobody wants to give away any sort of emotion, but they all want to see what the other person is holding in their hand.
Yeah, so what we can see, Michael, is that Sebastian Kienle now is dropping back a little bit. He's now showing that he's 6 seconds back from our group here. So it's it's only about 150 to 200 meters or so, but it's enough for Jan Ferdino to see and maybe get excited to know that Sebastian Kienle may be just losing it a little bit. Or is Kienle just sitting up, getting his nutrition in before he heads out onto the run course? I think there's a little cat and mouse going on today, because it certainly looked like to me that Kienle was in complete control of that bike ride when they came down from Harvey, and just let Timothy O'Donnell go off the front and do his thing. And now I think that these guys are certainly showing us why they are the strongest athletes on the bike here today.
Absolutely. And so one of the things that plays into this, and it's sort of a matter of suppressing and releasing all day long, is the ego. You'll call it the competitive drive. You'll call it the fight. You have to control it. You have to rein it in, then let it out. Rein it in, let it out. And there certainly is a time towards the end of the bike ride where you have to say, do I care? Does it matter if I'm the first guy in a transition, or does it not matter at all? I'm within 10, 12, 6, 8 seconds. Any of that, you're essentially together, but there's an ego. So if you can suppress that ego and say, you know what, I don't mind letting the guys pull ahead. It's to 9 seconds right now. Kienle back of his countryman Jan Ferdino, but to me, you know what, that doesn't matter. That is very likely him just saying, I need to mind my P's and Q's, sip some water, get a little Gatorade endurance formula, get myself right, because the run is a long, long battle in and of itself.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Sebastian Kienle and Jan Ferdino have had some great battles over the last 2 years, and they have a deep respect for one another. As you can see, Jan Ferdino at the front right now. I just don't know if Sebastian, you know, is just having a little moment, or he's just knowing that, you know, Jan's up the road and, you know, how am I going to beat this guy? But I wouldn't worry about a thing. I think that Sebastian Kienle, when he ran that race in Zellamsee just a little while ago, he was very, very strong and looked like he could, you know, go another lap on that 70.3 race that day. So we're looking at live shots right now of Jan Ferdino from Germany. He leads the USA's Tim O'Donnell. Tim O'Donnell's wife, unfortunately, the three-time world champion Marinda Carfrae is out of the race right now, and we will try and catch up with her just a little bit later on today. But right now, Jan Ferdino is leading our race.
And remember, folks, we are online, and someone did send a message in. What is the hashtag? The hashtag is IMKona. Simple as can be. Just put that hashtag and we'll find you. That's the way to communicate with us online. So social media outlets, again, we talked about them earlier. It's a nice way so we can hear from you, and you know, you can check in, see some of this other stuff that folks on course are popping up there. IMKona is the hashtag. So now another angle looking at Jan Ferdino, those closing miles, looking across the road. To those of you that have never been here or watched this race, that's the marathon course. So just across there is where they will be in moments. Well, actually in about an hour and 20, they're going to be running over there. So that's about 12 miles into the race where they are at this very moment. But remember, this is the closing miles. You come in, you've got a couple little rollers, but I do think it's important to start assessing the body, right?
Mike, I think Ferdino is putting the hammer down. I really sense that Ferdino is really putting the hammer down now, and he knows that he's got 22 seconds up on Sebastian Kienle. We're going to go down to Matt Lieto.
Thanks so much, guys. Good to hear that there's some action happening on the bike. The action is going to be right here in a few minutes. Right here is the bike finish and the transition entrance behind me. The athletes are going to be jumping off their bikes here, handing their bicycles to bike catchers. They're going to be running to my right, and they're going to take a nice little jog on the carpet all the way around this transition area. So the exact opposite direction that they ran coming through in T1. They're going to go all the way around the outside of the pier, past the Gatorade Endurance bottle there on the corner, and then out to the left right here. These two tents are men's and women's change tents. At the other opposite end of the tents, there are bags similar to these blue ones. They're red bags that have all their run transition gear. They're going to then go into the tent, change in the tent. They can disrobe in there. It's a men only, women only. No ideas here, guys. And they're going to get their gear ready to go and come right through this area. I'll get their first aid is actually in transition, and then they're going to go under this Ironman World Championship banner right next to the clock to be able to tell what pace they're on, and then out onto the run course. But here in a few minutes, we're going to see the leaders coming off the bike. Until then, you guys keep us in clue of what's happening out there.
Let me ask you this, as far as transition in an Ironman race, what's the important thing to pay attention to, and what makes a good transition? Why do we see so much discrepancy amongst the top athletes inside T2?
Yeah, I mean, the important thing in a transition, Michael, is to make sure you stick to your plan, you get everything you need. You know, we've often said in the race, you got to make sure that you stick to what your goal was, what your plan was. You don't really want to pay attention to what the other athletes are doing around you, because you might change positions here. Somebody might have a quicker transition than you, especially once we get into the change tent. You want to make sure you're not, if you're sitting down to put your socks and shoes on, you're not rushing to get out there with the person that's seated next to you. You want to make sure you do everything you can as you planned it. You want to make sure you get your socks on, make sure your shoes are tied properly so you don't have to maybe readjust them as you start running. You want to make sure if you put any hydration or any fluids or nutrition in your bag, you want to make sure you get it out. I think a great advice I think it's good advice, is to make sure you let the volunteers help you. If you've got a lot of stuff, let the volunteers put it in your pocket, help you even with your bib number. But
that's great, Matt. That's great. We appreciate that feedback, and we know that you were interested in an update. I know that the folks at home are as well. We're looking at some great shots of the closing miles of the bike as they approach the end of this Canyon Bicycles bike course. Let's talk about the women for a second. We don't have that on camera, but I want to keep you guys up to speed as we get ready for the fast and furious transition from bike to run for our men. Looking at the women, Ms. Daniella Reef has now popped 6 minutes, 25 seconds in between her and Camilla Pedersen. That's a massive margin that she's managed to do. Looking behind, Mary Beth Ellis. Greg?
Jody Swallow still in there in second place. We don't have an update on Jody over the last couple of miles, but we will tell you that she is in there. Camilla Pedersen right there, Mary Beth Ellis. These girls are now sitting at about 6.5 minutes down on our leader, and I think that to me, you know, Mike, is going to be very tough to beat Daniella today, especially in this position that she's at. But I want to talk about this guy on screen right now because this is Jan Ferdino. He has really gotten to the front and made his way, you know, into the big chain ring. He's made his way down the sprockets. He's made his way into a big gear, and he really has pushed it over the last 2 miles. He wants to get away from Sebastian Kienle. I think that he's sensing right now that Kienle's a little bit too close, and that, you know, after that last run that he had a couple of weeks ago in his last race was something that's just, you know, lurking in his mind. Right now, Ferdino is trying to get as much time as he possibly can on the rest of the field. Today's run is going to be very exciting. It is very hot down here, and what we normally have is a little bit of overcast on the Lee Drive. Today, we don't have much overcast at all. We don't have many clouds to speak of. Today is going to be one of the hottest days out there running.
Greg, you know it's always the hottest day. Everyone that's done Ironman knows that this very day is always the hottest day ever in the history of Ironman racing. So we've got that going for us. But no, you're right. It's going to be warm. How about this, just to discuss quickly while they're finishing this ride? The psychological component is also not to be underestimated. When you're Jan Ferdino and you can look within, find some power to push away from your rivals, it sets you up for a better run. So, of course, there's a psychological component to the other athletes, a detriment when they lose time. But let's not underestimate what Jan can feel to gap Kienle at the end of the ride. So in his mind, what better way to start running a marathon than feeling good about yourself? It sounds simple, but it's so key. The worst feeling in the world, the outside of an Ironman run, is that you're dying and losing ground. So Ferdino's able to give himself a little boost. He's able to do that, take that advantage into T2, but also Kienle has that little bit of wind taken out of his sails because suddenly he's like, am I losing steam or is he gaining steam? So a double-edged sword with the psychological weaponry there on course.
All right, so Jan Ferdino is less than 4 minutes away right now. He's just about to come up on Makala Road. Once he makes that right-hand turn on Makala Road, he's got one more turn onto Kuakini for the last time, and then down to Palani Road. So Jan Ferdino is now turning onto Makala Road right now at Sport Authority. He's going to make that turn, and then it's all downhill to the finish line. Jan Ferdino now has 13 seconds lead on Timothy O'Donnell and 39 seconds on Sebastian Kienle. So Jan Ferdino has really made a big move over the last 5 miles on the bike today. Eneko Janos is at 1 minute and 19 seconds down. Freddie Van Leer and Brent Mcmahon are now at 2 minutes, Ben Hoffman at 3 minutes, and then Andy Buchera at 3:20. So there's your top 10 right there. But I tell you what there, Mike, he has really made a huge effort over the last couple of miles.
For sure. He's making a statement. And like I said, part of that is because out of sight, out of mind. You know, this suddenly when you have a real gap, like 40 seconds, that's a real gap. But on top of that, he feels great. He feels good. He feels like he's on the up and up. It's a great way, the best way to start a run. So we have Jan Ferdino. Let me describe it. He's going to take a hard left at the T here. He's going to charge in on the Kuakini Highway. And just make sure that Matt Lieto down on the beat knows he's still got about 1.5 miles to go before he's in to transition. About a mile, we'll say. Makes this turn, cruises past. Spectators will start to build. The turn is coming up right now. Once he does that, he's going to enter into the intersection with Palani. Well, he'll turn right. That is the hot corner today. We had hot in and out on the bike, hot in and out now, as well as double run. It is an amazing section. This is right here past a nice park in the old airport. Jan Ferdino is setting his sights on being in transition in about 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yeah, there you go, Mike. He's about 1 mile exactly away from transition area right now. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll do our very best to keep our cameras in position, we have to reposition. Remember, it is very tight around Kailua Kona. After battery changes are going to be happening as well, so we will give you our best possible live shots that we can give you today for sure. But Jan Ferdino now making his way back into T2, same as T1 there today. And look at him riding that center line, just coming back into town. No one around him at the moment. Timothy O'Donnell is now almost 20 seconds down on our leader here. Then Sebastian Kinley in third place, and Neko Janos in fourth place. But we have our top 10 now separated by 4 minutes and 11 seconds.
Wow, that is close. And let's remember that, with this output, with this effort, questions coming to us from Twitter. How hard is this run after this bike? First of all, that yellow tent is the penalty tent. It's extremely hard, and that's an understatement, but the course itself has enough up and down on the marathon that you're going to feel the effects of that, combined with the effects you felt from a fatigue level that sets in after riding up and down the hills and in the wind on the Queen K. So right now, as he makes this right turn, he's going to go down the hill, the stinger that he's going to feel coming up at the beginning of the run. This is a hard section right here to start out the run with that hill, Greg. He's going down it right now.
Yeah, his aerodynamic position today was so nice. It looked exactly the same as Sebastian Kinley there, Michael. Jan Ferdino now comes down past the courtyard by Marriott King Kamehameha Beach Hotel. Final right-hand turn underneath the banyan tree, which is the very famous banyan tree at the start of our swim course today. That is our finish line as well. Now we're going down to Matt. What do you got, Matt?
Yeah, thanks so much, Greg. Right as you speak, there's Jan Ferdino coming off the bike. Oh, man. Talk about somebody who is cool, calm, and collected. Jan Ferdino looks like he's out for a little jog. Nobody would know that he just rode 112 miles and swam 2.4 miles when he got off the bike there. Generally, we see a little bit of stiffness coming off the bike. None of that coming from Jan as he gets off the bicycle here. Right behind him, as we knew, Tim O'Donnell coming off in second place. Tim about to come under the arch here. Here's Tim O'Donnell with his jersey open. He looks real fresh as well. He looks comfortable. Jan Ferdino was on a different level as far as comfort and smoothness goes, but there's Tim O'Donnell looking quite good. Again, trying to make sure he stays cool by opening his jersey. Our third place athlete here, Sebastian Kinley, coming off the bike here. He's not necessarily used to being behind people he knows can run fast, but Sebastian Kinley proved he could run well at 70.3 World Championships. He looks nice and comfortable, keeping his helmet on. He's going to maybe use part of that run around transition to get his helmet off. But Sebastian Kinley is coming through pretty soon. Behind me, we're going to have a shot of Ferdino coming out onto this run course. As we're going to be swiveling around here a little bit, we have athletes still coming in off the bike and athletes coming through transition and onto the run. So we see at the end of the transition here, Tim O'Donnell about to hit the change tent. Jan Ferdino is coming out, but to our left, we've got another athlete coming off the bike here. I believe this is Janos. Yep, this is Neko Janos coming off the bike. This athlete, Greg, as you mentioned before, has been very high up in the results here at the Ironman World Championships several times. It's been a while since he had a top result here, but he's one of the strongest athletes in the sport. Number 4 off the bike. We have another couple athletes coming off the bike, Frederick Van Leerd coming off the bike here. Right behind him, Brent Mcmahon, one of the class runners of the field, showing that he's ready to run fast. Brent Mcmahon coming through, and behind me to our left, our leader, Jan Ferdino, is getting out on that run course. He had a nice quick transition through that change tent quite quickly, grabbed some nutrition, putting his race belt on right now. But Jan Ferdino onto that run course, and he looks well in control of this race right now. He looks about as smooth can be, leaving the transition and onto the run course. But what I've noticed as far as the athletes coming off so far today, Brent Mcmahon looked really good, nice and smooth. He had a quick, good turnover. Obviously, Jan Ferdino looked the best, I'd say, coming off of the bike ride. And it's very rare, Greg and Michael, that we see the best looking runner come off the bike first. But that just happened. Jan Ferdino was the one to do it. And right behind him, Tim O'Donnell changed his top, found his nutrition. He poured some water over his head, puts his gel flask in his pocket, had a little hiccup, dropped some of his nutrition, made sure he took the time to stop and pick it up. And then on the left side of the screen here, now we have Ben Hoffman coming in, just a few minutes down. Ben looks nice and composed. He's in a good position still. Again, these top 10 athletes are really close. Now to our right, we're going to see Sebastian Kienle coming out through transition. He's gone through the change tent, and now he is heading out onto the run. He shakes his arms out a little bit. It's a move Cam Whittoff did a lot back in the day, but Sebastian Kienle does it now, and he's got confidence in his run. He had the second fastest run of the day at World Championship, 70.3, so he's going to go try to chase Jan Ferdino now. Now to our left, we have 2 more athletes coming off. I believe that is Andy Boscher. That is Andy Boscher coming off the bike. He had a great ride today. He was a little bit out of the swim, but he had a good job of coming back. And then again to our right, we have Eneko Janos leaving the transition area out on the run course. And right behind him is that second best runner, I'd say, looking today, maybe the first, Brent Mcmahon, putting his nutrition on. He's got some water bottles. He's got sunglasses on there. As we see Brent leave, we see Tyler Butterfield with a great run coming off. Mike Twalsek, we didn't see tracking on him earlier, but Mike Twalsek had a great run. As those 2 athletes came in, Frederick Van Leer just left transition. He looked very, very good as well. So Frederick Van Leer, if he ends up catching up and running with Brent McMahon, that's going to be quite a duo running down Elite E Drive. And those athletes are not very far behind Janos and Sebastian Kienle. So there's the fast group. A lot of athletes. There are so many sub 250 marathoners here, guys. I can't explain. I think this run is gonna be nuts. There's so many fast runners, especially down Elite E Drive. It's so hot out there. I was just talking to Mark Allen. He said it was 93 degrees is what he got for a temperature out on the run course. That is very, very hot. I had some friends or athletes out there running, and they said it's absolutely brutal out there because there's no wind. To our left here, we've got another athlete coming through that, from what we heard, had a mishap on the bike ride. Andreas Raylert may have gotten a flat tire and sounds like maybe touched pavement as well. Had a little crash. He's asking for something. Nobody's quite sure what he said there. To our right here, one of the U.S. favorites, Andy Potts, coming off the bike, a little further behind maybe than we thought he might. He was 4th place last year. Romain Guillaume coming off the bike, looking a little tight. Romain's got a cramp. He's going to stop here. Maybe he's got something on his foot. So Romain having a little bit of trouble, but he's ready for a good marathon. He was a top 10 last year. To our left, we have Ben Hoffman coming through transition. Ben looks really good. Always makes sure he takes his time. He was one of the athletes that was obviously thought through his nutrition and hydration and cooling plan last year. He had a long hat on last year, some arm coolers to make sure he stayed cool in the marathon. Very important with those temperatures over 90 degrees here today. And then previous race leader in years past, Marino Van Hoenacker, gone sub 8 hours 2 times this year. He's coming off the bike and onto the run course. So he looks to his left to see if there's any athletes that are right in front of him that he might be able to try to run up to and catch. You know, some people think he is not maybe the best runner, but he ran sub 250 here earlier this year in Brazil to take the victory. So Marino is a quite accomplished runner and great stuff, capable. He's capable of great things. So that's about what we've got for kind of the fast athletes that are through here, the top 10, maybe 15, as we see Boscher actually come out through our screen right now. But guys, we're going to kind of regroup and see if we can get more information on what came through. But early parts of this marathon are on, and it's going to be a tough one out there.
All right, well, we're well and truly now onto the Newton running course out here, 26.2 miles the distance, or 42.2 kilometers. Jan Ferdino has gone out in the lead. Michael, Jan Ferdino is a front runner. He loves to go from the front, loves to dictate the pace. That's all come true now.
And he sure did look smooth. I think that was a brilliant move getting away. Not only does it set him up for the position he's used to and comfortable with, but like I said earlier, the mental boost of knowing that you finished stronger than anyone else is massive. You tackle this course, and let me say, when you run up this little strip of Palani and take a right on the Kuakini, the crowd loves first place. They will make everyone feel pretty important, but they do not really spare anything for that first place athlete. So Jan Ferdino, I think he's in a well-primed position to win this race, hold on to that front spot. But again, so much happens, and we are going to watch it all unfold right here with you guys back home.
And Andy Raylert just digging into the Coke there, just opening it up, spraying it everywhere, and getting ready for the run course. Andy Potts just went out in front of Raylert there, so they're just inside of the top 15 places here. So Jan Ferdino's been gone 8 minutes. onto the run course right now. He approaches that 3 kilometre mark at the moment, and he's got a nice little lead of 1 minute and 5 seconds over Timothy O'Donnell, 1:43 over Sebastian Kinley. That's exactly the same time he had leaving transition this morning, Ferdino, over Kinley.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is good. That is good to see. When he went out on that run course, he did not look like he was in trouble at all. So that's Romain Guillaume, 10th place last year. We did see Ty Butterfield, got to make another couple shouts out there, and Ty Butterfield was on. We saw Mike Tveslik, again, 11th place last year. He came in here, started to tackle that run. A lot of talent on course, and one thing that we can promise you is the way they go out of Transition 2 is not the order they'll finish at the finish line. That never happens, never has happened. It's about all you can bet on. There will be changes in that lead, changes in that order. So again, Greg, one thing I find this interesting is who drinks when, who takes stuff in. So talk a little bit about that. The strategy, as far as you saw Andy Rayler guzzling Coca-Cola very early. You saw others doing nothing. A couple people spraying water on their heads. What's the winning there? What's the winning ticket?
Yeah, I think it's definitely Gatorade Endurance right now. You know, it's what I use. It's what you used as well. And I think that, you know, it's been specially formulated, you know, to make sure that athletes competing in hot conditions are replacing the sodium, replacing the electrolytes that they need on a day like this. And Gatorade Endurance, you know, it's not only found on course here, but it's found on, you know, Ironman triathlon courses, you know, throughout the globe as well. So it's definitely about making sure that your, you know, your nutrition's right. So Gatorade Endurance Formula, the official sports drink of the Ironman US series, and I tell you what, you know, it's like gold out there. If you get it, it's like gold. It's like, give it to me.
Liquid gold. Give me a cup of that. And
Yeah.
so it certainly is. And, you know, as everybody knows, hot weather is hard on the body, and replacing those electrolytes, I think it has 2 times the sodium as standard sports drink and 3 times the potassium. Obviously, those electrolytes, the key here is keeping them in balance. So people talk about, should I do salt? Should I not do salt? Should I do water? Should I do Gatorade Endurance Formula? The answer is you should always keep everything in balance. That's the secret, is keeping those electrolytes in balance. Never overload any one thing. Don't overdo the water because it tastes good. Don't or it feels nice. Don't overdo any of these things. Just get a nice balance and keep those electrolytes in the proper equation, the proper balance there. So just shifting gears. They're out on the run. We're looking still at this transition area. We will get footage when it's safe, when it's accessible, when we can get those motorbikes on with our men. In the meantime, let's talk about how this course looks. You do an uphill at the very outset. You take a right, you go about a quarter mile, and you turn right, and then you're on Ali'i again. So you leave Ali'i from the beginning. You do this jog. It's about a half mile in total, and then straight shot. If you're here in town, straight shot past the expo. Mile markers right around where Lava Java is. Lava Java happens to be also situated right where there's a break. There's no businesses on the water side, and that's where you get your first breeze, if it's there.
No, it's
if
hot.
it's there, about mile 1. But there's so many spectators, sometimes they block that breeze, no kidding.
Yeah, it's so hot down there. And let's talk a little bit about our women as we get a stationary shot down here at the bike exit here. No, sorry, the bike in, as our athletes are now coming into transition area. Danielle Reef is now scheduled about 20 minutes from transition. She's got about 13 kilometres to go. Also, Jody Swallow is going to be coming in just over 25 minutes from now. Camilla Peterson is scheduled for about 28 minutes now. So is Mary Beth Ellis and Michelle Vesterby. Annabelle Luxford's hanging in there. She's about 30 minutes away. Angela Nathan, 30 minutes as well. So our top 6 girls are all within 10 minutes at the moment. And Rachel Joyce seems to be finding her extra legs at the moment. So she's getting a second win onto the bike course at the moment. Rachel Joyce now is only 10 minutes and 20 seconds down behind our leader, Daniella Reef.
Absolutely. So we're going to continue to bring you footage of just about every man we can come off the bike. We'll obviously do that for the women when they're here, show as many of these women come in. Interesting, too, just as you look at what's going on, athletes that have never done an Ironman or never raced in Kona, did you see there's a guy catching the bike? So that's another perk. Here's Tim Don, the man that served a penalty, we know, 5 minutes. One of the sport's most wicked runners. I would expect to see him make quick work of this transition and get onto it. He is well within range of reaching that top 10. So hopefully Mr. Tim Don knows that with all his focus forward, he should still be able to make that. Tim Don, very, very good. So looking at that other athlete that came in, one of the athletes representing Canyon Bicycles, obviously our bike horse sponsor. So we didn't catch him, he was too quick. But let's talk a little bit about history. 2001, Tim DeBoom, he won this race having served a penalty. You're not down and out, you're just behind. What about Luc van Leerde? He did it back in 1996. He served a penalty and went on to win the race. So it's very important to examine that and say, well, what goes on there? How do we see that? Most athletes, they get a penalty, they completely lose composure. They figure the race is over. They start yelling curse words. They forget about everything, and then they run as fast as they can or ride as fast as they can when they're back on course. Clearly, the thing to do is utilize whatever positive thing that can come from that situation as you can. That positive aspect here could be a little bit of rest, stretch maybe. You're allowed to take the fluids or the food that you have on you. So it's not a personal aid station. You can't go get anything, but if you have it on you, you may take it in. You may not use the restroom. There's various rules that you have to follow. But look, if you're getting a penalty, your race is not over. You just need to say, okay, suddenly I'm 5 minutes removed to where I should have been. So interesting enough, though, just to say how those athletes in the past, Tim, Luc van Leerde, others have overcome the penalties, still had great races, in fact, winning the best races. So important, and I can't yell that to Tim Don right now, but hopefully he knows that.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows that. Luc van Leerde in 1996 ended up breaking the course record too, and he ran a 2:41 after serving a penalty. So I sometimes feel as though it gives you a little bit of rest, before you actually go out on the run. But these guys used to serve the penalty at the end of the bike in transition. Now they have to spend it about a half a mile out from transition, then get back on their bike and ride in, and then get off their bike and then start running.
Sure.
So it's a little bit, more difficult. But Luc van Leerde, when he broke that record with an 8:04, was unbelievable with that.
There's a look at our top men going from Jan Ferdino from Germany all the way down to Mike Tweslik from Germany. That's the top 10, only 4 minutes and 7 seconds separating first to 10th. This is incredible. What a great field. We've seen a lot of these athletes feature in the top 10 before. Correction, we've seen every one of those athletes feature in the top 10. Mike Tweslik, exception, he was 11th. But look at this crew. Eneko Llanos finished second before. Sebastian Kienle obviously has won it. T.O. has been 5th and 7th. Frederick van Leerde, a winner. And there he is, the man on the mission, Jan Ferdino. And he's zipping down his shirt, and women all over Lee Drive are oohing and on because not only is he fast.
He wants a large bottle of water. He's saying, I want a lot of water right now. He's going to be suffering out here today. The Ironman European Championship this year and the Ironman 70.3 World Championship were both held in very warm conditions, but they don't have the humidity as what they have here. Jan Ferdino got his wish, and that was a large bottle of water, and just like that, it's gone.
And here's the key, is to remain out of that desperate situation. So he's being very smart. He's seen probably some of these front runners collapse under the overheated engine, so he's trying to keep the engine cool. I think that, again, as we watch him go through aid station after aid station, we'll do this for everyone we see, but the important thing is you want to take in water into the gullet and on top, because you can't just cool down the engine. You've got to cool internally and give yourself the hydration. So that was a pretty smooth move. He grabbed the large liter bottle and utilized most of it. Back to the point at hand here. This man, he's a specimen. 6'4", ripped. I mean, everybody looks pretty good, but Greg, you know what? I guarantee you he's got a few more fans out there cheering for him just for the way he looks, don't you think?
Yes, at the 4 kilometre mark, Jan Ferdino is now our leader by 1 minute and 6 seconds over Timothy O'Donnell from the United States. In third place, Sebastian Kienle at 2:12 now. Eneko Llanos at 2:33. Frederick van Leerde is in fifth place at 2:43 with Brent Mcmahon just 1 second behind Frederick van Leerde. So our top six within 2:44 of the lead. This is the Newton running course right now, 26.2 miles, 42.2 kilometres. We're going to go down to Matt Lieto. He's standing by with Lindsay Corbett.
I'm actually here on the bike exit as we see an athlete maybe not having his best day, walking directly off the bike. You don't ever want to see this here in Kona. Obviously, a lot of effort come into this race. So number 43, unfortunately, not having a great day and walking through transition. But right now with us, we have Lindsay Corbin here for a quick little interview. Lindsay, you're on kind of the other side of the tape, so to speak, here in Kona. How's your first day spectating Kona in a long time?
Yeah, I've actually never spectated Kona, and it's been a lot of fun. I've been doing a little bit of everything. I started out my day with body marking, went up, watched the swim, and went out on the bike course a ways, saw the riders come through, and then I went back to my condo. It's tough spectating, so I went back to the condo, had some scrambled eggs, sat in the AC, watched the live coverage online, and here we are in transition.
Yeah, so besides the Spam for breakfast, what's your favorite part of the day so far?
Yeah, I think just interacting, seeing all the athletes, it's definitely way less stress not racing. So it's the first time I've been here and just been able to really enjoy it and soak up the atmosphere. So just enjoying being outside and seeing everyone give it their all.
Yeah, and we're kind of in a cool position here in the transition area as we just see Lionel Sanders come through transition. Anything you've noticed as we had these men come through this, kind of the top end of the men's field? Anything you've noticed as they came through the transition?
Yeah, it's always interesting to see people, how they run and when they get off the bike. I think that those first steps you take off the bike, particularly at this race, are super overwhelming. It's crazy hot out there, and for me personally, the thought of running 26.2 miles in this blaring heat, sun, humidity, for me, you just got to put on autopilot and get out there and put one foot in front of the other. So some of the guys look great off there, the lead men, Tio, Jan, they all were looking great running, and the men were packed really close together. The top 10 were all within reach of the lead, so it's going to be an exciting marathon.
No, absolutely. And maybe go back a little bit to everybody thinks you're out here in Hawaii and you've been you're riding the bike and it's hot, then you get on the run, it's hot. Explain how much different it feels from the bike to the run. It feels like somebody turns on a switch, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And today in particular, there's no cloud cover. It is going to be a super hot marathon. The last few years I've run here, we've had a bit of cloud cover, and it's going to be a cooker out there today. I hope that people hydrated on the bike. I think that nutrition is going to play a big part in what goes down out there in the next 26 miles.
Yeah, and we had the women's field obviously is spread out a little bit. From what you've seen in the women's race, what do you think is going to happen on the early parts of the run here?
I think we're going to see those girls at the front really going for it. They likely know that Rini is not in the race anymore, and we're going to have a new world champion, and that's an exciting position to be in. It's hard to bet against the experience of Daniella, Jody. I mean, those girls have all been there before, and I'd like to see Rachel and a few of the girls that are, 3, 4, 5 minutes back, see if they'll close that gap in this first 10 miles on Ali'i. Yeah.
And so we did have one thing happen. Explain, Tim Don had a little something to say with us as he came out of change time. You want to tell us?
Yeah, we definitely had a little snafu. Apparently, Tim Don dropped his athlete GPS tracker in the Portaloo. So if Tim Don's parents are tuning in at all, he's not stuck in the Portaloo. He has made his way out onto the run course, and we're working on getting him a new tracker.
Yeah, he's made it out okay. Nobody has put their hand up to volunteer to get that tracker yet, but we're going to find someone soon enough. Thanks for stopping in, Lindsay. Lindsay's going to be with me through the women's transition as well, so we'll get you some more updates here in a sec, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. Thank you, Lindsay, as well. Daniella Reef has just over 11 and a half minutes to go before she gets to transition area, and we want to capture every single bit of that moment. So we're going to run off to a break right now. You are watching the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. Daniella Reef is just about to hit transition.
Zip NSW is a brand and an approach. It represents the best of what we can do technologically, innovation. It stands for Nest Speed Weaponry. The Nest is the windowless locked advanced development lab at the Zip factory in Indianapolis. And the first product that we just unveiled this week in Kona is the 808 NSW wheel set. So our most aero wheel set at the deepest depth, the number one choice for triathletes. It's got many new innovations over the benchmark for excellence, the 808 Firecrest. SRAM Red ETAP is our brand new wireless electronic drivetrain. We really wanted to not just electrify a drivetrain, we wanted to see how we could leverage that technology to improve the cycling experience. So your right shift paddle on either aero or road setup goes outboard on the cassette, harder to pedal. The left goes inboard, easier to pedal, and then you push both buttons for front derailleur up or down. We have a system for aero called blips. They can be used on rotor aero, but for aero you can place them out on the extensions as you normally would, or down on the base bar by the brakes, which allows you to really shift out of corners on more technical triathlon courses. Sebastian Kienle will be racing SRAM Ready Tap, as well Jan Ferdino and Miranda Carfrey. So it's already a favorite among our top pros. SRAM One by uses mountain bike technology, so the rear derailleur has a clutch system that really holds the chain very taut. The chainring up front has a wide tooth, narrow tooth pattern that really holds the chain on secure. It's the most secure system for chain retention out there. We also have many gear options. For one by, you can run anywhere from a 38 to a 54 tooth on the front, and many cassette options. So here at Kona, we have Jordan Rapp will be racing SRAM One by, Force One, as well as Haley Chura in the women's pro race. We work very closely with our pro athletes. Typically when we develop a product for months or even years, they're providing very detailed feedback, and they also learn from us and rethink ways that they're doing things. And Ironman represents, you know, the top level of triathlon, the most grueling conditions and courses out there, and that's where we want to prove our products.
I joined the Women for Tri board because I wanted to help inspire other women around the country and the world to get involved in this amazing sport that we're in. We're helping support tri clubs around the country to provide extra assistance and support to women to get involved in triathlon. We found that there are 3 key barriers that keep women from being involved in triathlon. 1, fear of the water. That's one I know a lot about. So we're helping women get swim clinics and get special treatment just for women who want to learn how to swim in open water. Number 2, cost. Cost is always a barrier. So we've launched a scholarship program to help college athletes further their own careers in triathlon and hopefully make it pro one day. And third, many women struggle with the balance between work, family, and keeping themselves healthy. And so we're working to provide scholarships to tri clubs around the country to help women find that balance.
From fuel to durable tires to the blacktop itself, we help make it all better. So if life is really all about the journey, hey, let's ride. We are Coke.
The body never ceases to amaze, all of the parts working harmoniously. At Memorial Hermann, we too are a body of affiliated doctors and renowned hospitals. From primary care to specialist care, we work as one to give you the best care. It's what makes us more than just hospitals. We are a body of experts. Memorial Hermann, advancing health.
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
I'm Frederik van Lierde and you're watching Ironman Live.
The 2015 Ironman partners include Active. Find your Active at active.com. GoPro. Be a Hero. And IronmanStore.com. Official Ironman merchandise. Welcome back to the 2015 Ironman World Championship, brought to you by GoPro. You're watching exclusive live coverage brought to you by Canyon Bicycles, the official bike course sponsor of the Ironman World Championship, presented by GoPro. So Daniella Reef, not too far away, Michael, as we get an estimation of about 4 minutes and 45 seconds at this average speed away from transition. She has done exactly what we thought she'd do, break away from the rest of the group here. Now she's out to about a good, sizable lead over Jody Swallow, but for the rest of the girls, it's getting a little bit longer.
It's getting a little bit longer. She's got a little bit more than that. I'll tell you right now, she's got about maybe more like 5.5 minutes. But that's just my GPS versus their GPS. They do amazing work, and they're probably more accurate than I. But that, based on where she is, she's got just under 2 miles to go. So she looks great. She's popping up out of the saddle, but remaining in the air position. She's very efficient. She has what she wanted. She has what she had last year, the lead. The question is, will she remain rock solid all the way to the end? Whereas last year she gave up that lead at 23 miles. My personal prediction is no one is close enough to contend with her for the lead if she does anything that's slightly improved on last year, and she's been doing that all year long, improving.
Oh, way to put yourself out there, Mike.
Oh, it's her. She's winning it.
I agree with you. I'm right with you. You know what? We don't normally agree with each other, but that's okay. Right now, we're going to agree to agree. And Daniella Reef is having a fantastic race. Look, she's been just rock solid all day long, and I believe that she's going to be rock solid in her marathon throughout. She has put in an enormous amount of work for this race. Hasn't raced as much as she normally races, throughout the year. And one of her last races, which was 70.3 World Championships in Zelensea, she was unstoppable. Today, she looks like she's doing the same.
For sure, and I think when you look at last year, she was still gaining Ironman experience. So she raced, Ironman Switzerland midsummer, and then she raced again. And she raced. This time, I think she's able to go in a little bit more confidently, and she definitely had a dominating performance in Frankfurt in July. But otherwise, a couple races, she gained more confidence, but didn't get more fatigue on board, which happens, I think, when you do an Ironman real close. You just struggle with that mental and physical fatigue. But Daniella Reef, what we're gonna do, folks, when we see her come in, we're gonna obviously let Matt know how close she's coming. He's gonna call it out, see her up close and personal. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick apart everything we see when we see her start the run, because we love to do this. And folks, we'll give you every little bit of insight as we can. Matt is down on transition. He's prepping himself. Just so you know, Matt, when you're down there, she has just made the left turn at the old airport. She's just about to come adjacent to the swimming pool. So just at a mile. So we're giving her about 2 minutes and 55 seconds until she crosses that line. So coming very close, Matt, to where you will have her in your sights.
Yeah, we'll just give you a quick update on the men's race. At mile 3 in the run, it was Jan Ferdino leading the race. He's in front of Timothy O'Donnell at 1:30 down. In third place is Sebastian Kinley at 2:30. And then Freddie Van Lierde is at 3 minutes down as well, followed by Brent Mcmahon at 3:05. So now Daniella Reef, she's got the lead at a few miles into the bike ride today, where she overtook the early swim leader. That was Jody Swallow representing Great Britain. But now it's all another Swiss. It used to be Caroline Steffen, and before that, it was Natasha Badman, the Ironman World Champion 6 times over. And now it is Daniella Reef in a second time here in the World Championship presented by GoPro here in Kona, about to get off the bike in the lead again as she did last year. And look at these beautiful overhead shots there, Mike, as we get ready to go down to Matt Lieto. Just unbelievable to see.
Oh, it's great. And she's going to make this right turn. There's the penalty tent. When she makes this right turn, Matt, she is almost not quite to the top of to the right turn on Polani. So looking at Daniella, she's done similarly to Jan Ferdino, but she's done it for a lot longer time. And she's pushed away, she's boosted her confidence right up where it needs to be. She knows she is the woman to beat. She's been in people's heads all week. Everybody's been thinking about her. She's been the favorite. 75% of the people that are willing to predict have predicted her. Daniella Reef getting ready to take the feet out of the shoes, making that right turn and dropping down this little hill to transition 2. And Matt, I think we're ready to hear from you. Matt, take it away as Daniella Reef approaches.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. A little hectic down here in transition with some athletes having a hard time. Luke Bell with some heat stroke, a little drama here, but it looks like Luke's getting taken care of. But as you said, the front of our women's race is coming around this corner here. In just a second, we see the crowd erupting, and we see that Red Bull helmet and the red kit of Daniella Reef coming around the corner. So she is right off at the dismount line. Obviously get off well inside of that and off on her running legs. And she looks nice and smooth, making sure she's moving her run belt around to the front. She's got her helmet on, and she's going to take that long journey on the carpeted path around transition area. So Daniella with a nice and comfortable lead off of the bike. She looks nice and smooth as I watch her run through. A little bit of a hitch in the step, but she looks like she's fine. Normal, most humans feel it when you get off the bike and have to run, especially when you know a marathon's coming, and Daniella feels it right now, but she's going to loosen up as she gets through this transition and through the change tent and out on the way. But right now it's up to the ladies from behind to take this win away from Daniella Reef. She is well and in control here. It's a very hot day, as we've all said, so anything can happen out there on the run course, but right now Daniella has a nice lead, guys.
Thank you, Matt, for your input and insight to what's going down on the pier at the moment. We can see that Daniella Reef has now got a decent lead over Jody Swallow, and then in third and fifth positions and fourth positions, Mary Beth Ellis, Camilla Peterson, Michelle Vesterby, they're all facing deficits of upward of 9 minutes at the moment. So we knew that this would happen, but we didn't know exactly what the time would be. But it's not hard to tell that Daniella Reef was going to be one of the best out there today, and she's done exactly that. So over the last couple of miles on the bike, she's accelerated away from a competition as well. There we get the overhead shots looking down at this wonderful pier, the multi-million-dollar pier where all the bikes will be restacked in just a few hours from now. 5:30 this afternoon will be the cutoff time for our cyclists and the end of our Canyon Bikes bike course here today. Canyon Bikes, the official bike sponsor of the Ironman World Championship, presented by GoPro. Daniella Reef now from Switzerland is our leader. She's in T2.
There you go, just getting the composure.
Put the flat brim on there, Mike.
Yeah, that's a surefire way to hide from the sun and look fashionable while you do it. Myself, never a big fan of the flat brim, Greg, but I know it's the thing to do, so maybe I'm just old. But Daniella Reef, I am a fan, and I'm a fan of what she's doing. She is just absolutely lighting this course up. She's heading out on that marathon with confidence, with the lead, and with a lot of good crowd support behind her. Everyone along Polani is screaming for her. We can hear it. She can hear it. Everyone back home can likely hear it. Daniella Reef from Switzerland running right past our studio at this very moment.
Yeah, pretty nice stride. She's actually just starting to run up Polani Road right now. She's going to make that right-hand turn onto Kuakini Highway there in just a few moments. And you will see Daniella, she does swing that left arm across her body, but don't worry about that. The hips are aligned to the target. She's driving the knees forward. She's got a nice little turnover going at the moment, and she's one tough cookie.
That's right, and we see her cresting this hill. That hill is quite tough, and then you settle out, and it is a short hill, but then you settle out to some flat ground. Right about mile 25, she's going to return to this spot again and run that direction. We covered this little section of Kuakini 3 times in this race. This is time number 1. She is heading over to Hualalai. Will she make a right turn, drop down to Ali'i Drive again? Again, all of this is inside that first quarter mile.
Yeah, exactly. So we're looking at coming up to 4 minutes right now from Jody Swallow. We're expecting her to be coming in off the bike momentarily here. So 3 minutes and 50 seconds since Daniella Reef has actually came into transition area. She had a very fast transition today as well. She didn't have to drop the kit or, change into a new one. She just had the same kit. She basically just changed hats, from a helmet to a running hat and put the running shoes on and away she went. But Daniella Reef is having it all her own way at the moment here. So we're just about at 6 hours into our Ironman World Championship today, presented by GoPro. And it is time that the endurance formula, Gatorade endurance formula, is going to kick in big time. This is where nutrition really, takes a hold of this race. The athletes now are going against gravity. The first 2 legs, no gravity whatsoever. You're laying down, in a horizontal position, not pushing, with the legs. Then on the bike, the big muscles are doing the work, but there's no jarring. There's none of that effect going on. And now, having the hardest leg at the last point, 42 kilometers and 26.2 miles on a very tired body in arguably some of the toughest conditions in the world. This is tough, Mike.
This is tough, and even though it sounds like we're on the surface of the moon with no gravity, there is a little bit of gravity. But I hear what you're saying. It's Gordon. It's amazing, Greg, and you're right. So suddenly this is the weight bearing. This is the hard part. This is the, when your feet have to hit the pavement. And we talk about this a lot. Every athlete at some point or another, be it early, be it late, be at the finish line, will yell out, or feel their legs will yell out, do not make me keep doing this. The feet say, I do not want to touch the ground again. Everyone comes to that point. You just do not want to put your foot on the ground, but you have to. On the right side, you've got Jan Ferdino, a nice little shot of him from the front. He has that deceptively fast. He's had such a long stride, but he's got a deceptive movement. He looks very smooth, but you just can't tell how fast he's running. But I can tell you right now, based on the splits and the GPS, he's running quite fast, putting time into the other athletes behind him that are chasing. So this is Mr. Jan Ferdino, and we're staring at the left side of our screen. Of course, no one's coming in. The clock is ticking. I've actually got my watch running from the moment she left transition. So factoring that, I can eliminate everybody's transition time. But just to let you know, I will give you a split as I see live action of the women running by after transitioning to this Newton Run course.
So Jan Ferdino's already made the turnaround and he's on his way back in toward town. When he gets into town, that signals 10 miles when he gets to the bottom of Palani Road. When he gets to the top of Palani Road, he'll make that left-hand turn, and that's where the real race starts on the run course today. But Jan Ferdino running along very nicely at the moment. His gait is perfect. His stride length is really good. His arms are just rocking back and forth perfectly at this point in time. He's putting a lot of effort into the first 6 or 7 miles so far. And I tell you what, Michael, he's not holding back whatsoever. Look at this stride. This is a stride that he's working very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've sort of got 2 mentalities when you come out here. There's a smoke them as you got them, and that's just let it rip when you feel good. And I think he's taken that philosophy, taken that strategy to heart. There's also just a little bit more of a patient, I'm going to reserve some. This is still, again, the opening. He hasn't even done 5 miles on this course. He's still so early in the marathon, and it does become easy, relatively speaking, to get through these opening miles without a lot of wear and tear. So for me, I'm interested in what's going on with Jan. I'm also very curious because Matt, he's down at transition 2, and we see Jody Swallow. Take it away, Matt.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, Jody Swallow coming off the bike, second place. The gap is a little bit over 5 minutes, 6 minutes. We'll get an accurate time here for you in a second. But an amount of time has passed that's fairly significant for Jody to have to bring back on Daniella. But Jody looked really good coming off the bike ride here today. She looked nice and smooth as we look at, I believe this is Boss Dieterden coming off the bike, walking in bad shape. And on the right as he leaves, Jeff Simons, possible still to have one of the best runs of the day here today. But right now talking about the lead that Daniella Reef has coming off of the bike and on the early stages of the run. I mean, it's, we know that she was able to run, I believe it was a 3:07 last year. She's got quite a cushion over the runners that are capable of bringing back big chunks of time. So she's in a good spot. I would say, with this heat, maybe she runs a 3 hour or a 3:05. I think she's still in a really good position. So Daniella in a good spot. We're still waiting for Jody Swallow to come out of the change tent, but she looked good. She did take that aerodynamic top off when she was getting off of the bike ride. Our first age grouper coming off the bike here, Mary Beth Ellis, our third female coming off, our 4th place female coming off, that's Camilla Camilla Pedersen coming off the bike. That's third and fourth place women behind Jody Swallow and Daniella Reef. So those athletes nice and close to the front of the race. And again, our first age grouper coming off the bike, looking like he's struggling a little bit around the run there. Strong ride for him, but the run it's going to be a problem. But we're still waiting for the second place female to come out of transition. And here comes Jody Swallow is going to be coming off to the right. She has made it through. She's gone through the change tent. She looks nice and smooth, cooling herself down as she leaves the area. Here comes Jody. Looks nice and good, nice and smooth coming off the bike. Daniel Brecher coming off the bike as well as she leaves. So now we've got our third and fourth place women right within reach. Right now we have Michelle Yesterby coming off the bike as well. Very strong athlete. Good ride from her today. Right within striking distance of that podium with the fourth and fifth athlete right ahead of her. So Yesterby is in a great spot for a good race here today. That I believe is kind of the mass of the group of women we have coming off right now. You guys are going to come back to me, I believe, when we have another little group of athletes coming off. But the race for second and third, well on here in the women's race here. First place seems to be maybe a little bit out of reach. Actually, as we speak, we have another athlete coming off. It's a Red Bull athlete. I believe this is Angela Nath. We heard she has a foot issue. We'll see how she looks when she's coming off the bike. She does not look good. She ran for a few steps and straight to a walk. So bad scene for Angela Nath here today. It's not what you want to see an athlete that has dedicated her entire year after North American Championship to be fit and ready for this Ironman World Championship. So not what we want to see from Angela. Bad day for her. Rachel Joyce running right by her and ready to go on to the marathon. It's unlikely that Angela is going to start this marathon. Maybe she'll start and get out of town, but it's very clear she has an injury that she's just not able to push through. So unfortunate for Angela Nath and her fans, but she's a gritty competitor, and good on her for getting out this far in the World Championship. But as we see Angela, we had Camilla go through our screen and onto the run, and I would say she's definitely the best looking runner there. It might not be out of reach for Camilla. There's a gap there. I'm not sure exactly what the gap is now. I believe to Camilla it's 6 minutes maybe. We're gonna make sure that's correct, but I think it might be a little bit more than that. But she looks the smoothest out of them all, and she is a tough athlete. She's overcome adversity, a crazy car crash a few years ago, and she's back at the World Championship. So great stuff here. But the women's race, that podium and for the win, still up for grabs here at the Ironman World Championships presented by GoPro.
Thanks very much, Matt. And Camilla Peterson's about 8 minutes and 45 seconds down behind our leader at the moment. Mary Beth Ellis ran out really nicely just a moment ago. And what a great race we have shaping up for our women's race for the minor placings at the moment. Daniella Reef, she has to defend the lead right now. You know that she's in a great position, running very well. And it looks like to me that Daniella is going to be the strength of the field. Yes, and Angela Nath, she does have that foot problem. We know that she's going to be pulling out here in just a few moments.
Yeah, that's hard to see, but good for her for at least getting the experience on the swim and the bike portion of today's race. She can use that to her advantage in the future. Still young enough to come back here and still talented enough to come back here and be a contender in the future. So sorry to see that, but looking up the road again, I know we're sitting here waiting, and all we can do is look at some splits and talk about what we've seen. Some Timex athletes, it looks like, coming off the bike, age group athletes. But scrolling through what we saw, Mary Beth Ellis has sort of flown under the radar for a lot of ways. She wasn't in all the predictions of the picks. She wasn't an athlete that we highlighted. We said, oh, this is someone that they should expect to be on the podium, and it's only because of recent history. There goes Michelle Vesterby past us, Greg. But Mary Beth is a very well-rounded athlete. Her swim is very strong. Her bike is, if anything, her weakness is still very good. There's Annabelle Luxford coming off the bike. But her run has historically been too slow in Kona. She breaks down in the last 6 to 8 miles of the race. So the question for Mary Beth Ellis is whether or not she moves up past that 5th place she had in 2012. The question just becomes, does she hold that together? Does she have that back part of her run? That's historically been her only weakness, and she's won multiple Ironmans around the world, so she's obviously got the ability to run incredible. But just looking purely at her history here in Kona, Greg.
Oh, she's won an amazing amount of Ironmans. Going into this race last year was, this was the only Ironman that she hadn't won. She'd won every single Ironman start that she had actually gone in. So she's got an amazing record. But when you look at the likes of Daniella Reef and Rachel Joyce and Carolyn Steffen and Marinda Carfrey over the last few years, you've got to look at it and say, well, Mary Beth hasn't had the run speed, but she's had the consistency. So we have to give her that. And Mary Beth Ellis today finds herself right up there in the first three at the moment and doing very well. And Camilla Peterson, we spoke a little bit about this in our coverage earlier on today. Camilla was involved in a very bad car accident around 3 or 4 years ago. She was in a induced coma for 3 weeks. She popped out of it. They said that she would, probably never walk again. She had to learn how to walk again. Then she started running around about 18 months after. She started competing in triathlons again. And today, she finds herself off the bike in 4th position, which is absolutely amazing. I did, speak with Camilla quite a lot during the week, and she did say that she wasn't, able to really get past 6 hours, in a race without feeling good. So let's just see what happens today. We're at about that point of time right now, about 6 hours in the race. So let's see what happens to Camilla, and we wish her all the best. Jan Ferdino, however, he continues to lead the run here, the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. He's just about to come back into town, run downhill from the Kona Coast Resort, and then into Kailua Kona, and then it's all going to start when they head out up Palani Road onto Queen Ka'umanu Highway for the run course before they head out to the Natural Energy Lab, Mike.
Yes, and so here we've got footage of Jan Ferdino coming back into town. He's made the turnaround at the 5 mile mark. He's coming back. He will get his opportunity, the first he'll have, to see everyone that is behind him. Everyone behind will have their first opportunity to see what he looks like. So this is where it starts to get tough. There's a couple of hills. Hey, it's been tough all day, Greg, correction. This is when you start to realize that those little barely hills that you jog over race week, they become real hills, and you've got to keep that pace, and you realize...
And he's on one right now.
He's on one right now, by the way, so that shows the labor in his face. I mean, you're exactly right, Greg, and that's the nature of the beast in here. You do have the crowd support, but you still have to contend with those little blips, those little hills, and it takes focus. You got to keep the arm swing going, drive the elbows back, focus on the form, all the basic stuff that often comes naturally to you. It's not so natural here. You've got to force, you got to work it. He'll come into an aid station here presently. This is probably the steepest of all those hills on the way back, Greg, right here.
Yeah, this is the second steepest hill on the course. As a matter of fact, there, Mike, you've got Palani Road being the steepest, of course, and about 2 times longer than this one. So this is just a little grinder, but Jan knows this this course pretty well, and he's now indicating this was the same aid station that he got the large bottle of water from before, and there it goes again, Mike. He goes for the large bottle of water again, and there we go for Jan Ferdino. Heading up the hill as he takes on all this nutrition going through the area. There goes the second bottle of
I'd
water.
like to see him drink some of it. This is a lot of water, and you haven't seen him put any inside. I mean, there's a sponge, too, which those are what they're for. And this is smart, but honestly, I just feel like before you pour, you got to drink. It's theirs. He's taking a sip, and the guy knows what he's doing. Ditch the bottle. That look, folks, where he looks like he's really hurting, that's because he is. This is that hill. This is the meaty part of the hill. He's going to crest in a minute, get some downhill love from the other side. But it's as Greg mentioned, the hardest part of the opening 9.5 miles before you turn right. Mile 10 there on Palani.
Yeah, and he's stuffing those sponges down his jersey, just to get the core temperature down. That's why he put the bottles of water over the head, get the sponges full of water, put them on the glands that are going to make the core temperature, cool down a little bit so that he can keep that motor running just exactly, and keep it, in that regulatory mode of the thermostat. He just wants to keep that thermostat going. So now he's made the top of the hill there, Mike. He's going to just plateau out for a little bit. Then he'll be running down the other side, and right coming up is the turnaround of the swim course in a minute. So we know that he's about 1.5 miles from town now, 1.5 miles before he hits the large crowds again. That's going to elevate him to a different level, and then he hits Palani Road.
Sure, he's running downhill, and he's finally, finding that stride again, that length that we're used to seeing, that stride length. As he comes down this hill and some of these landmarks, folks, he's coming past Huggos, and he's going to make that stretch past Lava Java. But there's a nice shot of Daniella Reef, leader of the women's race. She's been doing that all day long. As we pull away from that, we'd like to hear from Matt Lieto down at Transition 2 with Lindsay Corbin. Matt, take it away.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Again, our highlight of the coverage so far, of course, having Lindsay Corbin on here. One more shot with her. As we have Lindsay, we got Liz Blatchford coming out behind us. Our top 10 women have come through. Maureen Hoof has come through as well. Lindsay, what have you noticed, being one of these athletes that's often off the bike in the top 10 and a great run. What have you noticed here from the ladies?
Yeah, all of them are coming off the bike. Most of them are looking pretty good. I actually have not come off the bike in the top 10 for a while, so I think some of our faster runners are still out there. Yeah. To be honest, we're missing Kelly Williamson, Heather Jackson, Kate Snow, so there's still some fast runners out there. But yeah, the first steps when they get off the bike, it's hot. We talked about that earlier, and they're just taking their time in the change tents, getting some ice, cool water on them, and getting out there and getting after it. Danielle looked great. I mean, she had a great lead. She really looked strong off the bike, and the girls behind her, I thought Rachel looked great. I thought Michelle Vesterby looked great. Same with Camilla. So good job, women.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, great group of women coming off the group, the race in the front. Right now we have Carolyn Steffen coming off as well behind us. Lindsay, anybody, and I know you like to focus on the positives, but was there anybody that didn't look good when they came off the bike?
Yeah, unfortunately, Angela Nath, I think she maybe is called it done for the day. We didn't really see her come out on the run, so it's frustrating, especially when you put your whole year focused on this race. She was one of the regional championship winners, so I think people had some expectation she was going to go pretty well. So she's going to take that one hard, I think, and we're just wishing Angela healing vibes, and she'll be back there. I know it.
And you've, as we said, you've been in this race many times, gotten into the top 10 on the run. In the change tent, we're not able to show people what happens in there. What normally is going on there? What are you focusing on when you're in the change tent?
Yeah, it's hot and humid in there. And you're just trying to cool down as best you can, and the volunteers are awesome in there. They're dumping ice on you, they're dumping cool water on you, and just making sure you've got your nutrition. And right outside the change tents, there's tons of liquid, ice, everything you can do to cool yourself off. And it's a long race ahead of these women. A lot's going to happen in the next 3 hours. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and as you talk there, I think one of the fast runners of the field, Julia Goddard, just came off, and she's one that can run through the field. Anybody who's going to make the big move?
Oh man, well, I kind of liked where Rachel Joyce was positioned. I think she's looking pretty good to run her way up. And actually, we also just saw Dee Dee Griesbauer come off the bike, which I know is a fan favorite. She's 45 and kicking butt still, so. That's awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, Lindsay, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Back to you guys up in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. Yes, just to recap, off the bike, Jan Ferdino led our men's field. Second place was Tim O'Donnell off the bike and Sebastian Kinley in third. Those positions are holding right now, and he leads his way into the town of Kailua Kona. On our women's race, Daniella Reef is leading out on the Newton Run course. We're going to go run off to a break. We'll be right back. You are watching the 2015 Ironman World Championship, brought to you by GoPro.
Sugoi is the official apparel sponsor of Ironman. This is our third year. Excited to be here. So we source fabrics from all over the world. So when you get to experience what you find in a Sugoi product, everything is there for a reason. Whether it's the breathability of the fabric, the aerodynamic features of the fabric, they're all strategically placed in various positions of the apparel for a reason. So I think we're always going to have that philosophy. It's really important for who we are and what we stand for. Since 1987, we wanted to make the best bike short. And now we've brought that technology not only to bike, but to run and to tri. So for us here at the Expo, we're definitely promoting our cycling shorts and our tri shorts that both have men and women specific chamois, as well as apparel that's made for the conditions that you'll see here in Kona. For those hot days, we have something called ice fill, which is a technology that's gonna, as you perspire, wick across your body and then cool you off at least 3 degrees. And in this type of temperature, that's really important. As well, on those windy days, when you're getting wind like this, that can be gusty out on the bike, we've got a great shell that you can wear. Also great for when the little bits of rain come. It'll be water resistant for you and keep you comfortable and keep you at a level so that you can have top performance. Some new things that we have out with regards to custom, as you can see. This great jersey comes both for women and for men, so I'll definitely be showing this off at the expo. These are custom made just for Kona, so definitely a great souvenir piece. We're always open to the feedback from athletes, and come and see us. Like, we love to promote our product, educate people, and make sure that they feel good about what they're wearing, so that when they're out there dealing with the elements and dealing with the hard commitment that they've made to get here, that we're there to support them with what it is that they need.
Football on 3. 1, 2, 3. Football. Jump. Goose, you're 7.5 yards deep. Drop step. You're going to reverse pivot, take it deep to the tailback. I want you to take this fullback on. Come on. Pow. Ooh, damn. Now that's Teddy Bruschi type stuff, man. That's tough. Don't give up any ground. Out, in, out. Sure. Out, in, out. So I want to make him think I'm going inside. You with me? Oh, Jiminy Christmas. I love it. That's football right there.
Two-thirds of our planet is covered in it. So why do nearly 800 million people suffer from lack of clean water around the world? That's completely unacceptable to me, and that is why I'm working on a way to solve this global problem. Like here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. By taking the polluted water we already have and providing technologies to filter it back into clean water. My name is Manny, Senior VP of Technology. We are Coke.
We live in a world where new things are being customized every day, from food to running playlists to clothes. Now you can get 3D printed insoles made custom for your feet. Soles Flex are designed to support your individuality and lifestyle. Customize your life. Be unstoppable.
The most popular races, like Ironman Lake Placid, sell out fast. But you can secure your entry to next year's race now, even before general registration opens, by joining the MMRF Team for Cures.
It's really important to do triathlon for a cause that's greater than oneself. For me, that cause is the MMRF.
The Multiple Myeloma Research Foundation is proud to be the official charity partner of Ironman Lake Placid. Race to cure cancer now.
Who's that behind those foster grants? Cat Graham. Sunglasses with scratch-resistant lenses and 100% UVA UVB protection. Foster Grant for the many shades of you.
Running makes me feel whole.
Running makes me feel free.
Young.
Relaxed.
Running clears my mind.
Like I'm a part of something bigger than myself.
You don't have to be Michael Phelps to train like Michael Phelps. With the Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spa by Master Spas, world-class training and relaxation are perfect for anyone.
It's not necessary.
The Michael Phelps Signature Swim Spa by Master Spas. For a $1,000 off coupon and the dealer nearest you, go to michaelphelpsswimspa.com.
Hi, I'm Daniella Reef, and you're watching Ironman Live.
2015 Ironman partners include GoPro, Be a Hero, Gatorade Endurance, Train with What's on Course, and Lifeproof, waterproof, dirtproof, snowproof and shockproof cases to protect your mobile device.
Bike as well.
Welcome back to the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. Right here we can see that Daniella Reef is running just by White Sands and Magic Sands beaches, coming right up here on the right-hand side. She has a handy lead out there today. Jody Swallow is in second place. Mary Beth Ellis in third place, followed by Denmark's Camilla Peterson and Michelle Vesterby. But joining me in studio right now, the three-time Ironman world champion, two-time Ironman 70.3 world champion, Mr. Craig Alexander. Hello, Craig.
Greg, how are you, mate?
Mate, I'm never better. It's been a great day so far.
Yeah.
What have you enjoyed about the race so far?
Just watch.
Other than watching.
Well, just watching the quality of these top guys and girls. And
Comment on Daniella right now, mate. She's looking good.
I think she looks great, and it's no surprise. It's what we've seen all year. I think her form has been impressive from the start. Her debut performance, obviously, last year was a second. She did what I expected and what everybody expected on the bike, which was to ride herself. But I think she paced herself as well, and I think she's looking quite smooth in the run.
Yeah, exactly. And as we see her going by right now, nutrition plays a very important role in this race, Craig. You're on the coaching side as well. You know, we're at about the 6 hour and 20-minute mark into her race right now. This is a very critical moment where you have to make sure that your core temperature and your nutrition is absolutely spot on.
Absolutely, and you know, I think you can get different conditions at this race, obviously. Some years it's more windy, other years when the wind's down, the heat comes really into play in the marathon, and I think a race like this, there's much less margin for error with your hydration and trying to keep your core body temperature down, and also your nutrition. And I think it pays big dividends when there's not a lot of cloud cover and it's very hot, just to be a little conservative along a Leahy drive. So
as we look at our women's leader here, we've got Jan Ferdino on our right, Daniella Reef on the left-hand side. Jan Ferdino started with less than a minute lead on the bike today, Craig. Now it has gone out to 1 minute and 50 seconds. And now, it's just gone out to 2 minutes. So it's getting a little bit larger here. Sebastian Kinley has now slipped back to 4 minutes and 18 seconds. So Jan Ferdino is having it all of his own way, but he has a habit of running out really quick out of transition.
Yeah, I think that's his background. He's a short course guy, but he's quality. He's a quality athlete, and you know, if he doesn't win today, he's going to win this race multiple times, in my opinion. It's very hot. I think he learned a lot on his debut last year, and I don't think it's unusual to see the top few just yo-yo in and out with their splits a little bit.
Craig, where are we right now?
They're just coming around a hot corner, so I think they've just passed mile 10. I think Jan's split is roughly an hour or just over, so he's running close to 6 minute miles or 3:45 per kilometre pace. I think he's on pace for 3:56 is his average, so I think he's running well, and it's very hot out there now. He's taken the sharp ride, and this is, in my opinion, the toughest hill on the course. There's no shade. You're not quite at halfway yet, and it's a very steep uphill, and Jan's a big guy, but you know, it's early stages in this race. I'm interested in T.O., he's right up there, and I'm also looking at Hoff, Aniko Lanos and Brent Mcmahon, I think, are the big movers, as is Frederick Van Leer. I was standing up near the pool. They looked very comfortable coming in on the bike.
Yeah, I agree with you. And right now, given those times, it's around about a 2:44 to 2:45 run split out there to go with his, 4:28 plus today. So not bad times out there. It was a little windy, but not too bad on the bike today.
I think the fastest bike split was Mikey Twelzik, who rode a 4:25. He just outsplit Sebastian, and they're amazing bike splits. And what I've noticed, I think the temperature's going up. I think this is going to be a very, very hot marathon. It's always tough. You get either heat or wind or a combination of both.
Craig, we usually have overcast conditions, a little bit of, just relief from the sun along a Leahy drive, but today you can't see any of that. Out onto the Queen K Highway right now, Queen Katumana Highway, where Jan is just about to go. There is no protection whatsoever. Like you said, this is going to be a very hot day. Very important to keep that core temperature down. Now, Jan's been going through these aid stations and picking up large bottles of water and just chugging them and putting them over his body right now, trying to keep it cool. Now, apart from that, Craig, how is it possible to get yourself to the top of Palani Hill in good shape?
I always found at this race it was a little different to others. I changed my technique a little bit. Lower knee lift.
Shorten your stride.
Much shorter stride, less drive out the back. And it's all about core body temperature, ingesting as much fluid as you can and pouring that water over your head. I mean, this race is about body management rather than, fitness comes into play, but, these guys are about to, Jan, as we speak, is about to turn left onto the Queen K. He's about 2 miles or 3 kilometres from halfway into this marathon. He's stopping to walk through, which I don't think is a bad tactic. I think you would give up a few seconds of your pace to keep that core body temperature cool. We've seen Jan do this before. I think this is normal, and I actually think it's a great strategy. I have noticed there is some cloud cover coming in, so I think these guys and girls may get a little respite towards the back half of the marathon.
So Craig, I mean, electrolytes and sodium depletion and management as well. Gatorade Endurance is a formula that's been especially done around events like this, or it was especially formulated for the Gators down in the University of Florida football team because of all the sweat loss and sodium depletions and electrolyte depletions. It's probably the best drink that you can get out there, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think actually another strategy that I think is very, very effective on a course like this and in these conditions is really dial your pace down on the uphills. Stay right in control, bring the heart rate down, and if you're feeling good, work the pace on the flats and the downhill sections. And these guys are experienced. Someone like Freddie Van Liet has raced here many times, as has Seb. So I think that's a strategy these guys will employ. As we watch now, Jan's making that right-hand turn onto the Queen K. So now he's got a big downhill section, and it'll be interesting to see what happens to his pace. For me, he still looks good. I think he still looks good and in control. No doubt it's hot out there, and I think he's monitoring that and dialing back his pace accordingly.
Yeah, he does look good, and let's just dial it back to July, where he was in the Ironman European Championship in Frankfurt, where he was going through those aid stations and stopping just like he did a moment ago, and just dousing his head in the water and just making sure that he's good to go. I thought that he was in trouble when I was looking at that on on live coverage in July, but now I'm looking at it going, I just think that was a guy that was in control of his body.
I think it was a strategy. I mean, people respond differently in the heat, and let's be honest, no one really likes racing in the heat. Some just deal with it and try and do the things physiologically to help themselves. I think it was a strategy. He's a bigger guy. He's going to generate a lot of heat, and I think it was something he discussed with a lot of people. I know how professional Jan is, and it was a strategy they've used. We've also seen him in races stick his head and his upper body into the ice bucket at aid stations. So I think it's a conscious, calculated decision to slow the pace through the aid stations and try and cool the core body temperature.
He's on a slight decline at the moment when he's going down on the Queen Kaumanu Highway down toward Makala Road. When he goes around to the right-hand side, it flattens out a little bit and starts to go up a hill a touch. When they get down to Honakahu Harbour, they've got a bit of a climb again up to the Energy Lab. Then it goes down into the Energy Lab. So it's a little bit undulating. It's not completely flat out there. So probably help someone like Jan Ferdino. He's got a long stride.
Absolutely. I think it'll help him break his stride and his muscle firing pattern up a little bit. And he still looks great to me. It's not a flat course. That was the first thing I noticed when I came out here to race the first time. It's a challenging course, and these guys, once they hit the Queen K, there is absolutely no shelter to be had out there. So I always felt it was the cooler part of the course, though, because you did get the breeze. You are exposed to the sun, but the trade-off was the breeze would hit you. So
yeah, it's like a swamp running down on Ali'i Drive. And, man, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. You've done this a few times, mate.
Well, I used to do my homework. I prided myself on preparing the right way, so hopefully.
That's good. We're really happy to have you, Craig. And also, the other night you had a major announcement to make, and that was the 2016 Ironman 70.3 World Championships. Where is this going to be held?
It's coming down under next year on the 4th of September to Mooloolaba in Queensland on the Sunshine Coast. And yeah, I look forward to, it's great for all athletes in the region, Asia Pacific, and particularly Aussie athletes, to be able to have a home World Championships. And, I would encourage the world to come down and join us. You won't be disappointed. It's an absolutely magic part of the world.
You're thinking about donning the Speedo and tickling your toes in the salt water of Mooloolaba?
I'll don the Speedos, and I might have a bit of surfing in race week and maybe some fishing, and I'll take in all the local tourist attractions and be happy to sit next to you and comment on these legends and great athletes as they run around.
Well, I'd be happy to do that with you because I absolutely love Mooloolaba down there. The 4th of September, 2016 for the Ironman 70.3 World Championship is coming your way. We just finished off 6 weeks ago in Zelmsee, Austria, and what a great event that was. Now we head toward Australia. Jan Ferdino continues to lead, following the lead car out there on the Queen Kaumanu Highway. Now Jan is at 11 miles onto the run course, and Craig, he's got another, 15 miles or so to run. Coming up to about that halfway mark, it gets pretty tough.
Yeah, it's certainly not flat out there. What I'm noticing with the splits that we're getting is Andy Raylett is making a big push. And he has a history of doing this, particularly in the middle part of the marathon. He seems to be holding the fastest average pace, and he's made up considerable time. So there is a long way to go. For me, I think Jan's still completely in control. Yeah, Andy's running 320 per kilometre pace at the moment, which is...
That's insane.
In this heat, it's fast. It's fast. But Andy's a guy who's raced here for a decade, so he's an experienced guy and he knows what to expect. For mine, I'm still liking the look of Jan. I love the way he's looking. He's just a beautiful athlete to watch in all 3 disciplines. Let's see what he does here through the 8 stations. He's going to take some ice, take some water. He's getting some electrolytes. He's getting some Gatorade in, and I love this strategy. He's slowing right down and maybe giving a little time back on his average pace, but he's bringing his core body temperature down. So, this is going to serve him well later in the race.
Yeah, all right, Craig. We'll leave it at that. And as Andy Rayler's making a big push, we want to thank you for dropping in and speaking with us today. We'll see you a little bit later on. I know you're out tonight to go back to your wonderful family in Australia. It's the first time that you've been here without your family.
Yeah, no, it is. I've always had them here when I raced, and it's the first time I've been here and not raced on the Big Island. But I've enjoyed the week. I kind of feel like I don't deserve to go to the after party. That's for the athletes, and so I'm going to head home and watch my daughter race in her state athletics carnival. I'm looking forward to that, but it's always great to hang out with you, legend.
All right, mate. Okay, Craig. Well, Craig Alexander, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet in the sport of Ironman triathlon. He is a 5-time world champion. We want to thank him for his time today. The All-World Athlete Program is Ironman's way of rewarding the age group athletes' hard work, dedication, and performance. Let's take a look at this. Earlier this week, Ironman honoured the top 1% All-World Athlete Gold members. These are the best racers in their age groups. Special guests were Paula Newby-Fraser, Dave Scott, Craig Alexander, and Mark Allen. The All-World Athlete Program uses Ironman's age group ranking system to determine where athletes rank amongst their age group and each calendar year. Only the top 10% are awarded all-world status. Paula Newby-Fraser there and Dave Scott. Dave Deschaines from the Ironman Foundation. 1,342 all-world athletes in Kona representing 51 countries. 486 of those athletes are all-world gold. More AWA info at ironman.com. Back to live coverage here. We got Daniella Reef as we welcome in Matt Lieto. Matt, it was nice out there in transition. How did they all look out there?
Yeah, it's always tough getting off a 112-mile bike ride in this heat and getting exponentially hotter once you get on the run to head out. But most of the athletes looked pretty good. There were a few athletes that had trouble, but it was obvious that the trouble was caused early in the bike ride. Again, Luke Bell had some issues. He's okay. Angela Nath had some issues, but we saw that in transition 1. But most of the athletes looked great. I want to say Camilla looked the best, I think, of the women coming out on the run. And Lucy Gossage looked well. Heather Jackson looked good as well, but she was pretty far back. But right now, the woman in the driver's seat is Daniella Reef.
Yeah, you know what? Talked about it a little bit today. A couple of mentions, but Camilla Peterson involved in a nasty accident, 4 years ago. Spent 3 weeks in an induced coma. Came out of it, had to learn how to walk again, and then how to run again. And now she's back competing as a professional athlete. She was mentioning, over the last year and a half or so, she's had trouble getting past 4 hours, now trouble getting past 6 hours. Yeah. Today, she's not really certain where she's at still. She's still having some, I think neurological sort of issues going on. But she's right up there in 4th place of the Ironman World Championship right now. That's great.
Well, knowing that, Greg, if she's being cautious, which you'd assume if you knew those things, that she would be cautious through the first period of the day. And if she's being cautious right now, she's in a great position because she's only 2.5 minutes out of 2nd place as we've seen so far. So, she's 30 seconds behind Mary Beth Ellis for the podium. So Camilla Peterson in an awesome position for herself, especially considering the issues that she's had overcoming that crazy injury. But right now, again, on our left of our screen, we see Daniella Reef, and on our right, Jan Ferdino, and man, he looks good. There's one other athlete I've seen that seems to be moving pretty quickly, is one we're used to seeing move quickly the first half of the marathon. It's been a couple years, but Andreas Rehler is absolutely flying. And at this point, he's only 45 seconds behind Sebastian Kienle for the podium spot and 3 minutes behind Tim O'Donnell. The problem that Andreas has had in the past, it seems that, he just gets in the rhythm and goes, right?
Yeah.
And we know he crashed today on the bike, but if he gets in the rhythm and goes a little bit too hard on Ali'i, he tends to fade, right around that 16, 18, 20-mile mark. We saw that one year he ran up on the shoulder of Chris McCormick, and then Chris McCormick kind of had him in his pocket, so to speak, and was able to get across the finish line first. But if he's pacing himself correctly, Jan Ferdino might have to watch his shoulder.
Well, we're looking at a sub 6-minute miler right now going through. That equates to just over 2:36 on the marathon, which has never been done here in Kona before. So Andy's going out at breakneck speed. But look at the turnover of this guy right now. His turnover is absolutely stunning at the moment as he runs through 12 miles of the run course today. Jan Ferdino, he's an Olympic champion. He's the defending and current Ironman European champion. He did a bike split of 4:08 that day to take his victory down there in Frankfurt. And today, he was third out of the water. He was also right up there off the bike. And now he leads this race, and good luck catching him.
Yeah, and look at him. Look how smooth he looks. And his average speed right now is 6:15 mile, and that's including going up Palani just a few minutes ago. And generally, we see athletes around 10-minute pace going up that climb. So, he looks like he's out for a Sunday jog. I've never looked this good on a Sunday jog, but for Jan, this looks like he's out just for a little stroll. And right now, he's in the lead of the Ironman World Championships. He does only have 2 minutes and 20 seconds on Tim O'Donnell. So he's not, he can't be comfortable with where he's at. You never know what another athlete's going to bring to the table. Tim O'Donnell is right there. And again, just another 2 minutes, 40 seconds behind him is Andreas Raelert with Sebastian Kienle running in between.
Yeah, exactly. And, I spoke to Jan's wife, Emma Snowsill, and she was saying that, it was supposed to be her that was going to go into the Ironman distance, and give it a crack. But it ended up not being Emma, and it ended up being Jan. And now, they won the Olympic Games on the, on the same Olympic field down there in Beijing in 2008. Emma winning the women's race, Jan winning the men's race. But you can see here that Jan is taking much advantage of these aid stations.
Oh, this is amazing. He just
being
grabbed
the first one through.
Yeah, he just grabbed two 2-liter bottles of water and is double fisting these water bottles as he's running down the highway. And, that when we joke about it, it looks funny, but he needs to stay cool. And he knows even if he feels okay, he needs to make sure he's hydrating and he's keeping his body, his core temperature as cool as possible. You know that on a long training day and when it's hot, you'd rather take a liter bottle of water and drink as much as he can than a little Dixie cup on the side of the road. So, Jan's sticking to the same thing. He's grabbing as much water as he possibly can and taking advantage of those aid stations. You can see his feet are wet from as much water as he's pouring on himself. But, we assume that he's practiced it. He knows he can handle wet feet. He's not going to get blisters. But that guy, let's talk about his calves for a second, Greg. Look at those calves.
Well, I just want to ask you a question. You mean to say that you don't do your bicep curls out on your training runs with 2-liter bottles in each hand?
Oh yeah, I'd need a volunteer to pick those up for me and put them in my mouth.
I know. So Jan Ferdino, he's not wasting any time. He's doing his weight workout at the same time as leading the Ironman World Championship. So Jan Ferdino spent a good part of his life in South Africa as well as Germany, spends a lot of his time in Australia as well, but trains out of Girona in Spain, just outside of Barcelona. So he's a global athlete, training all around the place, and he's got a fantastic support team, especially with his lovely wife, Emma Snowsill. So Jan Ferdino leading our race right now. Just to give you an idea, he's running at a 4:04 pace at the moment. So that's a 2:48 marathon pace at this point in time.
Yeah, Greg, he's having a great run. Behind him, as we said, we have Tim O'Donnell behind, Sebastian Kienle, 4 minutes and a half. Then Andreas Raelert. Then from 5th place to 9th place, just like last year, so tight, Greg. We have Aneko Janos, Andy Potts, Frederick Van Leer, Tyler Butterfield, and Ben Hoffman, all within 55 seconds of each other. So that's 5th place through 9th place, all within 50 seconds of each other. So there's going to be some fast runs up in that section there, but you might see these athletes group up and maybe get on each other's shoulders and really push in. But that is, that's going to motivate you to run fast when you've got that many fast athletes around. There's no mailing it in for a top 5 or a top 6 or top 7 placing. You're going to have to push it. And one name I don't see on here all of a sudden, Brent Mcmahon seems like he's fallen back. He's now in 11th place, 3 minutes behind that group of athletes.
Yeah, and I think that, right now Andy Raelert's slowed down a little bit. He's now 5 minutes down from the top of the race there. So Jan Ferdino is leading our race right now from Timothy O'Donnell. Sebastian Kinley in third place, sitting at 4 minutes and 39 seconds, just gradually losing a few seconds every moment or so. And then Andy Raylert sitting right at 5 minutes, 7:21 is Aneko Janos. And then we've got our next group of 5 athletes right off there. So great race this year at the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. The whole event team here has put on another magnificent event, and it all started a week ago at the Ala training swim, which was a full-length training swim. Last weekend, Diana Birch, the Vice President of World Championship events, put on this magnificent swim. And then we went off to a 5 and a 10K run, but then Monday, all the events kicked off. And then Tuesday was our Keki Dip and Dash, something for the whole family here in Kailua Kona. And Jan Ferdino now, Matt, he's looking like he's just going to run away with it. I absolutely think that everybody's still in with a shot, because we're looking at a guy that's fantastic, but there's a long way to go. We're still looking at about 14 miles to go at the moment. So another Ironman Foundation athlete racing today is Josh Fitchett. He's racing in the men's 40 to 44-year-old age group. Josh was a college rugby player. He's no stranger to the pleasure of competing at the Ironman World Championship level. Over the past 8 years, Josh has competed in the World Championships at the ITU Aquathlon, the ITU Olympic Distance, the Ironman 70.3 World Championships, Adventure Racing, Xterra, and the ITU Sprint, and now the Ironman World Championship. Josh is expecting his first child, a little girl, in January. So now we're on the Newton Run course right now, 26.2 miles, 42.2 kilometres on the Newton Run course. And what a great course that is. It's been absolutely fantastic. We're going to go over to Michael Lovato. Where are you, Mike?
Hey, thanks very much, Greg. I'm standing here on course with our 2012 Ironman World Champion. This is Pete Jacobs. Pete, thank you so much for being here with us.
That's cool. It's excited to be here watching the race. It's good fun.
And I understand you haven't watched the race since maybe 10 years ago or a number of years ago?
Yeah, long time, and I was so young I barely even, remember it.
Okay, so you have watched the race actually from the inside, so you're one of the experts. Just talk to me about what you've seen. So Frodo has the lead, Ferdino that is. He's holding out there, but what's it like, first of all, to be in front, and what does he need to do to hold that front position?
Yeah, he's in the best position he can be in, It's only 2 minutes 10, but that means all he's got to do is maintain his pace. The other guys have to run faster, and trying to pick up your pace at the back half of the Ironman, in the marathon is near impossible, almost never happens. So he really is going to, if something's got to really go wrong for, Tio to catch him. But at the same time, a guy like Raylett is moving quicker than the others. So, maybe he can keep moving and keep quickening his pace and move up from 4th, or I think he's in 3rd actually now, just past Sebi. And he might be a threat if Ferdino loses a little bit of pace. It could come down to a classic Raylett sprint finish as he's known for.
Absolutely. And so just again, you've raced all these guys. What does it mean when we hear Hoffman's walking? We hear McMahon is walking. Were you ever able to walk and then come back and still have a great marathon?
Yeah, every marathon, even when I got the 3rd quickest PB marathon here, I walk plenty of aid stations. It's great to walk the aid stations. You get your heart rate down and freshen up and come back stronger. And these guys have raced so hard. They've gone for it. When they felt good, they went for it. You saw Ben Hoffman, T.O. have a big crack on the bike, and it's just been awesome racing. It's really close, and I think that everybody's pushed themselves to the limit on this race. Nobody's been really cagey. So they've all laid it on the line, and when it comes down to, that last 10K of the run, it's proving to be a really close race, and this one's going to hurt them all.
Absolutely, we know that much. Let's just quickly talk about the women. You're the men's champ, but what's your view? Daniella Reef, her race to lose, can anyone catch her?
Yeah, it's the same thing again. Being in that lead position is just such an easy position to be in a way, because you don't have to worry about picking up your pace and trying to catch people. So yeah, it's a good position for her. The other girls had really strong bike rides. They were having on days as well to be that close. But then I saw Rachel Joyce running out of T2, and I think she looked really strong. She's known as a good runner, but she just seemed to have a slightly longer stride than her usual shorter, stride. So I think she might come through on the run a bit.
Great observation. I agree 100%. She's the gal to watch. Mary Beth Ellis, of course, also strong. But thank you so much. The final question before we go back to Greg and Welch. Greg and Matt, do you wish you were on course?
Not at all. I haven't put in the hard work, so I'm happy to leave it out there for those guys to go through the pain today.
Okay, excellent. Pete, thanks for joining us. Back to you, Matt and Greg, in the studio.
Thanks so much, Michael. Appreciate it. Yeah, now we're back here watching Tim O'Donnell. Greg, seems like he's almost pulled back 5 or 10 seconds on Jan Ferdino, and he's distancing himself more from Sebastian Kienle, but an athlete has jumped in between, and that's that hard chasing Andreas Raylert.
Yeah, Sebastian Kienle is definitely losing pace now on the Newton Run course. And you can see that Jan Ferdino and Andreas Raylert at the moment are running exactly the same times. So Raylert and Ferdino are not doing anything to one another. Timothy O'Donnell came within 2 minutes again, and now it's gone back out to 2:04. So those two are just, going back and forward. But Sebastian Kienle is losing a little bit of time. The one guy who is moving from behind is from the USA. Who's that, Matt?
Andy Potts. We were talking about those tight-knit athletes from 5th to 9th place. Andy has catapulted himself to 5th place, the front of that group, and he is 40 seconds now ahead of Tyler Butterfield, who is now in 6th place. So Andy has found some energy, and he's going to be coming up on Sebastian Kienle's heels, I would say, in a few miles here, Greg.
So Timothy O'Donnell from the USA, he's in 2nd place at the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. He's running off to the finish line. We're running off to a break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
What we've done at Earbuds, powered by JBL, is produced an earphone that allows athletes to do their activity without having to worry about their earphones hurting or falling out. If you're on a bike for 5 hours, you want to listen to music. You want to watch a movie if you're at your home on a CompuTrainer. So we provide that catalyst of getting the music from your device into the ears in a comfortable way where the product never moves. If you focus on the actual top of our earphone, which is what we call our enhancer, it's an ergonomic shape. So it's shaped unlike any other earphone that's actually in the marketplace. We spent 2 years worth of research actually finding out what the human ear looked like. And then we took 3D images of the ear, categorized different parts of the ear, and then built different shapes and sizes of our product to fit different consumers. What we found is that athletes, as they continue to develop in their particular sport, they start looking for the latest and greatest products. So what we've done is we've actually produced a product that is a Bluetooth sport earphone. So it takes all the wonderful things that Earbuds has brought in the past of never hurting and never falling out, and it gets rid of the wire. So it uses Bluetooth transmission to get the audio from your device into your ears without having any cord connected. And it pairs perfectly with an armband, which we produce as well. So it allows you to keep the product on your arm, not having to fiddle with it, and be able to view it directly from your arm to change your music and change your actual songs. One of the big things that we did last year is we actually redid our line, and we produced a new product that's actually called our 300 series. And our 300 series allows the athlete to use a wired earphone to transmit their audio from their device. But when they're done using it, it has what's called our quick click technology. And the quick click technology actually is magnetized back into the buds. So when you're done with it, you simply lock them together so it hangs around your neck. So instead of trying to drape it over your shirt, put it in a bra strap, finding a place to actually put it, we found that use case that the athlete was really yearning for was a place to actually house the product during passive use. Really, the product is developed by athletes, so talking to the actual consumer, finding out from them what they want, what they need, we've been able to actually identify and produce products to fit those needs and help create those solutions.
Stretches of the unknown and the unanswered and the unfinished still far outstrip our collective comprehension. Why choose this as our goal? Why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Our world is full of opportunities, experiences, possibilities, adventures, and activities that shape our lives, that help us learn, that help us connect, and help us perform. Our technology is there from the start. Join us.
The body is incredibly powerful. It's nimble and fluid. But sometimes we push it too far. That's when you need the strength of Memorial Hermann and our body of affiliated orthopedic specialists. With our IRONMAN Sports Medicine Institute, they not only get your body back to where it was, they get it to go further. It's what makes us more than just hospitals. We are a body of experts. Memorial Hermann, advancing health.
Dear fashionistas, athletes, ballerinas, and first responders, we're honored that our fibers have your backs and arms and legs, heels and toes. We are Coke.
Our feet come in all different shapes and sizes. Shoes and insoles just come in factory sizes, meaning they don't always offer the unique support our body demands, leaving us with unnecessary discomfort. Soles Flex 3D printed insoles have been created to fit the exact contours of your feet like a glove, and offer custom support, stability, and pain relief in a product made uniquely for you. Wear soles and be unstoppable.
I'm Sebastian Kienle, defending champion, and you are watching Ironman Live.
2015 Ironman partners include GoPro, Be a Hero, Active, find your Active at active.com, and Newton Running. Nothing feels like a Newton. I hope you're enjoying exclusive live coverage today. This is the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. We're on the Newton Run course at the moment. The athletes are now at about 15 miles into the run course with about 11 miles to run. Social media, Facebook, Ironman Try. Instagram, same thing, Ironman Try. Twitter at Ironman Try, and Pinterest, Ironman Try as well here. So we're welcoming back into the studio AJ from Training Peaks at the moment. So AJ, we'll get to you in just a few moments' time here as we try and go through the race. But once again, if you're looking for all the best apparel and all the best merchandise in the sport of Ironman Triathlon, go to ironmanstore.com. And if you're here in Kona and you're on your tablet or on your phone, your smartphone, head on into the merchandise store and pick up a couple of shirts or two and pick me one up while you're there. Beautiful stuff. AJ, welcome back.
Thank you.
Matt Lieto and I, Greg Welch, would love to hear what you got to say about the race right now. You've been given input all day long and predictions before the race. Give us a little bit of a rundown on your predictions and how they fared out on the bike today.
Well, we were really, really close on the predictions. Kienle was a little bit slower than we predicted by about 4 minutes. Same with Ferdino. I think that really had to do with the fact that they waited a little bit longer to make their move than we thought they might. So still 4 minutes over 112 miles. Ben Hoffman actually went 2 minutes faster than we predicted. I know, Matt, you thought that was a little, but he, we did base that prediction based off of what his wattage from last year.
Okay.
So maybe Ben has a little bit more fitness than he did the previous year, and he, decided to step up his game. Obviously, had that big surge the first part of the bike, so he was 2 minutes faster. One athlete that we nailed pretty much spot on was Daniella Reef, within 1 minute of her time. So as far as prediction goes, with Kona weather, it's really pretty difficult to do that. But we'll see. How the athletes come to good on the run, right?
AJ, what about Mr. Consistency, the 2013 Ironman World Champion from Belgium? I mean, Freddie Van Lierde, we always say Mr. Consistency because he is. What did he do? Yeah, I mean, you got it right. We have his file from 2013 when he won. We have his file from last year, and we just got his file this year. And he is within 5 watts or so on average in ice power between those 3 years. If you showed me those 3 files in a row, I wouldn't be able to tell you which one was from which year. It is super consistent. And that's his game, right? He races his race. And, you may not, you see him at the front, but you don't see him, he sneaks up on people. And I don't understand how that happens because he's so consistent. It's amazing. You just said something that is very synonymous as far as what's happening right now. And that's because sneaking up is exactly what Timothy O'Donnell is doing right now. He's 1 minute and 8 seconds behind our leader, Jan Ferdino. So Timothy O'Donnell is finding himself in second place, and he's got Jan Ferdino inside right now. Matt, comments?
No, our spotters are saying that Jan Ferdino is slowing down, and we could tell that by the splits a little bit, but obviously physically maybe he's faltering a little bit, maybe he's walking a little bit, but we don't know that quite yet. But what we do know is Tim O'Donnell has his sights on Jan Ferdino, and he's pulling him back at a pretty quick rate. I mean, he was just at 2 minutes not that long ago. Now he's a minute 10. You know, if Tim's bringing him back, we also know Andreas Raylert is bringing him back too. So Tim needs to keep that pace up. Andreas Raylert is now only 2 minutes and 15 seconds behind Tim O'Donnell. So we have 3 athletes just separated by 3 minutes. Some great running out there. Now, AJ, is there anybody's bike split, anything jump out to you as far as maybe athletes that overbiked and we might see them hurting on the run, or the opposite of maybe some athletes that maybe were conservative that you could expect a really good run from today?
Well, you know, honestly, we thought when we saw Kienle a little bit slower than we predicted, we thought maybe he was saving it up for the run, and you know, maybe that's not the case. You know, you never know. But really, everybody kind of hit it the way we thought. I guess Hoffman would be the one outlier there with, like I said, that big surge up to the front.
Yeah.
You know, maybe he's paying the price for it now, but he's still got plenty of time to recover, and you know he's a veteran athlete, so I certainly would not count him out by any means. But really, that's why these guys are pros, and the women. You know, they don't bike out of what they know they can do, right? They don't look for that something special on race day, and that's you know, the best plan that any athlete can have, really.
And how about Tim? When you saw Tim put that effort off the front, did you think maybe he's doing something that's out of his realm? It's hard to say.
It is hard to say, but you know, a little bit, right? He's not known as the guy that's going to go to the front and you know, go past the Ferdinos and the Kienles. But again, you know, like I said earlier, I think Tim saw an opportunity and had the confidence in himself and in his fitness to take that opportunity. And really, you're seeing it at this point. It was a good gamble for him, and we'll just see how far he can hold this, and if he can, you know, take it all the way.
And if we have, you know, often we have athletes talk about their power, and obviously there's an average that you want to hit. We hear a lot of athletes talk about maybe burning a match.
Right.
And when we say Tim O'Donnell probably burnt a match in that effort, what does that mean when somebody talks about burning a match?
Well, burning a match is basically a way of saying you overextended yourself. It's probably the simplest way to say it. And there are multiple ways to burn a match. You could go way too hard for a short period of time. You could go kind of hard for too long, and that's typically what you see more often in Ironman. You don't see people really, you know, going, you know, hitting 1,000 watts for 10 seconds and burning a match. But the thing is you can burn matches.
Yes.
It's just how many can you burn? And Tim may have burned a match or two, but if he still has 5 matches left, and it looks like he does at this point, then like I said, that's the risk benefit, right? And so far, it's more of a benefit.
You go into a race knowing how many matches you have, and if you've trained for efforts on the bike, knowing wattage you can hold for periods, like for 5-minute interval, 10-minute interval. You know, a lot of people are surprised when they hear athletes will do over/under workouts, where you're doing a half-hour Ironman effort, but maybe you do 10 minutes at an Olympic distance effort in between, right? So these athletes have trained for that.
Right, and particularly here at Kona, where amongst the men, you do have a little bit more surging, right? You've got a really quality field of, you know, 10, 15, 20 guys at the front, and you have to be able to overextend yourself to some degree. And it's just a matter of how many matches did you come to the race with, right?
Absolutely.
Well, I think this girl came to the race with a full box of matches. She's running along Ali'i Drive toward the hot corner. She's going to make a right up Hualalai Road, left onto Kuakini, up Palani Road, onto the Queen Ka'umanu Highway, and then she's got about 16 miles to go, but Daniella Reef is not slowing down one iota at the moment, as she has a nice little lead right now of 9 minutes and 35 seconds on Jody Swallow. Mary Beth Ellis at 11:55, running just 10 seconds in front of Rachel Joyce, and Camilla Peterson is hanging in there right now. So the two Danish girls, Camilla Peterson and Michelle Vesterby, are only separated by about 2 minutes at this stage. So great to see our two Great Danes having a great race today. And Camilla Peterson, as we've been talking about it all day, you know, she was in that coma for 3 weeks a few years ago, and now she finds herself in the top 5 of the Ironman World Championship, and good on her today.
And this is what Michael was talking about earlier, Greg. Kind of, you know, sometimes when you're in the lead of a race like this, it can almost be a detriment because everybody behind you is getting splits from every one of their friends out on course. Sometimes they're getting missed splits, but that whiteboard behind is a godsend to an athlete like Reef that's off the front. She now knows she doesn't have to look over her shoulder to see what the gap is. She doesn't have to wait for an out and back. She sees that whiteboard. She knows what the split is, so she can settle in. She can keep her pace. As Craig was saying earlier, you know, when you're in the front, you know, you have the ability to determine what your pace is. And Daniella is doing a great job. Man, she looks nice and smooth, and yeah, she's ready to go. But she's got some athletes chasing her. About 10 minutes down is Jody Swallow. 2 minutes further back behind her is Mary Beth Ellis, and Rachel Joyce looking like she might be trying to make a pass here pretty soon on Mary Beth Ellis. But if I know anything about Mary Beth Ellis, she's going to jump right on her shoulder and hang as long as she can.
Yeah, just look at this turnover right now. It's just perfect. I mean, it's all she has to do. You might look at her upper body and just say, well, that's not, synonymous with a runner, but it doesn't really matter. Her arms aren't too bad. As a matter of fact, her left arm's a lot better than what it was when she started off. Yep. She's pulled it in a little bit. I mean, AJ, it was coming from the outside to the inside, just wobbling her shoulders. You can see that her right shoulder's dropped compared to her left shoulder. Looks like her right shoulder's a little bit more forward, so that might be twisting her hips a little bit. But the knee drive certainly seems to be there. And when she lands on her foot, she's got a right foot heel kick, but it seems to land, and the biomechanics of it all is that she's pronating a touch on the right foot, but it doesn't really mean anything at the end of the day, provided she has that good run split.
Right. I mean, those are her personal biomechanics. It reminds me of Lori Bowden all those years ago.
Exactly.
It didn't necessarily look the most elegant, but man, did it work. And so every athlete has that. Every athlete has their own little biomechanical quirks, whether it's on the bike or the run. And she's obviously still getting it done out there.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, she looks nice and smooth. The athletes behind are chasing, but they've got quite a gap, and they were able to see that on that out and back. But Daniella looks smooth, and there's no doubt she got home after her race last year, got together with her coach Brett Sutton, and sat down and wrote down things that she needed to change for this year, experience that she went through on the course last year, and knowledge that she gained. And they went to the drawing board, and she's been unstoppable ever since. And right now, up to this point, you could say she's nothing but unstoppable here. So Daniella having a great run.
And it seems to me like the power of information, right? She just was able to see some splits on that whiteboard, and now she has a gauge, and so she's understands what she needs to do, where she's at, and she, when you have that sort of information, whether, okay, do I really need to push? Do I need to back it off? And mentally, for those of that's actually, I think, her assistant coach there back in the background yelling at her. But that information on the course is key.
Yeah, it really is. So let's tell you what's happening for the minor placings in our women's race right now. We can tell you that Rachel Joyce is certainly making a run for it. She's moved up into 4th place. She's now only 3 seconds behind Mary Beth Ellis from the United States, and now only 2.5 minutes down on Jody Swallow from Great Britain. So that's the minor placings in our women's race. Now on the men's race, we do have a little bit of news to tell you. That is Andreas Raelert has now pulled within 2 minutes and 44 seconds of the lead, and now he's in 3rd place. 1 minute 34 seconds off the lead is Timothy O'Donnell. So Timothy O'Donnell now is only 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead of 3rd place, and that's a storming and like a freight train. Andy Raelert is on fire through the first half of this marathon.
Greg, I think there's going to be some shuffling going on in the energy lab. That's where a lot of things go down, and Andreas Raelert, historically, I think he can go either way. He can run a lot of time into you, or that can be kind of where he realizes maybe he went out a little hot. But right now, 2:45. I will say Craig Alexander was in here a minute ago, and he said, he would love to see Andreas take it out for the win. I apologize, Craig, if I'm not supposed to be public with that information, but anytime you see a fellow athlete get on the podium that many times, you want to see him get first place. And I think we're all inspired by how incredibly fast Andreas runs. And right now, you could barely tell that she's running up a super steep hill, but
the only
Daniella
reason,
Reef,
the only reason you can tell that, from that angle before, Matt, is because she's dropped her shoulders. She's dropped her chin down to the ground, and that's exactly what you do. You shorten your stride up. You put, you lower, your center of gravity down to the ground. Shorten up the stride. Help the arms, help you get up that hill, and that's what she's done magnificently right now.
Lean into it a little bit, right?
Exactly. What do you say, AJ? You're a coach.
I'd tell her, just keep doing what you're doing. She's obviously, looking strong right now, and she knows what she has in front of her, right? She knows what she's in for coming up the Queen K, and she knows what it's going to be like going to the Natural Energy Lab. So she's probably, thinking ahead a little bit, and obviously considering nutrition and all those sorts of factors. She's very, very smart racer. There she's, taking more nutrition, and so, I think, she has a game plan, and she's just out there executing it like she knows she can.
Yeah, AJ, and how much more comfortable as an athlete going up this hill trying to race for the win are you with a 10-minute lead? I mean, you don't want to have to come up this with somebody a minute behind you, right?
Right, and there's smart. She's taking in water on the hat, and that's the thing, right? Yeah, she knows she's got time in hand, so she can do these sorts of things. And you're talking about when you're more relaxed like that, your form, right, is a little bit more fluid. You're a little bit more efficient because you don't have that kind of mental tension that usually manifests itself in the upper body, right? You start to kind of short arm everything, and the shoulders start to come up. But don't see any of that with Daniella here, and she's taking in all the nutrition and just racing really smart, and she's better an athlete.
No, she looks awesome. And thanks so much, AJ, for coming in. Thanks to Training Peaks for bringing in here. And right now we're watching Daniella Reef. It seems to be running away with the race here, actually extending her lead on the marathon. But we'll get right back to the race. We're going to go to a commercial break and get right back to you.
Thank you.
Quark produces a really robust, durable power meter. It's crankset based. It's very easy to use and has a very stable and reliable output. And that's been a really successful approach to measuring power on the bike. This year we have an exciting new system called Quark Race Intelligence. It's a real-time data and analytics platform that delivers real-time data from the athletes as they're on course. The athletes will all have the Quark Collector tracking device. It's a rugged GPS tracking device that uses mobile networks and also has a radio to talk to on the personal sensors such as heart rate and power. It's super durable and has a long-lasting battery that's designed specifically for Ironman and the demands of endurance athletes. This will be the first time that GPS tracking has been used on all the pro athletes at the Kona Ironman World Championship. For each athlete, we have GPS and position, as well as time gaps between the athletes and other sensor data like heart rate and power. All the athletes will have it during the bike and the run portions of the race on Saturday. So if you want to watch from home, you look at quarkrace.com or ironmanlive.com, and you can check out the positions there. There's both a map and a leaderboard that shows the real-time positions of the athletes. With Ironman, it's a great race, really exciting, but it's difficult to watch from home because the athletes leave and they cover such a long distance, 112 miles on the bike, 26 miles on the run, and we want to bring the information about what's happening on the race course to viewers in a better format.
Running makes me feel
magic.
Running makes me feel light.
Running makes me feel alive.
Running makes me feel strong.
Running makes me feel brave.
Running makes me feel empowered.
like I'm a part of something bigger than myself.
Our feet take us everywhere. Let's treat them to comfort. All feet are unique, requiring something made just for them. Soles Flex 3D printed insoles offer the custom support and stability we've all been missing. Get the pain relief you deserve in a product designed just for you. Wear Soles.
Before there's steak and heirloom tomatoes, a lazy picnic, or your cronutty goodness, there's our commitment to helping America's farmers and ranchers feed a hungry planet, one we bring to the table every day. We are Coke.
Who's that behind those foster grants? Cat Grant. Sunglasses with scratch-resistant lenses and 100% UVA UVB protection. Foster Grant, for the many shades of you.
I'm Marinda Carfrey and you're watching Ironman Live.
2015 Ironman partners include Newton Running. Nothing feels like a Newton. GoPro, Be a Hero, and IronmanStore.com, official Ironman merchandise. Welcome back to the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. Today's race, we're on the Newton Run course at the moment. We had the Roka swim earlier today, the Canyon Bikes bike course, and now the Newton Run course is certainly alive. We have Daniella Reef out there on the race course at the moment. Now she's on the Queen Kaumanu Highway, reaching that 11-mile mark. She's having a 9-minute lead at the moment there, Matt. And out on the run course for the men, it is Jan Ferdino with a 1:45 lead on Timothy O'Donnell.
It is, Greg, and things are happening really quickly, even just as we just watched off screen. But now Danielle Reef actually looks to have an 11-minute lead on Jody Swallow with a further minute back to Rachel Joyce, who has dropped Mary Beth Ellis. So Rachel Joyce firmly in third place at the moment. Danielle Reef at 11. And the men's race, looks like Jan Ferdino might have found his stride again, that beautiful stride, and he's 2 minutes and 2 seconds up on Tim O'Donnell. Andreas Raylert still moving. Man, that's the picture we all wanted to see. Andreas Raylert looks so good when he's on this run course. He looks like he's running fast, but doesn't look like he's pushing out of control like we've seen in the years past. Sometimes it looks like he can be chasing, and it's a pace that it's obvious he can't maintain. But Andreas Raylert looks so smooth. It's so hard to count him out. I think we're going to have a battle with Tim O'Donnell, obviously, but Jan Ferdino and him are right now the class runners at the front of this race. Tim O'Donnell being so tough, and I think we forget. I think Tim O'Donnell went sub 8 hours. He's gone sub 8 hours twice, so he has the run speed to be with these guys. He had an amazing bike ride today, paced himself perfectly to get off the front a little bit with those other two athletes. So right now, these podium athletes have put themselves almost out of touch. Andy Potts is now 6 minutes back, so a further 3 minutes behind Andreas Raylert, and it seems that Sebastian Kienle has just is slowly degrading in his pace right now, just holding on to fourth place, but it looks like Andy Potts is going to come up onto Sebastian here pretty quick. But look at Andreas.
Andy's running into the energy lab at the right at this point in time. He's looking over his right shoulder, straight ahead to the right. He wants to see down the road exactly where they are right now. I do believe that he thinks he's still in with a chance to win this race. Now, right up ahead is Timothy O'Donnell, but Timothy at this point is only 1 minute ahead of Andy.
Yeah.
And then 1 minute ahead of that is, actually 2 minutes ahead of that is Jan Ferdino. So Jan Ferdino is holding on to a 2 minute and 10-second advantage over USA's Timothy O'Donnell, and a further 1 minute back is Andy Raylert from Germany. Now, Andy's already been second in this race and third in this race and fourth in this race, and he knows exactly what it takes to get up to the front. Now, his wife is expecting their first child coming up in the new year. I think that he's really excited at the moment and wants to go home with a big gift for his lovely wife.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's a little extra motivation. We've seen that here in years past, athletes motivated by another special package on the way. Jan Ferdino's got one as well, so it might be the battle of the best birthday present for these two athletes up front. But Andreas Raylert, he didn't come here for another second place or another third place. I think we always kind of thought at some point he was going to win this race, and he kind of sloughed off in the last couple years, and he hasn't gone up with that performance. Like we saw him in with a sniff, as you might say, to win against Chris McCormick in years past, coming down Polani shoulder to shoulder. We thought if he didn't win that year, he was going to win the next year after that. So right now, Andreas Raylert doing his best. Greg, I would, being a betting man that I am, I would bet that someone in Jan Ferdino's camp told him, Andreas is coming, you need to start pushing the pace. Maybe you think you're comfortable with Tim O'Donnell behind you, but Andreas is absolutely rolling, and you need to put your head down and keep that pace up and make him earn it, because that's the way you beat Andreas Raylert, is make him work too hard too soon, and then he might falter a little bit, but if you don't make him push the entire time, he's going to come and get you and going to drop you in the end.
Well, in a very short moment, we got Jan Ferdino turning around at the run turnaround on the Newton Run course. Now everything is pointed back toward town for Jan Ferdino as he heads around the turn and making his way back into town. At this time, I'd like to bring in Michael Lovato, who's standing by with our tri-clubs.
Yes. Oh, go? And folks, we are standing here at the hot corner, and I wanted to talk to you about the Ironman Tri-Club program, which was created in 2012 as a way of giving back to the hundreds of clubs that have supported not only the sport of triathlon, but Ironman and Ironman 70.3. We have 5 divisions. The top 5 Ironman tri-clubs globally are all from the U.S. Endurance Nation's top 5 in Division 1. Division 1 consists of 300-plus member or national coaching business. Big Sexy Racing leads Division 2. Division 2 is from 176 to 299 members. Chattanooga Tri-Club is number 1 in the Division 3, which is 76 to 175 members. Division 4 leaders Summit Performance Racing, 26 to 75 members. And then in our Division 5, it's under 25 members. You've got the X3 Endurance at the top of the ranks. However, one of our tri-clubs that is here in person, they came out in full force all the way out from LA to be here in person watching the Ironman World Championships presented by GoPro. That is none other than Division 2, currently in 5th place, LA Tri-Club. LA Tri-Club is with me. I'm standing with Paul, the president. Thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here. It's a lot of fun. Great day today.
It's a big build-up. I'm excited because you guys were excited. When I showed up, you guys were all over the place, bouncing around, screaming, yelling. Is that what you guys are here for, just to support your members?
Yeah, we're here. We have a lot of members racing, and we have a full pit crew. And our pit crew team is a bunch of volunteers that come out and support everyone that's racing. And we have a big crew today.
Okay, and so how many members do you guys have on course racing?
I believe 7.
7, that's a pretty good contingent. How are they doing?
They're doing great. They're going awesome right now. We hopefully will have some good contenders.
Okay, and tell me this, how cool is it for you that Ironman has the Tri-Club program? Because you guys have a great club. How cool is it now you can compete amongst other clubs globally for the Tri-Club Championships?
Oh, I think it's phenomenal. In fact, at Ironman Boulder, we had over 50 members racing, so it's been a lot of fun. You know, we get to travel together to all the races, and we get to have bragging rights. We took first place at Boulder, and a few other Ironman races, so it's a lot of fun.
That's outstanding. That's very good to hear. And I know personally there's over 2,000 clubs that are in this globally now. There's clubs in China. There's clubs, well, every country. I think we've got over 30 nations that have clubs represented, and you guys are one of them. It's so cool that you guys came over here. And how many members are here spectating, and are they over here right now?
They're over here right now spectating. We got a handful here.
I think you guys can do better than that.
Come on!
Okay, that's great. And just thanks for coming out, LA Tri-Club. You guys are a hit, and we love having you guys out here. We love what the Tri-Club program does here for Ironman. Let these athletes compete as a group. It's such an individual sport, and you guys are in there competing together. Great stuff. While we were standing here, by the way, I'm sure you guys saw this on camera, Jody Swallow, second place female, was reduced to a walk, but she's running again up Palani with Rachel Joyce hot on her heels. But thanks, Paul, for coming out, president of LA Tri-Club. Guys, if you're looking for some fun competition, join the Tri-Club program. Back to you, Greg and Matt.
All right, thank you very much there, Michael. Very nice interview with Paul. And Paul was once upon a time with the LA Tri-Club, probably still is, and Ironman Tri-Clubs as well. There we go with Andy Raylert. He's made the turn, but we did see the pass before we went over to our Tri-Club piece there, Matt, with our first 2 competitors. That was Tim O'Donnell, coming back out of the turnaround, and Jan Ferdino going back in. Now our top 3 athletes are all heading back toward town, only separated by 3 minutes and 24 seconds.
Now, Greg, what happens in a pass like that? Do you give your competitor a wave as on the way by, or you put your head on the ground, or what's the deal?
Well, if it was 10-minute lead at this point of the year, you would give them a wave, but absolutely not. These guys are going to show their game face and not give up anything, as we see Jody Swallow now trying to get up, Palani Road right now. Looks like just having a few little issues there, but this is a very difficult, hill to get up before they head out onto the course here. So Rachel Joyce, in our women's race, right now has moved past Jody Swallow into second place by 1 minute at the moment. So Jody Swallow just about to get to the top of Palani, heading out on the Queen Ka'umanu Highway with 16 miles to go.
Yeah, Greg, and I feel like, obviously that's a very hard part of the course. It can feel very warm. She might get a little bit of relief. When you turn left up on this highway, often you'll get a little bit of breeze on your left shoulder. Right now, she might be feeling a bit of a tailwind generally. It feels so hot when you're running that pace going up the hill. So when she turns left, she's going to feel a little bit of breeze on her shoulder. Hopefully it'll help her cool her temperature down. But right now, she's got to make sure she maintains her herself a little bit because she's got Mary Beth Ellis. We actually might see it pass here. Mary Beth Ellis is only 7 seconds behind Jody Swallow at the moment, so coming right up on her shoulder, and she is one tough lady, and she knows how to handle it. Here we go, right into your screen. Mary Beth Ellis coming up on Jody Swallow. She's going to use this downhill to try to maintain that, but Mary Beth has been in this race a few times. She's experienced in the heat. She's gone and trained in some very, very hot conditions. She knows what she needs to do to keep herself cool, and she looks really good right now, Greg.
Yeah, I want to point out two things, Matt, is she's carrying a sponge and she's also wearing a hat.
Yep.
She's cooling herself down, whereas Jody, is not carrying either one of those things. She's not wearing a hat. She's not carrying anything in her hand. And what you can do with that sponge is you can wrap ice in it as well, and you can, just keep your hands cool. And that generally keeps your core temperature down as well. Whereas Jody's not doing any of that. I would rather see that Jody wear a hat so that she can put some ice in there and keep herself cool, unless she doesn't like running with a hat, which is, a personal choice, but that's what I would do.
And talk about this, Greg. Often you'll see an athlete pass another athlete, and they'll come at a close proximity. They'll run a tangent. Mary Beth Ellis could not have passed Jody Swallow at a further distance than she did. She went all the way to the other side of the road. Is that just to make sure that she could try to keep a distance away from Jody so she didn't get unhitched? Does that mean she doesn't want to have a chat? What does that mean as a competitor?
Well, right now I think that, Mary Beth wanted to make a quick pass.
Yeah.
But it's not happening, as we get a nice little German crowd behind us there showing their support for the race as well. But we can see that Mary Beth Ellis definitely wanted to make a fast getaway, but it's not happening. So I think that Jody really took her time getting up Palani Road, and now she's feeling okay. They're on a downside,
yes,
though.
Absolutely.
They are on a decline. Once they get onto the flats, things might change.
They might, and as I said, you get that downside, but you also get a little bit cooler. But
and it's already happened there,
the
Matt.
elastic's already snapped. She actually had to close a gap because of the way Mary Beth Ellis passed, and now she's walking again.
That was pretty much a last-ditch effort, I think, from Jody. So she gave it a bit of an effort to see what could happen here, but today proving to be very, very difficult for Jody, knowing that she was already in distress, to give it a bit of a surge like that probably wasn't the best of ideas. I would recommend that Jody just, ice herself down and just have a little chat to herself and, just get going. I mean, it hasn't been a good last 6 weeks for Jody. I mean, she had a great preparation coming into this, but unfortunately she wanted a great result at 70.3 Ironman World Championships, and it didn't happen because she had a crash the day before the race. But now, it may be just a little bit too much mentally, and that's probably what's going on right now. But Mary Beth Ellis, she's pretty tough.
Yeah, and on a hot day like this, Greg, basically all you got to tell those athletes, and they know, is you just got to do what you can to cool yourself, hydrate, and just keep moving. If you can get to the next aid station, do that. Drink some more water, get cool, go to the next aid station, and keep going from there. But right now, Mary Beth Ellis, we haven't seen her at the top of this race in a little bit, but she's got herself back in there, and she looks better than any of the other athletes we've seen run through at this point. So Mary Beth Ellis has found a second win here, and we're looking at the splits now from the men's race. We just got that came in, and Andreas Raylert now 3:45 back, Tim O'Donnell 2:53. So Andreas closing a little on Tim, but Jan Ferdino, that out and back inspired him. Not only did he get to see his competitors and get to run proud and strong and not look like he's faltering at all, but he doesn't have to do no more out and backs. All I have to do is run home. You get that little turn on Elite, that little extra bit, but all he has to do is get here, and he's got a sniff of the barn, and he's trying to get there.
This is Marinda Carfrae-esque, if you ask me. This is a beautiful little turnover that Mary Beth Ellis has going on right now. We haven't seen any running shots of Rachel Joyce of late. We'd love to get a shot of that. When we do, we'll commentate about that. But right now, the Mary Beth Ellis, I mean, she has won so many Ironmans, upward of 10 Ironmans right now. The only Ironman that she hasn't won that she's competed in is this one.
Yes, true.
And she would much love to win this race, but she finds herself right now, running in third position at 14 minutes and 12 seconds down on Daniella Reef. Now, Rachel Joyce has gone to 12 minutes and 23 seconds down, and about 2 minutes back from her is Mary Beth Ellis. So we've got three girls all within that 14-minute mark. Then we've got Jody Swallow, who was just beginning to walk just a few moments ago, but now we've got Camilla Peterson still running in fifth position, and Denmark's Michelle Vesterby in sixth. So there goes Jan Ferdino. This is very typical of what Jan does in Ironman racing. You'll slow down. You'll make sure he gets his core temperature down. You'll make sure he gets some water down the hatch. and then he'll pick it back up to the speed. He only loses, probably about 3 or 4 seconds per kilometer or per mile doing that, which is not too bad.
Yeah, and he's doing that through 8. I wonder if that's actually the pro tables and he's got water there. But right now, he is getting hot. We've seen him do this before, putting his head into the sponges. He's definitely overheating right now. That is the hottest part of the course on the run. When you're running out of the energy lab, again, it's similar to Kauai High on the bike, is that it's a little bit of an uphill. It's a little more uphill than you think, and it's generally a tailwind coming up there. It actually looks like it might be a little bit of a cross today, but either way, you get this reflective heat. I remember running through that section. Somebody had a thermometer on the ground, and it was 125 degrees on the pavement. It is so hot in there. So that's why we always say, that everything happens in the energy lab. An athlete can go in there fresh and be absolutely cracked before they come out the other side. So Jan Ferdino showing that he's hot, but it's okay that he's showing that it's hot because it's 92, 93 degrees out there. He's still in the lead. He has over 3 minutes on third place. Actually has 4 minutes on third place and 2 minutes 58 seconds on Tim O'Donnell right now. So he has the ability to do that. And as you said, Greg, a lot of times that's what the athletes do. Sebastian Kienle stopped at aid stations last year as well to get hydration. Sometimes you think, thinking I need to run 7 miles is a little too much to get around. If you think all I need to do is run a mile, let's see if I can run this mile in 6:15. Stop for 15 seconds, drink some water, do another one. If you ask Jan Ferdino if he can do 6:15-mile repeats, he said he could do them all day long with his eyes closed. So right now, he's just trying to hold a fast pace while he's running, make sure he recoups, gets cooled, gets hydrated, and keeps going.
Well, unless he falls over, and I don't think that anybody's going to catch him now. Jan Ferdino has 6 miles to run right now, 10 and a bit kilometers to get into this finish line before he may take his first Ironman World Championship crown. It's up to him at the moment, but Jan Ferdino has it all at his feet at the moment. So Jan Ferdino is outside of the energy lab. He is the only one outside of the energy lab at the moment and running toward town. In second place, Timothy O'Donnell from the USA is having a great race today. He's never been in second position on the run, and today he really wants to bring it home, not only for himself, but for his lovely wife too. Mirinda Carfrey, unfortunately, having to pull out of the race today with a sore shoulder, and we do wish her all the best. And Mirinda, we hope you get well very, very soon and you get back to your best fitness, and we can't wait to see you going around again. But right now, Jan Ferdino is having it all of his own way. Timothy O'Donnell in second, and in third place, Andy Raylard is still charging, but Tim O'Donnell is holding tough.
No, Tim is having a great race, and there's no doubt if Mirinda isn't out there already, she's on her way out to start yelling at Tim to make sure he knows that she's behind him. But Andreas Raylard, I think right now, Greg, is where Andreas has hurt himself a little bit. The pace is hard, and it's where he
and now we get Mary Beth Ellis. Mary Beth Ellis is having a bit of a struggle here. What's going on here? Mary Beth Ellis has been slowed to a walk. My goodness, what's happening over here? She may be cramping up at this point of time. So come on, Mary Beth, grab yourself and get yourself together and just get going here. So let's do it. Let's get Mary Beth Ellis going again. Come on, Mary Beth, you can do this.
Yes, she's overheated. She's taking a second to compose herself, and then she gets going again. Great grit and effort by Mary Beth. She is one of the toughest athletes out there, man or women. She is just unbelievable. I think she puts herself through pain that a lot of us couldn't even imagine. So, yeah, just 20 seconds ago she's walking, and now she's running almost as fast as she was before. So, she has to keep her foot on the gas. Jody Swallow, it looks like, is continuing to walk and is a fair bit back, but Camilla Peterson and Michelle Vesterby are running together shoulder to shoulder, just 1 minute and 15 seconds back. So Mary Beth Ellis needs to keep the feet in front of each other.
Matt, I just wanted to make this comment, and it's something that I normally wouldn't do. It's going to put me out there a little bit, but I'm willing to say it. Back in the day, in my day, it wasn't to a point that you actually rode way above your ability. And I think that a lot of athletes these days ride way above their abilities and go out too hard on the bike. And, the last parts of the bike ride are really hurting these athletes and not enabling them to have the runs that they can possibly have. And I think that, these days we see a lot more athletes just dropping back. I mean, you see what happens, in between 60 miles and 112 miles of the bike ride. Yeah. Over that, that last part, you'll see a lot of athletes try and hang in there and get there, but on the run, they don't stand a chance of running to the best of their abilities, and I think that that's happening a lot. I'm not really saying that that's what's happening to Mary Beth Ellis, but what I'm saying is that I can't really detect what's actually happening with Mary Beth because she looks fantastic.
She looks
and, you know, I can't put that down to anything other than like a mental sort of issue.
Yeah,
right
I mean,
now.
it gets hard out there, no doubt. And, you know, she suffered there for a bit, but as a tough competitor, she's back rolling. Greg, and I think you make great points. We look at the right of our screen, Daniella Reef is doing a great job, and she's still taking over, looks awesome. Greg, do you think it's maybe the fact that there's so many class swimmers now that are swimming together that you start this bike ride with 10 to 20 to 25 similarly capable athletes, you don't want to let that athlete go. So maybe people are kind of tricked or tempted into riding over what they're capable because maybe there's more people riding around each other? Or were there those big groups coming out of the swim together?
Well, all I've got to say about that is Natasha Badman and Norman Stadler.
No, I agree.
So all you got to do is be patient and let the race come to you and just go to your ability. I mean, we look at, you know, someone like Lionel Sanders today, and Lionel Sanders was over 10 minutes behind coming out of the water, and now he finds himself right up there, and he gave himself an opportunity, you know, to go out there and have a good race. And now he's, you know, he's in 13th place.
No, I think that's a great point, and I've told athletes this in the past, is that if you sometimes were tempted to go to that front group, I think it's so tempting to get yourself out of your zone. If sometimes those athletes that are far enough back in the swim to not even care about catching that group quickly or trying to ride with them, they can ride into their own and still race their own race. So I think that's to your point, is those athletes are making that choice to race their own race. And, you know, that's one thing that maybe surprised me today about Sebastian Kienle. Maybe that's why. Maybe he really likes to ride his own race. You know, early today he was, you know, in and around the group, so maybe the pace was a little different than he's used to. But right now, enough about Sebastian. He's still out there giving it his go. But Daniella Reef, a great overhead shot from our helicopter as she puts ice in her cap and continues on there. Daniella Reef with 12 minutes and 30 seconds. So you wouldn't say, I'd go ahead and say she's got this in the bag as long as she is able to stay cool. You know, if she ran through that aid station, Greg, and didn't take a cup of water, didn't put a bunch of ice in her cap, I might not say that she's got it in the bag, but it's obvious that she is making sure she's doing all the little things still. And now look at Mary Beth Ellis. She's running just like she was before she stopped.
I was blown away, you know, by what happened a moment ago. So let's just hope that Mary Beth Ellis can keep it together. Yeah, she slowed down and stopped and, you know, just had a little moment to herself. And now she's back going again. So come on, Mary Beth, keep it together. But Danielle Reef, she's in absolute complete control all day today, not even a single hitch.
No, I mean, and we haven't seen her flustered ever. And, you know, I guess when you're in the front of the race, there's not much that's going to fluster you. But it seems like a lot of the other athletes we've seen have had a little mishap or something's gone wrong. And maybe Daniella's had that. And that's the, you know, what we can tell as a true professional is when you have those mishaps and you can't really tell. But she right now looks like she's had one of those days where a lot of things are going in her way. And obviously that's because of training and preparation. But she is having an absolute great day. And she looks so smooth. I mean, last year she looked tough all day, but I want to say we could tell that she was maybe her form fell a little bit. Right now, she makes sure as many ice cubes can stay in her hat as possible.
Exactly, exactly what Mary Beth Ellis did too when she went through that aid station. And what Daniella Reef has done right now is exactly what we tell everyone to do. Get the ice, put it down your outfit, and just let it just soak across your body. Get it to your big glands, and that will definitely get your core temperature down a little bit quicker than normal. And Daniella has done that all day long on the run. She's just been getting buckets of ice and throwing them down the front of her race suit right there, and she's you know, kept it where it needs to be. So Mary Beth Ellis doing the same thing. You can see she's got a hat full of ice there, just going to get that head nice and cooled down, and I can only imagine what Jody Swallow's head is doing right now with no hat.
Yeah, and you know, she's definitely still fading and you know, struggling in the heat a little bit. But an athlete we haven't seen a picture of yet is our second place athlete, Rachel Joyce. We saw a picture of her earlier, but she is in between this athlete we see on the screen, Mary Beth Ellis, and the lead, Daniella Reef. And so she's 12 minutes, 35 seconds back. And right now her average pace is right around a sub 3-hour marathon, or right at a 3-hour marathon. So Rachel Joyce is having a great run. She's doing her best to make sure she can have that podium finish and a second place finish. But Mary Beth Ellis looking super smooth and controlled, and right back to how she was before she stopped and walked.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that she might feel that there's a fishing rod out there right behind her because Michelle Vesterby from Denmark is only 50 seconds behind, and that may be why Mary Beth is having a little bit of a moment right now, because if she has looked behind, she will see two figures, both from Denmark. The first one's going to be Michelle Vesterby, and then a further minute back is our next athlete, also from Denmark, and that is Camilla Peterson. The two girls, the two Great Danes, are doing absolutely fantastic today. So Mary Beth Ellis stands at 16:03 down, and now 36 seconds down from her is Michelle Vesterby, then followed by another minute and 10 seconds down is Camilla Peterson from Denmark as well, followed by Australia's Liz Blatchford. We're going to run off to a break. You're watching exclusive live coverage of the Newton Run Leg at the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. Don't go away. We'll be running down to the finish line right after the break.
The Gatorade Sports Science Institute is the research arm of Gatorade, and our focus is helping athletes optimize their health and performance, and we do that via using research, education, and service, both in nutrition and hydration sciences. In 2003, we worked with athletes, Ironman athletes here on the island, and we understood that their sweat rate and sweat sodium losses were actually extremely variable. So now we're actually here testing athletes that are competing this Saturday to understand their individual losses. Once they have their individual losses, then they can calculate their fluid and nutrition plan. We're measuring the athlete's sweat rate, and the way we do that is basically have the athletes warm up on a trainer and then exercise for 30 minutes. Their body weight change during that 30 minutes is going to be purely due to fluid, so we can use that calculation to understand their sweat rate during exercise. We're also applying patches to their skin to understand the sodium that they're losing in their sweat. So with an easy calculation with our equipment, we're able to give the athletes immediately their sweat rate and sweat sodium losses during exercise. Gatorade Endurance Formula is great for Ironman athletes because they're exercising for an extended period of time, and we know that during that time they have the opportunity to lose large amounts of electrolytes. The Endurance Formula is actually different from Gatorade Thirst Quencher because it has almost double the sodium and triple the potassium of Gatorade.
I'm here in Kona to do the Ironman, my first long-distance Ironman. I've done half Ironman, but I'm here to compete for Women for Tri, and we're trying to bring awareness to triathlon for women, get more women involved, more women participation. I love triathlons. I love to be active, I love to be healthy, I love to be fit. It makes me feel younger and stronger and very confident. It's just, I feel that it's a great sport.
After 112 miles on a bike, 26.2 miles on your feet, and 2.4 miles in the water, you should be stepping into something more comfortable. You've accomplished an amazing feat and deserve a break. Honor your accomplishments yourself by stepping into Soles Flex custom 3D printed insoles. Your body will love you, all thanks to the custom fit that offers the support you need in an insole made unique to each foot. You will be unstoppable.
From the roof over your head to the pillow beneath, families worldwide rely on the daily essentials we help make. We're just happy to help you make yourself at home. We are Coke.
This is for you. It's your body, your passion, your life. Whether you're chasing your own dream or helping someone else get there, there's now a hub where training, nutrition, trends, and science come together, where goals become realities. Welcome to Ironman U.
Hi, I'm Jody Swallow, and you're watching Ironman Live.
2015 Ironman partners include Memorial Hermann, Advancing Health, GoPro, Be a Hero, Newton Running, Nothing Feels Like a Newton, and Foster Grant. Who's behind those Foster Grants? Welcome back to a very exciting women's race here at the Ironman World Championship, presented by GoPro. You are watching shots of Michelle Vesterby right now. She is running to third place. She's just overtaken Mary Beth Ellis. So the Danish athlete here is absolutely on fire. You can see that just a moment ago, Michael, she overtook Mary Beth Ellis running through that aid station, and it was amazing because Michelle here, she took about 12 to 13 different cups of water, Gatorade Endurance, Coke, everything, and then everything was doused over the head. She's running really well.
Well, you know, when I pick it apart, I think that's exactly what the athletes need to do. I mean, we keep watching Mary Beth Ellis dunk her head, pour the water, ice in the hat. That's great, but the first step has to be water in. Cool, the engine is great, but if you don't have those fluids going in, what I saw with Michelle Vesterby was pure brilliance. Cup, down the gullet, and then cool off at the end. I mean, in the end, you're going to be hot. That relief matters, but it doesn't help quite like fluid in the system. So Michelle Vesterby, very impressive to me right now. We've never seen her inside the top 3 on the run. She's been up there before, but right now the way she's running and the place she's running shows me that she is a renewed woman here representing Denmark. Very good action.
Well, I think she's representing Denmark at the Rugby World Cup at the moment with all that padding in there, but that's okay. She's got the sponges going. I don't think they actually qualify for the Rugby World Cup, but that's okay. But Michelle Vesterby's doing absolutely fantastic. Now, let's talk a little bit about the girls that are behind them. Camilla Peterson from Denmark is just slowing back a little bit. On the other side of things, Liz Blatchford is making her way back through the field, so she's up into 5th place at the moment, and Mary Beth Ellis just slipped back 1 spot into 4th.
You know, I'm sorry, Matt. Go ahead with your splits. I'm looking here again, and we're seeing a lot of action, you know, and we're still very early. So 13 miles is really, relatively speaking, it's not the racy part of this event. You still have to wait. I mean, you're racing the whole time, but you still have to count on that last bit of strength. We talked about this before. Mary Beth Ellis has been in these positions before. She's been up front. What we're seeing, though, and we're wondering if we're going to see further down the road, is the breakdown that often happens. And if it affects her the way it has in the past, we've seen her really no better than 3:10 here before. Yeah. 3:14, I think, when she got 5th. So that's the part I want to see. And obviously right here, this is exciting racing. Rachel Joyce, again, she's well behind Reef, but she's running extremely well. I love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we saw earlier was she's getting some encouragement from a fan. What we saw earlier was that, you know, we're talking to Lindsay Corbin. She said, you know, Matt, the fastest athletes are the athletes that haven't come off the bike yet. And we obviously had some fast athletes with these ladies running up front with Daniella Reef, Rachel Joyce, and Michelle Vesterby. But from behind, Carolyn Steffen is actually one of the fastest run splits so far. Heather Jackson has run her way into 9th place. She was a fair bit behind coming off the bike, but she is now average a 6:51 pace, the same as Carolyn Steffen. So those athletes are 22.5 and 24 minutes back. So they might move themselves up almost maybe into the top 5. Liz Blatchford right now holding 5th place, running as well very fast at 6:53 average. But right now on screen, Michelle Vesterby running quite smoothly. I just got an update from the field from my brother Chris Lieto. He said Jan went through the aid yelling for water, and he did not look nearly as good, I'm told, as Tim O'Donnell, and that Andy Potts looked better than anybody running in front of him. So those athletes are out right now. They're at kind of the crux point of this run when things start to get really hard, start to get hot. We saw Jan Ferdino stop and run a little bit. Right now we're looking at Tim O'Donnell on the left side of the screen, and Tim O'Donnell is hanging so tough, guys. 3 minutes, 27 seconds back from Jan Ferdino, but he's kept Andreas Raylert from getting contact with him and running with him. Tim doesn't want to have to run down Polani and down Elite Drive with Andreas Raylor. And right now, Tim O'Donnell is still hoping to see Jan Ferdino falter, and the win is still within reach for Tim O'Donnell.
Jan's doing his thing. He's doing his typical, walk through the aid stations, make sure he cools off, gets that core temperature down, as we've been saying all afternoon, and that's very typical of Jan Ferdino, and that's his style. You can see now he's only got about 20, plus minutes to run. I'm expecting that he's going to come up with about a time of around about 8:12 to 8:14 today. So, Jan Ferdino is now heading back toward town. It wasn't the Jan Ferdino that ran out of town. He's just rocking back and forward a little bit. His head sort of popped back up a little bit. His chin up instead of chin down, but he still looks great. I mean, when you look at him, from the hips down, nothing has changed too much. It's just labored a little bit, but his stride length still looks pretty good. Still up on his toes, still looking okay. But yes, he is slowing down to a much slower time than what he ran out. He's running at about 6:29 mile pace at the moment, where he was on pace before, at about a 6:05 when he ran out. So much slower at the moment, but you would expect that.
Sure, certainly. And 6:30 pace, let's just run the numbers. That's still 6:50. So he's only slowed to a 6:50 average. I mean, that's a 2:50 average marathon.
Sorry.
So that's if he slowed all the way to that pace at the end. So he's doing great. That's a little bit of a hitch. I mean, that's not something I like to see, because this isn't an aid station that he's entering. And so there's a little falter there. But ultimately, you see that grimace, you see his face up, down, all over the place. I've seen a lot more movement indicate a lot more things. This guy, guess what? It really hurts the body to do a marathon off the bike. It really, really hurts. You can look at the way Craig Alexander composed himself, the way even Pete Jacobs, looking back to Greg Welch, way back, the way that these athletes composed, how it felt when they were running. I mean, it's you have to manage that pain, and sometimes that's pushing it out, displaying it. Sometimes it's protecting it, holding it, hiding it. Right now, Jan's got a grimace.
Yes, he's got a grimace, absolutely. He's asking for those large bottles of water once again with just a few miles to run. There he goes, past the sponges, down onto the legs, just keeping that temperature down. And here we go with the big bottle of water over the head, through the mouth there, and he's going to take on everything that he can. Gatorade Endurance will be up next, but he loves that water nice and cold as he puts it right across the chest and over the head, just keeping that core temperature right down. There goes Jan Ferdino, still going through there, and you know what? Really interesting. He didn't even take any electrolyte, nor did he take Coca-Cola. He only took water at this part. So I tell you what, he must be very confident about his energy level at the moment. Look, the guy's only got about 20 minutes to run or so, but he's looking good, and he can't see anybody, nor can we, all the way back up the road. I think he's got it.
I think he does. It looked the aid station before. Maybe I wouldn't have said so. He put his head in the sponge bucket and was acting a little bit hectic there. But just then, he looked composed. He wanted his water. He yelled to make sure he got his water. Sometimes being the lead is tough because you have to make sure people know what you want. But he grabbed that bottle of water, drank some. He didn't overdo it. He drank some, put some on his head, on his chest, and he looks really smooth. He's obviously hurting. He's far into this run, but he looks great.
Yeah, there's Rachel Joyce, our second place woman on the field. She looks great. Nice turnover, nice stride. Pete Jacobs pointed out she had a longer stride rate early on, but I think she looks great. One thing that I will just mention, though, with regard to taking in water, and this is something you can't overlook, you can't do calories right now.
All right, we saw this with Andy Raylert in second place to the Chris McCormack way back then. Then we saw this guy in second place right here. That is Timothy O'Donnell. His mentor, his coach, Mark Allen and Dave Scott were locked in battle exactly at this point, and now it's going to happen to Tim O'Donnell. Here it goes. Andy Raylert has put a little bit of coal into that steam engine, and choo-choo, here we go. That's the pass. He hammers it down.
Oh, he's latching on.
Andy Raylert has gone. Is he going to latch on? This is Timothy O'Donnell's moment of truth. He is trying with all the will, with all the power that he has, and he knows that Mark Allen has been telling him time and time again to hang on, do not give in, and be tough. Give it everything that you have. You don't have another race after this year. You get stuck into it, and you stay there.
Nice, Greg. That is exactly right. But look at that. Raylor looks so smooth, so good. But Tim, he grabbed right on. He hasn't lost much more than about 5 steps. Is that right, Matt?
Yeah, he's used that, Andreas used that downhill to get a little bit of momentum and speed. And, Tim O'Donnell got gapped a little bit, but it looks like he's holding that distance. And right now we look at Liz Blatchford on the right side of our screen, but Tim O'Donnell holding so tough. He needs to hold tough. Obviously, he's still very much in the run for second place, but also needs to make sure that the fast-charging Andy Potts doesn't catch him. But right now, this is Liz Blatchford in third place.
She just overtook Michelle Vesterby, so this is where Liz Blatchford finished in her debut race, 2013, third place. She's found that podium again. She said, I want to come back. 10th was disappointing. This woman, a bit of a thoroughbred. She comes from short course racing, and she's so good, so built for this terrain, for this type of heat. And there she is, third place, Greg.
You know what? We saw Michelle Vesterby running out of town just a few moments ago, and she looked absolutely fantastic. I'd love to see Michelle pull all of those sponges out of her pants right now and just, sponge herself down a little bit at a time. She's holding weight. She's got a little bit extra weight on her legs, and she doesn't need that right now. Take those sponges out, put the sponges over the body, and then just try and, create a nice, consistent rhythm. But Jan Ferdino here, he has been the class act. He has now gone past Macala Road. He is on his way up the final incline. This is the last uphill section of his day. He will get to Palani Road, and then we know what happens from there. It is all downhill to the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been presented with such a great race today as we see all the other competitors in there now giving it up for Jan Ferdino. He wears number 2. He's going to become number 1, and it will be his second World Championship in the space of 6 weeks. But he's not doing it easy.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I mean, and think about what he's done now. If once he gets this World Championship, Olympic gold medalist, 70.3 World Champion, Ironman World Champion. He's still got some work left to do, but the athlete that Jan Ferdino is just extraordinary, and he sets his mind to a goal, and he just simply achieves it. Last year, things didn't go the way he wanted. He had to settle for third place, but not often you get third place on your debut. Second year in with the victory. I think Crowley was the only one maybe to one-up that with a second place his first year and a win the second year. But Jan Ferdino looks amazing, under control. Again, it doesn't look like when he's going through any of these aid stations that he's panicking at all. But still, guys, the race behind for second and third place. Tim O'Donnell now just 3 seconds behind Andreas Raylert. So he's holding strong. This hill, a lot happens on this hill. Obviously, Jan Ferdino, is in his own kind of zip code right now, so he can take his time. He's got 4 minutes. He's running up it nice and smooth. Tim O'Donnell and Andreas Raylert, there's going to be a battle going up this hill. Tim might, put a final effort up. Andreas might put a final effort in before Tim gets up there. But I guarantee you this, that Tim O'Donnell is still trying as hard as he can to finish in second place at this championship.
And right at this point in 2011, it was Craig Alexander that was running right on record time, and then all of a sudden it was in about 50 yards time he stopped to a grinding halt. He bent over, he touched his toes, he was cramping in the hamstrings, he was cramping in the quadriceps, and he was looking like the record was running away from him at that time. Then he was able to compose himself, get himself together, run down Palani Road and run into a record which was 8:03.56 in 2011. It ain't going to happen for this young man from Germany. He trains out of Girona, Spain. He lives in Australia, South Africa, Spain and Germany. He travels the world all year long. He's got a great support crew. His wife was also the Olympic champion in the same year, in 2008. And now, look at the grimace on Jan Ferdino's face. He is hurting. The grimace is now getting really wide. The teeth are starting to show. Has he got enough left in the tank to make it down Palani Road, Mike?
I think he does, and I think he's still got at least one aid station that we know of to fill up the tank. But 4 minutes, 6 seconds he has over Andy Raylert. Well said, Greg. And, looking to those two, this is what we talked about. Tim O'Donnell has only lost 7 seconds. This is Ferdino cresting the hill. He's got a German contingent. Hannes and company have been there for years. There's German being spoken. They have a small PA set up. I know it. There's a German charge station right there. But this hill, it's brutal. Why did they give us this hill at the very end of the marathon? It's just kind of like, hey, let's torture these guys a little bit more. But that's what Ironman Racing is all about, getting the best on the worst, toughest days. So Jan Ferdino, let's just look back. We're going to see him. We're going to get to watch him over this next 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles finish this race. But behind, as you said, Tim O'Donnell is only 10 seconds down. The pass came. Rayler rolled right up in, and he didn't leave him. So I think that O'Donnell is still realizing, he said, you know what, I'm happy in third, but I really, really want that second spot. So soon enough, we'll get to see those guys back on camera, and the way they're racing is inspirational. Second and third place right now,
Michael,
Matt.
And surely Tim is getting word that often when you're in a position like this, you're maybe asking how far the next guy is behind. And it's not because you think you're going to get caught, but it's how much of a card do I get to play here? So Tim O'Donnell now knows he has 3 minutes gap, so he can really go to the well, and if he cracks, he still has 3 minutes. Now, he only has 3 minutes to Andy Potts, who is an amazing runner, so that's not a huge cushion, but Tim O'Donnell can go to the absolute well and then know that he has a little bit of time to work with in case he has to kind of recuperate, maybe even walk an aid station, keep going. But right now, Tim O'Donnell, 14 seconds back. No doubt they're about ready to come on this big downhill, but right now we're looking at Jan Ferdino, undoubtedly our champion, heading down the hill on Polani. And man, that hill is, it's great to be able to run downhill, but man, we saw with Craig Alexander a few years ago, it doesn't necessarily feel that good. The cramps can come into the legs. It can be one of the scariest sections if you feel those cramps coming. That downhill hurts a bit. And as you said, Michael, Jan Ferdino making sure he gets everything as he goes by, making sure he gets water, asking for that big bottle again. He really does have his routine. He wants to make sure he gets that big bottle of water, pours it on his head, pours it on his body, drinks a little bit, and keeps going. But yeah, sorry, bud. No time right now for high fives. I'm in a world of pain. I've got a mile to go. Appreciate the support, but Jan Ferdino still on the task of winning this world championship. It's definitely not over yet. Your body can shut down quite quickly out here. So Jan Ferdino having a great run down here on Polani, Michael.
Well, for sure, and the thing is, he can hear Mike Riley now, but that doesn't mean he's running straight in. So again, viewers at home, if you don't know this road runs straight to the finish line, but the other cruel twist that we have on this course is a hard left turn on the Kuakini at the hot corner. So when Jan gets only about a block away from the finish line, he's going to make a left and do that entire mile, because again, it's 26.2 miles, not just 26. I'm not worried about him holding the lead, but I am saying that you do have to make that turn. You do have to still finish strong as you come around that left turn. Right now, you can clearly hear the helicopter above us. They're right on top of us. They're right on top of Jan. We are only a couple meters away from where this man is making that left turn. He's going to cruise along the flats, Matt, and you know the section well. We saw it earlier, outbound traffic, inbound traffic. He's coming in, someone on his right just starting their marathon. Yep. But this is Jan Ferdino in the closing mile, right about this next building is the 25-mile mark. He's going to come adjacent to it just momentarily, the 25-mile mark.
Yeah, Michael, and he's not ready to celebrate yet, but he's close. I think he's going to take 2 more right-hand turns. He gets 2 more right turns. He's on kind of hallowed ground on Elite Drive. He might start thinking about celebrating. He's definitely going to get some goosebumps. His dream will come true of winning the World Championship, but Jan Ferdino still has a little bit of work to do. And as we said, still with some work to do. Andreas Rayler now closing in on Jan Ferdino a little bit, 3 minutes, 40 seconds down, but opening a gap to Tim O'Donnell. But the race behind, Tyler Butterfield, 5th place, only 1 minute and 25 seconds to historically one of the faster runners in this top 10. Cyril Vinot, last few years, he's had one of the faster run splits. So Cyril, he's able to, run strong at the end. So Tyler Butterfield close. Sebastian Kienle right behind him. And beyond that, we have Aneka Llanos, Brent McMahon, Boris Stein rounding out the top 10. Things spreading out a little bit after that, but some fast closers. But right now, Jan Ferdino, he looks more tired than he did 24 miles ago. But man,
that's weird.
I wish I could look like that at any point of a marathon.
Yeah, this is the part right here. It gets a little bleak. You come in here, he's in the lead of the Ironman World Championship, so it's pretty phenomenal. But what we mean by bleak is you've gotten so close to the finish line, that energy was just rising, and now all of a sudden, some of these people that are watching don't realize you're in first place. They look over and they're like, he's moving fast, but he's mixed in, and you're not getting the love you were before. As soon as he turns right, now you're going to get where everyone is. Everybody sees the guy coming down Hualalai, and he's heading towards Ali'i Drive. When he gets in that section, his energy goes up, the crowd's energy goes up, everything goes up, and then he's going to make that right there. There's the right turn. And then so he takes this. It's a little downgrade, and then the right turn on Elite Drive. One turn on Elite Drive, he's just going to go numb. He's going to go completely blind and numb, and sensation is just going to be so through the move.
Good points, Michael. Yeah, I think when you turn right there, everybody knows that if you're running down this, you're in the lead. You're about to win a world championship, and no doubt the goosebumps will come, and he'll start to maybe enjoy it a little bit. You know, he might not know exactly what the gap is from behind. You know, we were talking about Craig Alexander getting cramps the last time when he got the course record. Craig just told me the reason he went that hard was because Andreas Raylert was the one chasing him. You know, Pete Jacobs ended up second that year, but Andreas was the one who pushed him. And Jan Ferdino is, you know, he's a student of the sport. He knows the athletes behind him. He knows the caliber athletes. He raced Andreas back in the ITU circuit as well and knows his caliber. But right now, it's safe to say that Jan Ferdino is going to be our next world champion. He's taken that right-hand turn. He's got one more right-hand turn to go, and he's going to be on that hollow ground of Elite Drive, Michael.
There you go, and this is it right here. This is the last stretch. He's coming into where the folks are realizing this guy is our winner. He's got bib number 2. It's kind of obvious, and he's also an imposing sight, looking his pace about 7 minutes per mile faster than the others around him. But right now, Jan Ferdino, he's doing what nobody has done before, which is take that Olympic gold medal in his history and come here and win the Ironman World Championship. We'll just have to sit and wait and see if Craig Alexander was right, if he's got multiple titles in him. I'm guessing with the success that he's found so rapidly, Craig is onto something. We're going to see more than one title go home with the Ferdino family.
Yeah, and with this race, it's hard not to say and to have now Jan Ferdino in the conversation every time you talk about the best triathlete of all time. You know, nobody's ever done what he's done before. And, you know, he's only been at Ironman for 2 years now. Here he goes. He's actually acknowledging the crowd, getting a little bit of attention from Mike Riley. And those zips up, make sure his Canyon logo is nice and smooth. And he's ready to go and ready to celebrate. He's going to see kind of the celebration in front of him here in a second. And I have no idea what it feels like, Michael, to cross the finish line in first place here. Certainly not. But I cannot imagine what's going through Jan Ferdino's head right now.
You know, there's just so much history here, and there's so much energy, there's so many people, so many champions. He's a student of the sport, he's watched it, and what happens is, no matter who you are, if you're last place coming across 17 hours or you're first place, there's a massive, unparalleled energy that is just coursing through your veins, it's just rushing to you. So anyone that's been even spectating here can feel it. It is amazing, it is emotional, phenomenal for this man. His wife is at the finish line waiting for him, all the folks back home cheering for him. This is Jan Ferdino, and this is his moment. It is going to be in a couple seconds because he's got a well over a 3-minute lead, 3.5-minute lead. He's going to slow down. He'll probably grab a German flag. He's going to really sober down. There's a couple fist bumps. This guy is going to smile bigger than you've ever seen as he comes across the line, soon to be Ironman World Champion.
Yeah, definitely showing some joy at this moment. As Greg said before, his lovely wife expecting here in a few months. So maybe a little bit of extra motivation for Jan Ferdino, but one of the best champions we've ever seen in triathlon, period. And here he goes. He's allowing himself a little bit of time to celebrate, looking for that German flag, no doubt. A lot of pride being the first German across the line, obviously, but Ironman World Champion coming down the finish line here. Look at the pure joy as he goes under this infamous tree here.
That's right, Matt. And, of course, as soon as we get close enough to hand our sound over to Mike Riley as he calls this man across the line, the Ironman World Champion, we'll look at these beautiful helicopter shots. There it is, a finish line shot. Again, to Mike Riley, who's going to bring him home.
Your 2015 Ironman World Champion from Germany. Give it up for 34-year-old Jan Ferdino. He is enjoying this finish line, walking on in. Louder for Jan! You are an Ironman World Champion! Jan Ferdino! Yes! Emma Ferdino, his wife is here. Oh yeah, that'll make a move. Jan, you put it out there. You put it all on the line today. You had to struggle. You knew guys were chasing you. But guess what? You're a world champion.
Oh my God, thank you so much for your amazing support. I guess I'm sorry to take it from American again, but I am very glad T.O. didn't have any garlic last night. He was breathing down my neck all day long, and he's a great fighter. But I am just over the world. What a race. It would be nothing without you guys, and I'm eternally grateful. Thank you.
Jan Ferdino, everybody, World Ironman Champion.
And there you have it. That's Jan Ferdino from Germany, our 2015 Ironman World Champion. We are still looking at some great footage, and his countryman from Germany is now coming down Lee Drive. No stranger to second place or the podium.
The great champion Mark Allen giving him a hug.
He looks incredible, and what a comeback. We heard he fell off his bike earlier today. He got back on and kept going. This man always had a little bit of bad luck, but he's always managed to come back, and I am so happy to see this guy come back from kind of nowhere to a second place at this race, Matt.
Yeah, last couple of years we haven't seen much out of Andreas Rehler, but we know he's one of the
what
most
a race he had coming from behind.
He put it to T.O. T.O. now gave up his fight, and he's a minute and 20 seconds down. So a little bit of a gap, but T.O., as we said, has a little gap to fourth place. Still going to get first American. Here we go. Andreas Rehler, again, second place at the Ironman World Championships presented by GoPro. This guy easily go down as one of the best runners on this race course.
One of the best runners and just one of the best Ironman athletes,
what
Andy Rehler. Incredible. Also an Olympian in the past. What an accolade. This guy has just added another second place.
Wow. Two great Germans right there.
Yeah, look at these two Germans, celebrating each other and the effort that they both put in and got out of each other. Amazing effort coming by both those two athletes. Andreas, man, that guy runs the first half of that marathon so well, so fast, and he puts himself out there. And, one of these days, he's going to be able to hold that all the way through. And here we go, the pride of the USA right now, American Tim O'Donnell. He's been first American here before, I believe, a few years ago. He wasn't able to get that distinction last year, but T.O., he gets the most aggressive rider of the day award, no doubt, going down on his own on Hawaii. Look at that. He is pumped. Third place, podium finish. This is the race that Tim knew he could do at the Ironman World Championships. And look at that. Tim O'Donnell, third place here in Kona. Unbelievable.
What a gutsy performance. This guy really went for it. You could tell he's got that crooked head. He's got that crooked body. You earned it, buddy. Third place. Absolutely could not be prouder of this man. Carrying the hopes of USA, doing what he said he knew he could do. He said, hey, well done, Jan. I mean, wow. Tim fought from early on and really just impressed, I think, all of us. We all knew he had it in him, but we didn't expect it. That was a surprise and very, very well done.
And I think we all thought, you know what, maybe Tim put that effort in. Maybe he wasn't planning on it, but he stuck on it. And you wouldn't think of Tim O'Donnell being that aggressive cyclist to go try to break away on a downhill right now as he embraces his wife, Miranda Carfrey, who wasn't able to finish today, but no doubt she's all in for Tim. Be able to get his third place and a breakthrough performance. So she is absolutely overjoyed for her husband. Tim was so gutsy today. That's the American that the U.S. wants to cross the finish line first. Gutsy performance. He put himself out there. He went for the win, and he got third place, and a great result for him. We're going to have our second American finisher coming across the finish line here pretty soon, and undoubtedly one of the fastest run splits of the day. Who's that, Michael?
That's Andy Potts, another 2.5 minutes back. We'll see him soon. I mean, obviously, you see now Tim embracing his coach, Mark Allen. On the other side of the screen, you see our women's winner, women's leader still in front. I just jumped the gun, but I mean, honestly, I don't see anyone challenging her for the win. That's Daniella Reef doing what she's done all day long. 13 minutes lead over the second place Rachel Joyce. But as we looked again to this men's race and to what Tim O'Donnell just did, you know, we've seen Andy Potts, we've seen Ben Hoffman, we've seen Tim O'Donnell, we've seen them all push the boundaries up there and try and get themselves up. We, as viewers, just don't know who is going to be our next guy that contend for the win. It could be this guy, it could be Ben Hoffman. They're all so good. And the Germans, we think, just when we think there's a new line, Kienle and Ferdino, you have an old hat come in, Andy Rayler. So it's what keeps us guessing. Here's Andy Potts, Matt. Let's bring him across the line.
Yeah, here we go. Andy Potts, you know, one of the best runs of the day, no doubt. Andy Potts, 4th place last year, 2nd American. This year, again, with a 4th place and 2nd American. But Andy Potts, we all love to root for him. Dynamic racer, put himself out there a little bit on the swim today, Michael, which we've always wondered when it was going to happen. And he had a couple athletes with him to put some effort up just so he could shake the legs out a little bit earlier in the run. But look at Andy Potts coming out across the finish line. Amazing 4th place finish. He was a little back off the biker, it seems so, but man, he's really got that run and hot conditions down, Michael.
Yeah, and you know, the guy knows what he needs to do. He's been here enough times. He's tried everything, and he tried something new again this year. As far as when he arrived, some of the training he did. This guy, and he and Tim, man, they're rivals as everyone on course is. But just referencing about 8 weeks ago, they battled Timberman 70.3. Remember that? Finished within a couple seconds of one another. Andy was on top, Tim in second, but now we've reversed the order. But these two guys, no doubt, motivate and push each other, as do those incredible champions up the road, Jan Ferdino and Andy Rayler. But wow, and just kind of scrolling down the page, we still have Tyler Butterfield holding his 5th place position. 2 years ago, he got 7th, seemingly out of nowhere, and now he's pushing up to 5th place. It looks like he's holding off the Frenchman, Cyril Vinot. So good to see that. Ty Butterfield aggressively.
And a few years ago, he was he was, I believe, all the way up in 4th place late in the marathon and faded a little bit. But Tyler Butterfield, someone that admittedly not a lot of us talked about leading up into this race, but he has kind of the build and the physique to have a solid day out here. And he's such a strong runner, such a strong cyclist. He never really has to put full throttle down for himself and just kind of stay steady all day. But Tyler Butterfield, kind of the sleeper of the day coming through. You know, he hasn't crossed the finish line yet, but 5th place. Here he is, Tyler Butterfield. Amazing race by him. You know, he hasn't been doing Ironman all that long, and you know, I think his first Kona he was 7th place. If you correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but you know, wasn't there last year. But this year, 5th place. That is a huge result for Tyler Butterfield.
Well, for sure, and yeah, I will correct you because you were wrong. You were close. He was. He had another race prior to the 7th. He was 7th, not his first Kona. He did one a couple years before. Then he went to the Olympics in 12, so he skipped. He skipped that year. But you're right. 2013, 7th. Good memory. This time, 5th. Next year, 3rd, obviously, or maybe in 2 years, because he's probably going to step back into the Olympics. This guy comes from a small nation of Bermuda, and there's his daughter Savannah, and you love that. She's just waiting for her dad. He's got a little boy too, and there he is, Walker, walking on in for a hug from dad, and this is a true family man right here. He's got his kids waiting for him at the finish line. Love that.
And no doubt this is your favorite part of the day, Michael. You're a sucker.
I might have just got a tear in my eye.
Yeah,
but
you did.
I love. Well, can you help? Can you blame me?
I can't.
So, but no, looking at this, we saw that podium, and Ty Butterfield just walked over and Tim O'Donnell walked over and gave Ty Butterfield a little embrace, said, hey, well done. These guys know each other back in Boulder, do a lot of training together, as a lot of the sport does. They train in similar grounds, you know,
for sure.
in Girona, in Boulder, of course, in Tucson, San Diego. There's a lot of areas where there's sort of hotbeds, Australia, of course, and some places in South Africa, but all those places, they come to know each other.
Yeah.
And although they're bitter rivals on course, they're good friends once the racing is done. So it's nice to see this, a very strong mutual respect.
And yeah, Michael, back in the women's race, seems like the big mover, and I'm going to go ahead and call it. I think Heather Jackson is the fastest runner so far through today. She looks like she's got a sniff at a top 5. Camilla Peterson is just 2 minutes, and just 2 minutes in front of her. They have a fair amount to run still with 8 miles to go. Heather Jackson is having kind of the run of the day in the women's field.
She just overtook Mary Beth Ellis right when you were saying that.
Really?
She went from 7th to 6th. So let's look at him here. This is Cyril Vinot. He was 7th place last year. Isn't that right? Was he 7th place or 8th place?
He was
now
5th place, sorry.
5th place. So now he's coming in into another amazingly, another 5th place. So
6th place.
Very, very consistent racing by the Frenchman. Definitely the highest any Frenchman has ever finished here. He's done it twice now. So he's obviously figured out a little rhythm here at the race. Here at the Ironman World Championships. Congratulations to bib number 16.
Yeah, Michael, and you never know what's going to happen. You know, I was in transition. I saw him come through. He didn't look like he had a lot of energy coming off the bike, and he was almost walking on his way out of transition. And I kind of shook my head off and said he's not in it this year, knowing that he's one of those fast runners. But he found his legs, and you can just run faster than everybody else. You're gonna take up some, bring back some gaps. Our next athlete we're going to expect coming across the finish line in a somewhat close battle with Sebastian Kienle, who's still hanging on for 8th place, is Eneko Janos in 7th place. Brent McMahon still holding on to 9th place. Boris Stein, our European 70.3 champion from this year from Germany as well, got himself into the top 10 right now. So there's a somewhat tight race still. There's still a top 10 up for grabs. And Michael, that is, all these other placings are great. There's big money gaps in between all these placings, but 10th to 11th place, that's a big race. It's $10,000 to $0.0.
That's true. That's true. And it also is. It's the spot on your resume that they reserve space for is top 10. If you go top 10, nobody goes and sort of top highlights 11. The 11th place. No. Only because you really just can't sell. You can sell that certainly as excellent result, but the word is top 10. We didn't run around talking about, hey, did you get top 11? Nor we have those there for a reason. So that battle 10th to 11th, you're exactly right. Financially very important to win, but certainly for the resume. So looking at Daniella Reef doing what she's done extremely well. It's almost a shame because her performance is so incredibly beautiful to watch, but we're not really focusing on it right now because she has that giant lead. She got 13 minutes, and we've sort of just all thought she was going to win. Obviously, we're giving her as much credit and airtime as we possibly can, but Daniella Reef here, again, just so composed, so strong, so dominant. This is going to be the first championship in the long line of many. I will say right now, we will see her win multiple titles.
Oh, yeah, Michael. I mean, she's 13 minutes ahead right now, and she's right on 3 hour, 3 minute Ironman pace, if my math's correct. She's, that's for someone that's got a 13-minute lead, that's a pretty fast run. No doubt if somebody was coming up on her shoulders, she might have a little bit more gas to her. But Daniella, dominant. I mean, there's nothing you can say besides dominant. And, we talk about Mirinda Carfrae not being in the race today, but, I mean, she's 13 minutes up. It would have been a tough task for Mirinda Carfrae to come off that bike within 12 minutes of Daniella. I mean, she is just on another level today.
You're exactly right. And here's Mr. Eneko Janos. I recognize that stride anywhere. He slows it down, he speeds it up. It looks the same. This man out of the Basque Country representing a small portion of Spain. Eneko Janos, also a dad of a young daughter, about 1.5 years, going on 2 years old. A lot of family men in the sport, women and men. But this is Eneko Janos. He's been second place before. He's won 2-3 regional championships in his day. But Eneko Janos coming to us in 6th place. One heck of a fight.
Absolutely, and again, that women's race, we've got 5 seconds from Heather Jackson to Mary Beth Ellis, and again, Heather Jackson just 45 seconds away from Camilla Peterson for a top 5 position, and really still within shooting distance of Michelle Vesterby. And I would say maybe so of Liz Blatchford as well, but Liz seems to be running at a pace even faster than Heather Jackson. So still some big movers in the women's field. Another one that Lindsay Corbin mentioned was Susie Cheatham. She is running sub 7-minute pace and has moved her way into 9th place and is coming up on the heels of Carolyn Steffen as well. So some very, very fast moving women coming in from that 10th place, giving a shot at the top 5 in the women's race.
Well, and we're getting a lot of back and forth, and I think that happens. It very well could be happening in the aid stations, but to see Mary Beth and Heather Jackson battling out, I mean, we throw the term First American around, but it is important. I mean, it is a selling point, and certainly those two women are driven. Heather Jackson done many Ironmans as a amateur, but not a lot as a pro. Right here is our man, one of the hardest fighters. This guy won the race last year. He needs no introduction, but I'll do it anyway. This is the defending champion coming in strong. His name is Sebastian Kienle, all the way from Germany, our 8th place finisher today. Phenomenal racing. This guy was in the mix all day long, just didn't have that extra edge that we've seen with him in the past.
Didn't quite have it. I mean, I think the worst he's finished, or the lowest placing I'd say he's finished, is 4th place before today. So for him coming across the line in 8th place, that was probably a pretty hard day for him. And a gutsy performance to stick it out. As he says, you can see he shrugs it off, not what he wanted, but a classy athlete respects his competition and the people behind him. Brent Mcmahon, I think I called him in exactly 9th place, maybe 10th place. He's one of the best runners in the field. This is his first time in Kona. He's gone sub 8 hours twice in his first 2 Ironmans. That's a big feat, and he's running good across the finish line. Brent Mcmahon, first Canadian across the finish line. A lot of Canadian pride these days with some very, very good athletes. Brent McMahon, amazing performance. Big smile from Brent McMahon, and he's a little tired, Michael.
He's a little tired. It's weird. I don't know why he would be.
Strange.
But Brent McMahon, this man, he's been coached by the same guy, Lance Watson, for 20 years. 20 years. No, 20 years for sure. And that's one of the master coaches, Ironman U. But Brent McMahon, 9th. We all know that 9th is one of the best spots you can ever finish in this race. It's a gorgeous number. And if you can get 9th place, good on you. But Brent McMahon, he is someone that I would expect to see progress through the ranks in this event. He's committed. He's been in the sport for so long, sort of an iron rookie still, but he's got vast experience. Let's see who's going to grab that 10th spot at last. I'm sorry?
Yeah, sorry. He's one of those athletes that's going to be around for a while, and he was gutsy chasing those athletes as the winner. And Boris Stein, kind of not an athlete we would expect in Kona necessarily, but man, he really shot a shot across the bow over at European 70.3 Championships earlier this year. He destroyed the field there. This dude can bike with anybody, and obviously has a great run. He knows how to race in warm conditions. He's done it here today. But Boris Stein, amazing result from him. Top 10, no doubt. He's excited with that. You might want to jog across the line, Boris, because the 11th place finisher isn't that far behind. But Boris Stein, great performance on the day, and can you blame him? Enjoying it. Breakthrough day here for Boris.
And that would be, hopefully someone in the stands would alert him if that 1 minute gap had closed down and he was about to get caught by number 11. But he made it across. He's safe and sound. He stopped the clock. Again, revisiting with our women's race, it looks like we've finally seen that gap open up. Heather Jackson now has over Mary Beth Ellis. She has pushed it to 1:25. So once she's really pulled away, I think the elastic snaps. Mary Beth may not be able to bring that back. But that is outstanding racing going on in the women's field. So we're going to fly right on down to the finish line where our very own Mr. Greg Welch is sitting there with our top 3 finishers.
How about David McMahon?
All right, we got the winner here, the 2015 Ironman World Champion. The World Championships presented by GoPro. This is your world champion right now. Jan Ferdino, amazing. I mean, you've had such a wonderful career. Where does this stand? Right up there with the other things you've done, the Olympic gold medal, the 2015 Ironman European Championship in Frankfurt this year, and now your 2nd world title for the year.
It could be, besides this and the Olympic title, I think nothing compares, nothing else matters. I've said it often, this is the Wimbledon of our sport.
Yeah.
Because it's just like in tennis, if you haven't won Hawaii, it's sort of like, yeah, I am so happy. And I think tomorrow my backpack will be 50 kilos lighter.
Okay, so let's talk about the race. Out in 3rd place, led off the bike and then all the way through the run. Not a problem, you stopped at your aid stations, you did the usual Ferdino thing. Was that the plan?
Well, honestly, I had good run form. But it was brutal. Like it was hotter than Frankfurt, simply because in Hawaii there's no shade at all. There's nothing. And if you're up on the hills, it's your heart rate goes up, it doesn't come back down, and the only way to get it is ice. And everybody laughs at me for stopping, but you know what? I'm a world champion. I don't really care.
Nobody laughs at you. It's actually a smart thing to do. We commentate about it all the time, how it's a part of your repertoire. It's what you do. You run so fast in between those other miles anyway. You get your core temperature down, you ice yourself off, and then you get going again. That's a great way to do it, and it works for you.
Yeah, it's I'm fortunate enough to come from ITU pacing. You do a lot of short reps with active rest, so I'm used to the start-stop chain of pace, and if you have that weapon, you got to use it, even though it may be unconventional. Hey, whatever works.
So how does this sound? The 2015 Ironman World Champion, Jan Ferdino.
Oh, I'm so stoked. I'm so happy. I'd just like to say a massive thanks to everyone who supported me. Mom and Dad watching at home, I love you. And my wife Emma, best buddy Felix, my whole team, you guys are amazing. Without you, this wouldn't be possible.
Here we go, the world champion, classy guy, always a character, and very, very consistent in all of his competitions. 70.3 Ironman World Champion this year, and now the Ironman World Champion. Back to you guys.
Yes, that's different.
Smarter. Oh, thank you very much. We've got a nice shot here again of Daniella Reef doing what she's done so well and for so long, which is lead this race. Daniella Reef, she came in here, as you all know, second place last year, but just dominating the day today. Women that were close overall last year are not even close at all, and that does not discount the ability, because we have Rachel Joyce, Liz Blatchford, Michelle Vesterby, Heather Jackson, all racing extremely well, closing in, but they are all 13, 17, and 19 minutes down. That's a massive, that's almost 2.5 miles time, clearly almost 3 miles. There is so much road between her and her nearest rival. She could walk the last mile if she wanted to, and she would only lose about 7 minutes. So this is phenomenal racing. I mean, a 50-minute mile if you're walking at a brisk pace. Yeah. I'm not advising, but it's really nice to see that Daniella Reef made good, including handling all that pressure, because she wasn't the defending champion, but she did come here with a lot of pressure on her shoulders. Here we're looking at the standings of our 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. 2 Germans at the top, starting with Jan Ferdino, 8:14:40. Andy Raylard in second. Tim O'Donnell, our first American, 5 minutes back of first place. Then Andy Potts and Tyler Butterfield rounding out the top 5. Cyril Vinot and Neko Llanos, last year's winner Sebastian Kienle in 8th. And then Brent Mcmahon and Boris Stein, a lot of German flags in that top 10. Those are the standings, Matt.
Yeah, impressive results, obviously. I would have thought the German flags would maybe been next to different names. If we talked about it yesterday, an athlete we didn't see, Nils Frimhold, nowhere there. Andreas Raylert kind of coming out of nowhere to come in at second place. Crazy result from him. And as you said, Michael, that women's race is getting pretty tight. Heather Jackson has passed Camilla Peterson. She is 23 minutes and 50 seconds behind the leader. So, yeah, pretty tight race from third place to 6th and 7th place, only separated by about 4 or 5 minutes. But Rachel Joyce ahead of Liz Blatchford now by 4 minutes. Liz is still running one of the fastest on the course. So, with 6 miles left to go, it's not unheard of that she might be able to bring 4 minutes back. But, Rachel Joyce, we haven't seen her pictures of her running yet, but obviously she's running quite well today, Michael.
We saw a little bit, and we saw some overhead shots. I mean, she's got the Rachel Joyce turnover. She's got the Rachel Joyce moves. I think that she's going to hold on to that spot, but again, well, let's just see what happens in the final 6 miles, 5 miles. So right here, Daniella Reef, she's well ahead. She's approaching the 23-mile mark, and so she's well ahead of those others, as we mentioned before. But just take a look and take a snapshot and remember back to when she was on Elite Drive a couple hours ago.
Looks pretty
it's
similar.
Almost the exact same. Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit less length out of that stride length, but otherwise she's doing the exact same thing. I think she looks great. She did look a lot rougher last year, and then we saw her get overtaken by Mirinda, and she had a bit of life breathed back into her. Right now, she's obviously come with a much stronger game, much more endurance, much more just stamina.
Yeah, and Michael, I would think by looking at her, and it's really hot today. We haven't talked about that, but it is really hot day today. She looks so much more comfortable in the heat than she was last year. She looked like she was struggling. Starting from Elite Drive, she looked hot. I remember her.
Last year, you're right. She took down her top and ditched an aid station and just had a jog bra on. I think she had planned to do that. I remember very vividly. She had a logo jog bra. She wore that over a sports top. And right now, you're right. She has not unzipped. She has not faltered. She has not looked in distress. She has not looked uncomfortable. Obviously, managing the heat and managing the motion is part of it. But that's something that is obviously a great note. Yeah. On the other side of the coin, one of our athletes that did exceptionally well, he surprised a lot of us. He got third place. He's sitting with Mr. Greg Welch at the finish line. Let's hear from Greg and Tim O'Donnell.
All right, so standing by with us right now, third place today. He was amazing all day long today, had a great swim. And at the turnaround at Harvey, you took off like a shot out of a cannon, Tim. Explain why.
Well, the last 4 years here, I've gotten dropped going into the turnaround, and I felt pretty good. And I just said, I'm not going to get dropped this year, so I went to the front. I hit the turnaround, and I knew some of those guys can really descend pretty well, like Sebi and everybody. So I'm like, well, I'm going to get a little lead on them. And then I just kind of pulled away. So I said, all right, well, I guess I just have an opportunity. Let's take it.
Yeah, exactly. And out on the run, you were in the lead for such a long time. Well, actually, in second place, sorry, for such a long time there, right up until the final moments when Andy Raylert, he's now finished second 4 times. He knows how to get into that place. He must have had a sniff for it or something, but you were out there running really well today. It was the best performance that you put in Kona, don't you think?
Absolutely, by far, Welchie. Andy, he's a great guy, great competitor, and he pulled up really close to me coming out of the energy lab, and then I was able to pull away. But I soon paid the price for that little effort.
Well, you finished it off really well, and you got third place today. And commiserations to the missus today. Marinda, had some rotten luck during the week. You've pulled out a magnificent race, and we just wish you all the best moving forward, Tim.
Thanks, Welchie. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Unbelievable racer, really top guy over here. Him and Marinda Carfrey, we're very, very proud of them today, but he's had a magnificent day. Third in the world, not too shabby. He's going to be standing on that podium tomorrow night. Don't you worry about that. Back to you guys.
And thank you very much, Greg. We are back with a live shot of Rachel Joyce, this year's second place on the Newton Run course. Rachel looks great. You guys were talking a lot earlier about whether or not you should or shouldn't have a cap. It doesn't matter at all to Rachel Joyce. I think it's a matter of personal preference. I know that you want to put ice in there, but for Rachel Joyce, I think she probably thought, hey, a little more fabric, a little more problem. I don't really need it. So right now, looking at this footage, to me, Rachel Joyce, the only thing that's wrong is she's 13 minutes down. Otherwise, She looks great. She looks strong. She looks very composed. She looks happy. She looks like she, right? Doesn't
you
she?
Seeing happiness there? I'm not seeing happiness.
Yeah, I do. I see. I see a woman that's doing what she's supposed to do, just running well. Obviously, she's 22 miles into this race right now.
Sure.
So it's not, it's not like she's whistling Dixie and smiling, but I think she is happy. I think she's fine. Obviously coming back in that second place spot. Taking a peek at the whiteboard.
Yeah, and she's going to get some, some reaffirmance, that she's having a great race with Liz Blatchford 4 minutes and 10 seconds down at this point. So with 5 miles to go, she knows that she can give 50 seconds a mile to Liz Blatchford, and she's still going to win. And she's not giving up that much time to Liz. They're running very similar paces. Liz only averaging 9 seconds a mile faster than Rachel. So Rachel's having a great run for her. And she doesn't have a hat on. Everybody has their personal opinion as to what's best. You're right with that, Michael. She's doing what she needs to do to stay cool. She has a little towel or bandana that she's obviously pouring cold water over her, and that bandana or towel is holding that cold water against her skin. So, she does not look like an athlete that's struggling in the heat. I know you know her a little better than I do, Michael, but she's spent a fair amount of time out on this course training for this race specifically, correct?
Well, she did. Actually, she was in Arizona, I think, for a while before she came here just to probably get that sea level, get a little warm air. But, she is the one that went in and set the course record at Ironman Texas, the regional championship. Actually, it wasn't a regional championship that year, but she races very well in the heat, much better than a lot of women. She is someone that is at home there. And I think that's partly a mindset thing. She manages the heat. She manages the discomfort. I've always believed that certain people just have the right mindset to go out and cope with bad conditions. They go in there, there's certain people say I'm bad in the heat, have a high sweat rate, low sweat rate, this, that, and the other. But the point is, it's hot, and it's hard on all of us. It's just a matter of, do you have the proper mindset? Rachel Joyce has always gone in there, believed, I race well in the heat. Let me show you why. Let me show you how. That's what she's doing today, looking really, really strong. There's no danger in my mind of that 4 minutes coming down to Liz Blatchford. I think Liz Blatchford has firmly planted herself in the third place position, 17 minutes away from the lead, just about 4 minutes, 15 seconds from Rachel. And then now, there it is. You called it, Matt. Fastest mover anyway, is Heather Jackson. She's in 5th place now. She's only got 4 minutes to Michelle Vesterby and a lot of room to do that. So that's something that I wouldn't be surprised if we see Heather Jackson roll her way into 4th place by the time this race is done.
Yeah, but if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen in the last 5 or 6 miles, right? So, Heather is rolling, and she's talking about an athlete that does well in heat. She ran a great and a super fast run this year at Ironman Coeur d'Alene, and it was 109, 110 degrees when she was out on the marathon. So that's an athlete that knows how to perform in hot conditions. But right now, Rachel Joyce having a great race. It's so good. She's seemed like she's had some down races in the last few years, and it hasn't been necessarily what she's wanted as far as racing. And maybe under a new coach, she's been refreshed a little bit. Julie Dibbins helping her out, and Rachel Joyce, she looks awesome. Absolute great race from her today. She's controlled. As you said, it is a mindset, Michael, as far as the heat goes, but it's also being smart and doing the little things that you need to do. She's taking in her calories. She's staying cool, and she is running through this Newton Run course as good as anybody can. And we're going to go ahead and go off to a real quick commercial break, Michael, and be back for kind of the end and the crescendo of this women's run course here at the Ironman World Championships presented by GoPro.
ActiveX is our health and wellness group within Active Network. It is a program that provides a lot of tools for employee engagement, promoting health and wellness, and we do a lot of community work, working with nonprofit organizations, and it's also another platform to bring the company together, since we do have offices throughout the world. A group of us in the San Diego office decided to get together and just basically start working out together, and just, wanted to keep moving instead of sitting at our desks all day. And then it has just grown tremendously. Some of the major things that I've enjoyed seeing, say an employee who has trouble walking 1 mile to finish her first 5K, and finding someone who doesn't know how to ride a bike or can't swim, especially in open water, and we support them, we provide them the training tools, and they finish their first sprint try. So it creates a comfortable atmosphere where everyone is supported and supported by each other, allowing them to challenge themselves and achieve something that they probably have never thought about doing before, but they always finish with a smile and a lot of high fives. I'm here doing Ironman Kona this year, which is still mind-boggling, but I'm here, I'm excited, and I'm hoping to spread the Ironman bug.
Running makes me feel exhilarated.
Running makes me feel at ease.
Running makes me feel accomplished. Running makes me feel complete and certainly happy.
Like I'm a part of something bigger than myself.
Who's that behind those Foster grants? Kat Graham. Sunglasses with scratch-resistant lenses and 100% UVA UVB protection. Foster Grant, for the many shades of you.
The body never ceases to amaze. All of the parts working harmoniously. At Memorial Hermann, we too are a body of affiliated doctors and renowned hospitals. From primary care to specialist care, we work as one to give you the best care. It's what makes us more than just hospitals. We are a body of experts. Memorial Hermann, advancing health.
From fuel to durable tires to the blacktop itself, we help make it all better. So if life is really all about the journey, hey, let's ride. We are Coke.
First thought after crossing the finish line? Get me into some more comfortable shoes. Enter Soles Flex 3D printed insoles. Flex offers the stability and pain relief your feet deserve, plus they are created custom for your unique and personal lifestyle. Wear Soles.
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Hi, this is Rachel Joyce and you're watching Ironman Live.
2015 Ironman partners include Ironman U, Knowledge is Power, GoPro, Be a Hero, Newton Running, Nothing Feels Like a Newton, and Canyon Bicycles, Pure Cycling.
And welcome back to the 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. We are looking at Daniella Reef. She is leading the charge on this Newton Run course. She's been in front all day long, and she has not shown any signs of weakness. This is Daniella Reef, last year's second place finisher. This year, absolutely stepping one space up on that podium, Matt. She's on the Dave Scott, Mark Allen Hill. Everyone knows it as the last hill into town. Mile 24 is where she's at, and she's about to make that. It's actually a long hill. She's going to be on it for another 35, 40 seconds.
Yep. No, she, she's 12 minutes ahead of Rachel Joyce. She's just under 13 minutes ahead now, actually. And so Rachel running strong in the end, knows that Liz Blatcher's there. She's got to keep the pressure on. But, Michael, we have not seen, as far as the facial expression from Daniella, that she's been in pain all day today. I mean, obviously she's hurting herself, but she's just setting her pace. It seems like she's on a training day effort here in tough conditions.
Well, and you know, it's you interview any coach, any athlete that really wants to give you the inside scoop, they say this is honestly just a training day. And I think what happens is when people try to do or expect something that is outside the regular realm of their training, she is having a long training day. She's done it before. I mean, it's obviously not something you do in your daily training, run 26.2 miles off the bike, but it is a training day, and you're exactly right, Matt. That was a great observation. She's got the poker face, and the way she's so composed tells me with your almost 13-minute lead, you could have done a little bit more. She could, had she been pressed, had Rennie run up on the shoulder, she would have been ready for that fight. This is Rachel Joyce on the left, second place, representing Great Britain. Also someone who looks just really, really good. The question will be, at the end of the day, when we're analyzing the post-race, is what happened with Rachel Joyce on the bike, because she lost all that time that you never see her lose. And, we knew that she would... that she would run well, we thought, but we didn't expect her to lose time on the bike. So I think that was the difference for her, that 13 miles.
Yeah, and I think, talking to Greg earlier, I think you were offset. Sometimes these days, Greg was saying that athletes tend to overbike a little bit. And I think you get these groups, and especially in the women's field, we haven't seen that often in the past. It's starting to come a little bit more common, but the women riding in a group. And that was the case today with the kind of front runners. And Rachel Joyce was dropped from that group, and we immediately thought she's having a bad day. She's dropped from the group, but maybe she was just looking at those numbers, knew what she was capable of doing. If she goes above that, she's not going to run a 3:03, 3:04 marathon like she's doing now.
That's exactly it, Matt. And I think she's also bothered by other women being around her. I think, there's certain athletes that don't like to be in a group. They don't, you don't necessarily want to be at the front of the group because you're doing all the work. You don't want to be in the midst of it because it's dangerous and it's annoying, and you certainly want to be at the back of it. So if she did fall back and allow herself to sit on the watch she needed to, kudos to her. The downside is 8 minutes. I mean, I think if it had 8-9 minutes, I think if it just been a little tighter, I'm not saying she had it in her. It's just as we look to say, where was that difference? Where was she? Hey, I'm just happy to see that she's done what she always does, which is come off a little bit of a disappointing mid-season and come in strong and find her way to second place. We haven't really seen her race since Ironman Texas, where she took second to Angela Nave.
Yeah, and I mean it's evident that she's been putting some work in, and specifically for this race, obviously she's putting work in as a professional athlete. But this is the race that she wants to do well in. She wants to win here one day, and she's been able to find herself on the podium on a few occasions. And today, running being the strength, and sometimes you need that. We're talking about athletes like Ben Hoffman last year putting it all together. She's had good runs here before. Obviously, she's been in the top 5 several times. But now she knows that she can have a run that propels herself through the field. She has that bike ride on a day and a swim on a day. She's capable of winning this race. And as we saw today, those athletes that you might have thought when you started the day are the ones you're racing against might be out on the side of the road for some reason. So right now, Rachel Joyce having a great race, and we see Daniella Reef taking that right-hand turn down Polani. And Michael, talking about her dominance right now, 13 minutes up on Rachel Joyce, and you asking whether or not you think she would be able to go a little bit faster. I mean, obviously with that, that training day effort, as far as it looks like, catered training day is what I like to call it. She's at 3:03, 3:04 marathon pace, 3 to 4 minutes faster than she was last year, with absolutely zero pressure on her shoulders. She ran a 3:07 last year, trying her hardest to outrun Marinda Carfrae. I mean, I think she's got a sub 3-hour marathon in her, and if she does off of a swim and bike like she's capable of, I mean, this is an athlete, as we said of Jan Ferdino, she's going to be back a few times through this race on the top of the podium, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely. She's cooling herself off. She dropped her hands down to shake out the arms, release a little tension. She's on the big downhill. So just, again, I love speaking to the age group athletes or just some of the people that are coming up trying to figure out their way to race this event. You should always take two notes here. The first is almost all of our top competitors have walked some aid stations. I think a lot of times age groupers feel like, I can't walk the aid station. I can't walk, period. I think if your intention is to walk the aid station, if you tell yourself walking the aid station is part of my plan, then it's not going to affect you negatively mentally. It's only going to do what you need, which is refuel, replenish. So Rachel Joyce just walked that 23-mile aid station. She walked through, and it was a smart move. Now look at her. She's flying. So, I mean, it's right back to that pace. She didn't have to walk it because she was in trouble. She walked it so she wouldn't be in trouble. Just a really smart move. The other note to take, Matt, is the importance all day long of managing the little details, and Daniella Reef has been masterminding that all day. Mastermind.
Absolutely, and just because you're in the lead of the race doesn't mean you can do something very, very wrong when it comes to management. And looking at Rachel Joyce, as you said, she's doing all the little things. She's being pushed a little bit by Liz Blatchford. She knows a very, very quality athlete is running up from behind, and she's got to make sure she stays on it. Michael, you're absolutely on the rivet, maybe not from a perceived exertion manner in a race like this, but at the end of the race, you go through these energy fluctuations that can be up and down so quickly. And if you decide, you know what, I'm just getting a little lazy and I don't want to take my calories in this mile, I'll wait to the next mile, you could go through a pretty big downward spiral with your energy. So you really need to maintain, especially when it's this heat. I mean, you're battling. This race is ridiculous, Michael. I mean, you're battling the distance, you're battling the wind. This heat is so oppressive, and let alone trying to think you've got to cover all that distance and feed yourself the whole way. You've got to be on top of it, and two athletes that have done an unbelievable and perfect job of that are Daniella Reef, who we see right now for overhead shot, about ready to go on Elite Drive, and the athlete 12, 13 minutes behind her, Rachel Joyce.
Absolutely. Well said, Matt. And Liz Blatchford showing that she has just maintained exactly the same pace, whatever it is, wherever it is, that Rachel Joyce has maintained 16:56. One thing that we should address, and you brought this up when Lindsay Corbin was with you earlier, you guys talked about this.
Yeah.
Very much the case with the women's race is that the top 10 is often filled by women who did not come off the bike in the top 10 or 15. It's very characteristic, it's very normal, and we see women run into the top 10. We don't talk about them all day, not because we don't like them, but because we don't see them.
Absolutely.
And we don't even see them coming close. They're 20, 30 minutes down, and then they roll in. So what you just pointed out is that we have word that Sarah Piampiano from the USA has rolled into that top 10 for the first time ever. She's battling out with Marine Huff from Germany. There in 9th, and she just moved to 8th, so she bumped herself up a notch. But that is an incredible breakthrough for her. She is right there in the mix, and what a great show for Sarah.
Yeah, Michael, and that's an amazing result from Sarah. She's still within striking distance of Camilla Peterson. Susie Cheatham, another athlete we know is capable of running fast. She was, I believe, at 2:55 at South Africa earlier this year. Has run up. She's on average around 7-minute pace for the marathon so far. She's run up into 6th place, coming up close to where Heather Jackson is. So they're running, quite fast in 5th and 6th place. Sarah Piampiano moving quite quickly as well. And right now we have a picture of Daniella Reef passing previous champion, 2013 champion, and several-time podium finisher Frederick Van Leerd. And that's class, Michael. He came here to win, and he was having a bad day, obviously, on the run for him, but he toughed it out, and he's getting across the finish line. But Daniella Reef, she is just on a different level.
She sure is, but I tell you what, I mean, only 3-4 seconds per mile average difference between Rachel Joyce and Daniella Reef. Rachel Joyce What a run for this woman. She looks great. She looks like she is just drilling it, not giving up. She is not going to get caught. There is no way that she is going to relent that second place spot. Very determined to one day win this race. She's been 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. She also had 3rd, 2nd, 1st. She has done everything inside that top 7. She's had incredible consistency here. And I think one day we will see Rachel find that top step if she can figure out how to put this run with that bike she did last year.
Yeah, I think you're right, Michael. And, again, it's just those, those little steps every year. You got to make sure you learn something from every race. You come out, you put a lot of effort into training for this World Championships. Even the athletes that, like a Frederick Van Leert, I guarantee, Michael, he learned something from today. Rachel Joyce, obviously in a much better position, but she's learning something from today as well, and she'll come back next year a better athlete, and maybe it won't come out next year, maybe it'll come the year after that, but she's one that's having a great race. And again, big movers in the women's race. Sarah Piampiano, I would not be surprised if you see her in the next 4 miles, come across Camilla Peterson. She's an athlete that closes very, very quickly. She's bike and run strength. She's come out here with her coach, Matt Dixon, who you guys spoke to earlier today, and they put a lot of specific prep together for this race here in Kona, Hawaii, and she's having a great race. Here we go. Finally, there's emotion out of Daniella Reef. I don't know if she was told by her coach, you don't smile till you get on Elite E Drive, but as soon as she took that right-hand turn, she is having fun. You could tell there is emotion in that face, and Daniella Reef, I mean, what a champion, Michael, what a champion. And she looks like she might be able to get under that 9-hour mark on a tough, tough day.
Oh, yeah, she's under 9, and you know what? She did it with style. Poker face all day long.
Poker.
Got up front all day long. She had a breakthrough swim, an amazing swim. She's looking up at the sky. Probably there's that helicopter that's been following you all day long. A little high five to the fans. She has done this with absolute style. She is the next Swiss champion here after Natasha Badman. She is going to be a multiple champion. I'm going to put that on paper right now. I would wager we'll see her winning again. Daniella Reef, she has been on fire. She has been dominant since this race last year, actually well before. She started in June or July last year, but undefeated since Kona last year. Right now, there's time for a hug. I don't really mind. I'll just take the embrace. I've got 14 minutes.
Yeah, that's her bike sponsor there that she gave a hug there. Always time to put in time, with the people who help support you along the way. So Daniella having a great race. This is what we race here for. Obviously, just to get across the finish line for most of us mere mortals. Some of us in 9th place, as you've done before. But Daniella Reef able to come across the finish line in 1st place. So much hard work. I mean, sometimes, Michael, when we see these dominant performances, we think, it's going to be a great athlete. They're going to come across the finish line and win, but she's put so much hard work into this race, her and her supporters, her coach and her team. So amazing work from Daniella Reef. And it's lovely to see that joy on her face.
Another
a hug.
And the flag.
There you
we
go.
Love it. She's got the Swiss flag. She'll hold it high with pride. And that is Daniella Reef. We are going to see her come across the line very soon as the Ironman World Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see she's wrapping herself up. She said, I got to have my hands in the air. And so I can't carry this flag. I put my hands up. I got to do this right. And here it's the line
trip.
you've been all waiting for. You get some high fives, the small Swiss flag. But this woman is making her way to Ironman World Champion. She's got the flag tied on as a cape, and there it is, the Angry Bird. They said she's happy today. There's no anger as she crosses the line. Ironman World Champion.
Wow, look at her. What a classy athlete. Well, she's got some energy left in the tank, Michael. She's got some energy left in the tank.
Just what we were saying, and a few more in braces, but she is the woman who won this race. Let's hear from Mike Lowry.
Former champion Frederick Van Leert.
Let's bring up all of our Christian
Danielle, I've got her right here. Our women's champion. What a day you had today. Pushing it the entire way. Second place last year, first place this year. The work paid off, didn't it?
Oh, I'm so happy. It was such a hard day. I think almost everything went perfect, actually. I was had a bit of luck because the last 2K I had a flat tire. And I just could roll in. So I'm so happy I could, just have some mechanical luck today and then put it together in such an amazing atmosphere. I'm so happy. The crowd was amazing. My mom and my friends supporting me so much today. And yeah, my coach, Brett Sutton, I just have to thank him so much because he just, 2 years ago I was, no one knew me, and now he made me a double world champion.
Ben Hoffman, USA. Well, Daniella, that's amazing. You rode in with a flat on the last 2K, but it didn't discourage you, and you went out hard on the run.
Well, yeah, I just tried to focus on myself. It was really hot today, and so I tried to put it together. When I was in the energy lab last year, I had I was bunking pretty bad, and today I just tried to focus on step by step, and finally I could make it strong till the finish. So I'm really happy with my race today. Really, really happy. Yeah.
I love it. She runs as fast as she talks. I love that. Daniella Reef, our Ironman Women's Champion 2015, the World Champion. I love it. You got a lot of stuff going on there. Good. Fantastic day.
All right, that's it. Daniella Reef, the women's winner of the 2015 Ironman World Championship, presented by GoPro. We've got Rachel Joyce on the left picture there. She is coming up the top of that hill, about to take the right turn down Polani. She's overtaking some of the men that have been in this race, blowing up a bit here and there, but still gamely fighting. But Rachel Joyce, one heck of a champion, now about to run down Polani. Rachel Joyce has been rock solid all day long with a phenomenal front pack swim. She led that chase group behind Jody Swallow. She was there all day, lost a couple steps on the bike, and then it's just been absolutely a sight to see. A gorgeous runner throughout the day. There's Rachel coming down Polani. Yep. This is a quad ripper right here, Matt. Talk to us about what you see with Rachel Joyce.
No, she looks great coming down the hill, and there's that sportsmanship through the men and the women. That's Nils Firmhold expected. Some athletes or some people expected him in the podium, but he didn't get there today. But as Rachel came up, he said some words. He looked behind and told her that she's all good, she's clear, ready to go. So Rachel can run down that hill with a little bit of calmness about her. But Michael, it is so hard running down this hill. It just crushes your quads. Michael, she's hurting. There's no doubt. She knows she's got 1 mile. She's got 3 minutes now at this point. She's losing a little bit of time, but she's got it in the bag. She just needs to keep moving. Again, getting encouragement from a fellow athlete out on course, but Rachel Joyce just needs to keep ticking them over, keep doing what she's done so well here today, managing the heat, managing hydration. If you skip that last aid station, that could be the one that cost you your second place in this race. So she knows, I'm going to stop, because going through that too fast, you're running down a hill. That's the fastest aid station of the day, more or less. Well, for some of us.
She did a smart thing. She didn't change the formula. That's the inclination when you hit that last aid station is I'm home free. I'll change the program. She stopped, walked, just like she's done at every other aid station. She didn't maybe need as much walking or as much fluid, but she stuck with the formula that's been working for her. We have seen in the past collapses on a lead drive, and you can reference, of course, we had Paula Newby Fraser proclaiming she was going to die. Chris Lee nearly did die. We had Wendy Ingram and Sean Welch, all of them collapsing inside the right turn from Hualalai. So inside the last 345 meters, that's exactly how hard it is. So it was a smart move to do that, and Rachel Joyce is a smart athlete. So, you pointed out she's hurting, and you can see it now. She's putting the brakes on a little bit, so you're seeing her kind of say, and it's the natural tendency to just sort of slow yourself down because, gosh, it really hurts to keep that fast, long stride rate going. But I think as soon as she makes that left turn, she'll go back to that charging rhythm that she had, that really nice stride length. And there she is, taking that left turn. Still a tiny bit over a mile to go, Matt.
Yeah, and it looks like, she went from a 4-minute lead on Liz Blashford to a 3-minute lead on Liz Blatchford, and now stretching back out. Liz Blatchford looks like right now she's running 8-minute pace, so she is slowing down a bit. I've seen her pace go up and down here a little bit, so she's struggling, but she has 4 minutes to the next athlete behind. But Rachel Joyce now very, very much secure with that second place. So as you said, all she has to do is just keep ticking them over, doing the little things, and she'll cross the finish line in second place with a great result from her. And she's such a nice person, always an encourager of her competitors and people out, participants in this sport. She wants to see everybody get the best out of themselves, and Rachel Joyce able to do that for herself today, and such a tough athlete, really coming through. If we had to say when is Rachel going to make her move today, I probably wouldn't have said it's going to be on the marathon, and she did it that way today.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. And I think supporters close to Rachel said, hey, she's running sub-3 this year. She didn't do that, but she did run exceptionally well, is running exceptionally well. Further down the ranks of the women's race, we still have a lot of competitive action there. It does look like Heather Jackson's charge to fourth place has stalled out. She's about 3 minutes and 20 seconds behind Michelle Vesterby. Michelle Vesterby holding that fourth place spot the same way that Liz Blatchford is. When you have 4-minute gaps like that, it's pretty safe to assume inside 4 miles that's not going to come undone. A minute per mile is a little bit too tall of an order. So right now, just to recap, obviously Daniella Reef taking home the title. She's been done for a while now. Rachel Joyce is the woman we're looking at on camera right now. She's in second place from Great Britain, crossing Henry Street. Then we've got Liz Blatchford, Michelle Vesterby from Denmark. We've got Heather Jackson from the USA. Susie Cheatham, she is running extremely well still, a 7:06 average. And then Camilla Pedersen, you mentioned her, Matt, Sarah Piampiano. Yep. Sarah P fans, she is in there. She's done it, so you'll see her soon enough. But number 8 on the road is running well at a 7:08 per mile. And then Caroline Steffen, she's a champ that has never finished this race outside of the top 5. That's going to happen today, but hopefully she can hold on for a top 10. She's currently 9th. Matt, tell me what you see.
Yeah, she really went out at a quick pace on the marathon as well, and she looked comfortable all day. She looked like she had maybe a weight lifted off her shoulders, and maybe no pressure going into the race today. And she was fun to watch, and she's hanging on for top 10 right now. Worth mentioning, Michael, that 9th through 12th place is a pretty tight battle right now, with just about 3 to 4 minutes separating those athletes. We have Carolyn Steffen, Maureen Hoof, Lucy Gossage, and Asa Lundstrom all really close right there. Mary Beth Ellis is fading quite a bit now. She's in 3rd place and moving backwards. Another runner from the U.S. that went through the top 10 last year on the run, Elizabeth Lyles, doesn't seem like she's on track for the same type of run today, but that 10th place, just like it was in the men's race, even more so, is going to be a very, very tight battle all the way to the end. As we watch Rachel Joyce turn right, she's got, is that the first right? She's got one more right-hand turn to the finish line, Michael.
That's right. She's on Hualalai right in front of the library now, and she's got a little ways to go before she rounds that next right turn. This is Rachel Joyce. She's won 5 Ironman titles in the past, a world championship at the long distance for ITU, and she is now notching her 2nd place finish at the Ironman World Championships. She is one of the most consistent performers come October every year, Rachel Joyce, and she is giving every bit that she has all the way to the finish line. She wants to stop that clock with a fast marathon. She wants to stop that clock as soon as she can. So Rachel, we will see her make that right turn onto the most magical road in all of triathlon, and I will be corny when I say that because it is a magical road. The experience that you have when you get on there is unparalleled in the sport.
Yeah,
Matt,
you're inferring that you're not corny the rest of the day, Michael, with that statement. But yeah, it is a beautiful part for our sport. It all comes down to elite drive. That's what most of us dream about, just crossing the finish line for most of us. But these elite athletes crossing the finish line in a podium position that Rachel Joyce is now, and I imagine that she is going to have a pretty big smile on her face as the next time we see her. There we go, and.
You can see the closing miles of this Newton Run course right here for Rachel Joyce. Athletes jumping into the camera shot, trying to get a 5. The smile's starting to come out again. These women are so good with their poker face. Rachel's no exception. She's starting to show half grimace, half smile. We don't really know, but eventually you'll see that beaming smile come across her face, and you'll know she knows she's got it. Rachel, a couple twists and turns in the road, and you're going to see that beautiful banyan tree just to the bottom of your screen. And when you see that banyan tree, it's only 100 meters to go before she crosses the finish line. Rachel Joyce taking home second time her second place finish.
There it is. Smile's coming on her face. She's still not quite composed enough to start giving out those high fives, but Rachel Joyce is gonna feel the pain go away here in just a few 100 meters, Michael. This is what she's trained all year for. Disappointing results for her at times this year and previous years at this race. But second place, she's going to be more than happy to come across the finish line in that position. And she's one of the true professionals of the sport. She struggled with injuries over this last year, from what I've heard, but she's been able to compose herself, change paths, make the changes that she needs to get back on top of fighting form. And as we get dizzy looking at this shot here, we see Rachel Joyce. There she is. She's starting to pump those fists. And man, she is pumped, and as she should be. She's been in a world of pain for 9 hours now, and now it's all going to lift off her shoulders as Mike Riley calls her across the finish line as second place at the Ironman World Championships.
And you can see a moment of joy. There's the smile, there's the fist pump, and I know most athletes come to this point, a few tears come to the eyes, and it's tears of joy. It's tears of having spent all day long with yourself, fighting demons, battling, fighting battles. But Rachel Joyce is getting it done. 2015 Ironman World Championship presented by GoPro. We have got Rachel Joyce. And that's it. Rachel Joyce finally able to walk for good. She's there, and you can say, all right, could someone give me an arm here?
Anybody?
This is where we often think, oh, maybe they're okay, but getting the catcher in there is not a bad idea. She's getting an embrace from Daniella Reef, taking a load off, but this is pure exhaustion. This is emptying the tank. This is coming across the line saying, I feel like I did a good job. I left everything out there.
Absolutely.
Satisfaction, of course, she wanted to win, but satisfied, I'm sure, to do such good battle and come across second. She finds her man, Brett Hedges, there at the sideline, and again, super supportive. Is a family sport. You almost always see a loved one at the finish line. We could not do this sport without the people on the sidelines all year long, all day long. And here, I mean, this is Michelle Vesterby. What happened with Liz Blatchford? I feel like that's Michelle Vesterby coming back at us. I don't know if we're just missed the mark, but I do know that is footage right there. No, see, that's surrounding Polani, so I'm assuming Liz Blatchford
is in between,
up the road of her.
It's hard to get everybody as they go, but I think you're right, Michael. I think that's Vesterby.
Yeah.
And, she is, I think we're going to see Liz Blatchford in between those two athletes as she was only about 4 minutes behind Rachel Joyce. But Rachel Joyce coming across the finish line, looking good, and obviously very pleased with her performance. And even more so, when you see a dominant athlete, come across the finish line in front of you, like Daniella Reef, you got to feel pretty good about what you've done on the day. But this is the fourth place female, Michelle Vesterby, coming down. She's got 2 right-hand turns to go before she gets on Elite E. So to me, that says that Liz Blatchford is likely on Elite E drive, coming up pretty close to our finish line here, Michael.
They're showing her on the GPS is 2 minutes away. Again, this is overhead footage of our 4th place woman from Denmark, Michelle Vesterby. Without a doubt, we saw her up front. There's a nice shot where you can see who she is. Liz Blatchford racing in red. She's up the road just around 2 bends on Elite E drive. Right now, just enjoying these beautiful shots from overhead. We keep passing that woman. I've got to acknowledge her. A woman in an Argentina national team soccer jersey just really won the recognition. She must be a Messi fan. Anyway, that's just soccer. No, Messi, that's a guy that plays soccer.
I don't know what that means.
That's a guy that plays soccer,
okay,
Matt. That's
thank you,
Broad
Michael.
Horizons. Messi, M-E-S-S-I.
So
back to our sport. Now we're looking at Elite E drive, and I'm sure our camera is trying to capture. There she is. That's Liz Blatchford. This is 3rd place on the road from Great Britain as well. Raised in Australia, representing Great Britain through her ITU days. This is Liz Blatchford, the Aussie that we saw in 3rd place 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
10th place last year. She's back where she wants to be, where she feels like she belongs, and clearly she does on the podium.
Yeah, she's a great athlete. As you said, she's come from that ITU background, and she's got that top-end speed similar to an athlete like Daniella Reef. But Liz Blatchford, I think, Michael, she's going to end up likely with the fastest run of the day today. We don't have exactly what that is, but I want to say she's going to be right just over a 3:03, maybe a 3:03:30 run split, or a 3:04 run split. So Liz Blatchford, one of the fastest runs in very, very tough conditions, coming across the finish line. And from what I hear on courses, Heather Jackson is coming up a little bit on Michelle Yesterby. She's on the way down Kalani Drive, but looks like Michelle's got fourth place in the bag at this point. But man, these women are running so fast these days. A lot of athletes, 5 years ago, a 3:15, a 3:10 would have got you on the podium or the top 5. Right now, everybody's running low 3 hours. And Liz Blatchford, look, a classy lady coming across the finish line, third place. Amazing performance from her. When we got off the bike, I wouldn't have picked her for third place, but man, she proved me wrong and ran strong through those 26.2 miles.
Liz sure looks happy, and that's exactly, there you go, give a hug, that's right. You take a hug from him, and also look at that beautiful lay that they've provided you with, the podium finish here, third place, and then a brace from the champion, Daniella Reef. Liz, what a fighter. She said, hey, I learned some things. I tried to duplicate the season I had in 2013, which got me on the podium. Duplicated that this year down to racing Mont Tremblant a couple weeks ago. Now she's finished third, and she's making a big fat hug there for her husband, Glenn, another guy who's an industry regular, does some great video footage as well. So this is a guy that is on course all the time.
I was going to say, that's a lucky cameraman that got to greet her across the finish line.
Doesn't know what's happened, but that is her husband. You might wonder, how he got so lucky, but this is the behind the scenes. What a great shot. They're right above us, looking down at the finish line, looking down at the volunteers in yellow shirts, looking at that grandstands, and looking at where these athletes finally make it to the end of this 140.6 miles. That is the Ironman World Championship, presented by GoPro.
Yeah, nice work, Michael. Appreciate it. Yeah, beautiful view up there. Sometimes you forget where you're at when all these athletes are punishing themselves out on the course, but beautiful place. It might not feel so beautiful when you've been out there for 8 or 9 hours, but it's a tough race, and these athletes did their best to get all the way through it. And Liz Blatchford coming through in third place. Here we go with a little champagne time, I think, Michael. We got
the podium celebration,
yep.
And again, it's a beautiful time. We get to just honor them. Clearly there's an award ceremony tomorrow where we go through this entire process, top 10 females, top 10 males. But right now, on the spot, Paula Newby-Fraser acknowledging these champions at the podium finishers.
Daniella Reef!
Right now, Daniella Reef, the winner, and now 3-time world champion. And looking to the left side of the screen, we've got age group athletes coming across the line. This man clearly well hydrated. He has a camelback on. I always love it when you see the over.
Okay, hands up in the air.
It's not over preparation.
Oh, no. It's
perfect preparation.
Appropriately prepared.
Okay.
I mean, it's good. They do exactly what they do. And the guys come in. Oh, you're kidding. That's our first age grouper. So this guy's like, what? He just found that out. So first age grouper, phenomenal. He's got the stagger off the finish chute there. But again, as we have a split screen, that's our top age group coming across the line. In a time of 8 hours, 52 minutes, and 29 seconds, I have to give him and his family and friends props and credit for an incredible performance. This guy came across the line very, very fast.
Hey, Michael, that's a pretty big deal coming across the finish line first as an amateur. We've seen some pros, ex-pros do that. Kyle Buckingham did that 2 years ago, I believe. It was 16th place, maybe 15th place. But Matt Hansen was up in an age group race a few years ago. Didn't have the race he was hoping for today. But yeah, those age group athletes, an 8:52 as an age grouper is pretty impressive. We got some more age group athletes coming through, but right now we have our 4th place finisher,
Michelle Vesterby from Denmark. That's it. She's held on to 4th, and she's been as high as 3rd place, but what a fight for this Dane. She had been in the top 10 a couple years ago, 2012, I believe it was, or 11, and went away a little bit from top level competition in Kona, or at least finishes. And here she is right back in that top 5, 4th in fact. Congratulations to this happy athlete. This is amazing. She's back.
Oh, she's back all right, Michael, and it looks like she's happy to be back.
Yes.
Man, she has some great energy. Real happy person, obviously. She was running. I thought it was her family she was looking for. She just wanted to congratulate her competitors, but she's quite a personality in the sport. She's such a nice lady, and she worked for it today. She deserves it. Awesome.
That's how you finish a
That
race.
is classic.
Well done, Michelle. That is it right there. She's not going to stop celebrating until November 25th, probably.
She kept the nutrition in today, that's for sure. She's got some sugar in the tank, no doubt.
Yeah, she dialed it in. Definitely did not empty the tank at the end there. Had a little bit left, but wow, what a phenomenal performance. We're expecting Heather Jackson any minute now. Last time check, she was about 4 minutes behind, but real soon we'll see our top American finisher come across the line, Heather Jackson, her first time racing as a pro here at the Ironman World Championship, presented by